Well, yeah, I mean, it's a lot of things because it's the fact that it's trying to time the distance perfectly, so it might get it might not time it perfectly, and the distance might be off slightly, or it might there might be some, what do you call it? There's some lag because of relativity, and tries to make corrections for time dilation. I might get those wrong. There might be atmosphere refraction. You know, there might be slight refractive effects.
I get you.
Like small errors.
So
small
many
errors
that can affect the signal.
Yeah, it's not going to be a perfect unless you have really good state of the art device, and even then, you're not going to get perfect data. You get perfect readings when you take your data and then you compare it with a base station and its data measurements taken at the exact same time. Doing that is how surveyors make more precise positions. I'm not the best at explaining things, and so I apologize. But
not a problem, Coach.
I think it makes sense. It reminds me of the discussion we were having with Boulder yesterday, which is like, how do you measure things? And the best way is to start with a known thing. Like you could use scales or something like that, but
like
you'll always be got a known weight that you absolutely know is 500 grams, then you can compare other things to that. And it sounds like what you're saying is you get a base station and that's a known point, and then you can compare my house to that base station.
Something to relate to. Like that's why I would have thought that it was more triangulation with the whole GPS, because obviously you have 3 towers and you're inside those 3 towers, and those 3 towers give a reading of how far away that signal's coming from. So if you get what distance away from each 3 towers they are, you're going to kind of...
That happens.
I learned yesterday. That's trilateration. Trilateration is when you know the distance, but not the direction, and the triangulation is when you know the direction but not the distance.
Okay.
Yeah, and but it's so, just to be clear, that's happening regardless. Let me try to say this in a few words clearly, okay? Just so we're on the same page of what exactly is happening. A single GPS receiver, okay? A single GPS receiver is going to get a signal from at least 3 or 4, preferably 4 or more, we'll call them satellites, okay? You call them whatever you want. But that's a single receiver, like your cell phone, for example, is going to get a signal from at least 4 satellites, and then just like Eggshell said, they're going to trilaterate your position.
Right. So they'll be using 3 or more ground-based communication devices. Right.
And he's dropped out again.
Yeah, I think he's hit that bad connection again. Those satellites just aren't reliable. Sorry, Kosho. So tell us about this error that's happening, huh? Why can't you receive the information from the satellites at the moment, Kosho? What's happening? Are you being hacked? Just a bit of bad weather in your area, right? Wow. What's the weather like in Australia at the moment anyway, riding?
Sweltering in between pissing down.
Serious?
There's a thing they talk about, La Nina, which is some sort of like the way I imagine it, like a hose, or like, you know how a river one of those, what are they called, serpentine rivers will like bend back and forth, and once a bend gets too extreme, it kind of breaks its banks and goes a different way for a bit. That's my understanding of it, which is the weather patterns are such that the north of Australia gets really bad monsoon, like, you know, not bad, but huge monsoon kind of seasons, wet seasons, whereas down, you know, the rest of Australia, we usually just get the ordinary seasons.
So it is supposed to be winter for you there, right, at the moment?
No, summer.
No, sorry, summer.
Yeah, coming out of summer. But it's like it flicks every like 3-4 years. It can flick for 6 months to a year or two, where
like
it just it's like
confused.
Say again?
Like the seasons are confused.
Yeah, well, it's still definitely summer. It's just that it will bucket down. So there's flooding throughout South Australia. There's like me and my girlfriend's trip to the high country. We like start off with a fairly high river crossing in the Murray, and then it pisses down for days until we are constantly stuck not being able to cross these massive raging torrents, or nearly losing our bikes when we do try to cross them. So it's pretty interesting.
I mean, you can probably count yourself blessed, because is there parts of Australia that wouldn't receive that rain then?
I was asking her that, and she said no. The north, like Darwin and that, still gets its wet season, but we just get it as well. I think I don't fully get it.
It's still good for growing crops, though.
Yeah.
So what temperature have you got at the moment then, outside?
Oh, I have to check the thing. Feels very warm. Like high, 30, 28.
Jeez. It's so weird.
What's
it's been
weird?
So windy here. Just like... I'm subscribed to this YouTube channel that's always like tries to keep up with any like natural disasters that happen in the world, you know, like storms and shit. And they were saying about storms hitting the UK at the moment, and it has been really windy lately. Like, I'm not nowhere near the coast, so, but yeah, it's been really windy lately.
Yeah, and say again. You said you're nowhere near the coast. Where you don't have to say exactly, but
I'm about 30 clicks north of London, so quite central. As central as well, so not west or east of London, but directly central. I'm about 30 clicks north of them.
Right. Okay. Is that'd be further north of Essex, wouldn't it?
Essex is quite big though.
Right.
So I think
just be careful, Jim Jam. When you say that Essex is big, when talking to Australians and Americans. I don't know if you guys know, but Texas is 5 times the size of England.
Texas is 5 times the size of England. That sounds believable to me. Yeah, just then on my Facebook, a thing popped up saying showing all of the different countries that fit in Australia. Here we go.
Well, Australia's basically the same size as the US, isn't it? More or less.
I think so. Once you do that Mercator thingy.
If you take out the Great Lakes, I think you have to do that. But it's Australia's enormous, like, you know.
Yeah. So the United States is 1.3 times bigger than Australia, so we're quite close.
But that's what I mean. Like, I think your land size is about the same. So if you take out like the Great Lakes, it might be similar. Let me look.
Yeah, I think you might be right, actually. It looks like that's giving them a fair bit of extra. why do we trust the distances given to us?
Well, I mean, that's a different topic, isn't it, of discussion?
How do they tell how big your country is without knowing the coastline, the area?
Yeah, I think you just got to sort of build it from like, don't they use triangles? I forget the name of the thing I found. It just a heliograph between peaks and stuff like that. But what was there? Who was it? There was some story about when they first surveyed properly the USA or somewhere, and they found that it was some states were far smaller than they claimed to be, and they were like wiped off a bunch of
Yeah.
Imagine people talking back then saying, "Oh, these states are smaller than they claim to be." You would have thought they were nutcases. You'd have been like, "What are you, some kind of conspiracy kook?"
Yeah, you probably would have actually. People would have been like, "Come on, they've figured it out. They've measured this stuff properly."
You don't trust the distances they get? Come on, man. We would have been nutcases saying they were smaller.
What did I miss? My phone died. Like I was saying earlier, Discord sucks the battery life out of your phone, man.
You gotta get a battery case, bro. It's like a case for your phone, but it has a battery in it.
Yeah.
They're awesome, dude. They're like $30 on Amazon. Well worth it.
I do like those battery cases. They make the phone pretty huge, but if you don't mind a bulky phone, which I don't really.
It's better to have a bulky phone than to have it not working because the battery died.
It's true.
That's what just happened to me, dude.
I use quad lock to attach to my bike.
You know what? Can I just say it's really irritating when people confuse England and the UK. And I'll let me just post literally what I just googled.
Just because you're Scottish, all right, and you hate the UK.
I'm definitely not Scottish.
I've got to be honest. I still make that mistake. In fact, I will still sometimes slip up and call when I go to say England. I just say London.
Right.
Wait, sorry.
No. Well, London is very.
London.
London is the only part of England that is basically not England. I know because I live here.
Yeah, sorry, Crypto. I got mixed up again because I thought you were the other English guy or the other English-sounding guy that comes on quite a lot.
Oh, okay.
He's from Scotland.
No, I'm definitely from England. So let me just read this to you and maybe see if you guys can spot the deliberate mistake. How many Englands would fit into Texas? 2.8. Few more fun facts. Blah, blah, blah. You could fit all of the UK inside Texas 2.8 times. Hold on a second. How comes England fits inside a Texas 2.8 times and the UK also fits inside Texas 2.8 times?
I mean, can you really be...
Hold on a sec. What?
Can you really be that offended? Because, I mean, I feel like people... that person,
well,
I mean, honestly, I wouldn't have interchanged it. I would have made that. I would have interchanged it like that. But I feel like nowadays, I mean, because isn't England, like, isn't the UK now a country that envelops England and the rest of the 4 other countries or wherever it is? I mean, so
right, but you still have
whenever people think about. They think about UK, like when I think UK.
You have the Republic of Ireland, which is separate from the UK.
Right. It's way more complicated than I think Americans think, but there's a handy map I'm just going to attach to the live stream.
Yeah, you don't know how Americans see the world, though. It's like we see America, and then we see like Mexico and Canada, and then we see everything else is like not America.
So what language are you speaking,
a good point, because what do English people think about the world is they just think England and Spain is just below us, and with France is just below us, and Amsterdam is just 40 minutes away on a plane,
No, I don't think that English people can compare to Americans when it comes to like ignorance of the rest of the world.
Yeah,
we are number one when it comes to ignorance. Okay, you cannot out ignorant us.
Okay,
that is true. I think Australians are quite bad, but I do think Americans take the cake in terms of total.
Most Americans.
But then again,
Number one, baby.
it's not Americans that you blame for that, though. We all know that it comes from what they're given.
Yes.
Information-wise, right? Like, so you in Australia understand that you are given information that tells you about the rest of the world, right? Whereas America don't really get that. That's very rare.
Yeah.
So
okay.
Yeah.
Should we do a bit of British Isles education?
Do it. Let's do it.
Right.
Let's do it.
Okay, so Great Britain is Scotland, England, and Wales only. Great Britain does not include Northern Ireland. It doesn't include Ireland.
Oh, okay.
The UK is the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Okay, so the UK does include Northern Ireland, but it doesn't include the Republic of Ireland. Ireland.
Wait, hold on a sec. Did you just say that England includes Scotland and Wales?
No, that's Great Britain.
Oh, okay.
And then the United Kingdom is a separate entity to Great Britain because it includes Northern Ireland. Ireland is technically Southern Ireland and Northern Ireland, even though Northern Ireland is technically a part of the UK as well. And the British Isles includes all of those and the islands to the north of Scotland and all of the other kind of the Isle of Man and all the rest as well.
Wait, sorry. What includes those? Wait, sorry. What includes all those other islands above Scotland?
The British Isles.
The British Isles.
Well, Great Britain does as well, but I think the Isle of Man isn't in Great Britain.
So the Hebrides and all of that is included.
I guess.
Hebrides. What are the Hebrides? I know nothing about these Hebrides. I've heard them before, but I don't know what they are.
Basically, it's all fucked up and no one knows what's going on.
Basically. Or as the brother of Barnsley would say, basically.
I've asked for Hebrides on Google Maps and it's just been like, yeah,
Fuck
somewhere
you.
around there.
Fuck you! I'm not telling you.
Is this because the shape-shifting reptiles have messed it all up?
But here's the thing, like, how many weird different islands are there around Australia?
Loads.
Exactly.
And some of them are under our like protectorship or something. I know very little about them, but some of them are under our protectorship, and then some of them, like Tonga, are nearby where they're like their own country, but they are so feeble and poorly governed that we govern them like quite strongly. And isn't it Tonga? There was one country that we were in the midst of a intense negotiation about gas rights, and it's very corrupt, as you'd expect it to be. And so Australia's like, hey, you guys don't have a very good government building. Would you like us to build you a bit of it? Specifically a meeting room?
So they were like, us?
Yeah, sure. That sounds good. So then they build them a meeting room and bug it. So that when they're in these negotiations, they can hear the government officials and know what their negotiating strategy was going to be and what they were willing to settle for.
Jesus.
Was it Tonga? Where was it?
Basically taking advantage of nice people.
Exactly.
That was good planning, though.
No, it's evil.
Sorry, it was East Timor. East Timor did that one.
It's evil, okay?
Australia, East Timor bug spying scandal.
But wait, hold on. Like, there's a lot more islands than just in that region of Australia, surely.
What do you mean, a lot more?
Is there islands that Australia and New Zealand fight over still? Like, yeah, we're trying to claim this. No, we're trying to claim this. No,
Tasmania.
Tasmania.
Oi, give us Tasmania back, you bloody bastard.
Yeah, but who originally owned that, though? Is obviously the New Zealanders or the Australians. So
I've found territorial disputes of Australia, and aside from separatists who are just like micronations, there's the Ashmore and Cartier Islands is an uninhabited external territory of Australia consisting of 4 low-lying tropical islands.
Uninhabited, they say.
Beveridge Island, which is just argued between New South Wales and Australia.
Beveridge Island?
Yeah, it looks like it's on the Murray River. I think I would have probably ridden past it.
There couldn't be a more Australian name for a place.
Oh, I see. Beveridge. Yeah, it's spelled Beveridge. So I didn't. Yes, I think you're right now.
Totally with
Chile slaughtered.
Fucking call it Beveridge.
Okay, so now there's the Timor Gap, which just looks like it's a bit of sea.
Oh, right. Fishing.
There's islands as well. Probably fishing rights and oil if they find it. And yeah, Victoria. So there's like a couple of islands in Victoria. Nothing between New Zealand and Australia.
What about north of Australia, though? Isn't there islands that China are like trying to say, these are ours? Fuck you, Australia.
Directly north of us is Indonesia and East Timor and West Timor, and they are that's where the 2 islands that are disputed are. But yeah, China's doing all sorts of stuff in the South China Sea, but that's way further north of us. Still concerning because China has extraordinary influence in Australia. Really big.
Oh, they poured billions of dollars in. They poured billions of dollars into Australia. China did.
Yeah. Well,
Why do they do that though? Why?
I've heard the same with Africa. Though. China is like literally basically
What did you say?
Africa. Yeah,
oh.
Like
That's crazy.
There was also
for Australia.
What you?
A guy got elected. Liberal Party member. This is it. He joined the Liberal Party, and then apparently, like some heavies from China came and were like, "You're going to have to support China's interests in Australia." And he came out and said, "This is no good. You know, China's come and talk to me, and that's they're basically asking me to commit treason." And then he was found dead in a motel room.
Wow.
I don't know the full story though. I've just heard that secondhand. So let me do some reading and come back to you.
Do you have like a solid 100% proof?
I fear for Australia because I think if it comes to another global war, where Russia and China and US and these guys, I think that Australia might be.
Yeah, but the thing is, Australia have way more places to hide than anywhere else in the world. So
we'd just be really hard pressed that if Indonesia came
Sorry, go on.
But imagine like Philippines, Malaysia, and Indonesia came under the boot of China and were forced to use their military in alliance with China, and it was an all-out conflict such that America couldn't project couldn't start sending carriers and stuff over here. We would be fucked.
Right.
Well, not really, because if you had started building all underground stuff in the center of Australia where no one dared to go because it's too hot, right? Then you'd be fine.
Well, Australia is in the middle of the equator, right?
Water, there's nothing there. We'd be dead anyway.
But if you're building underground,
if Australia is in the middle of the equator, then how would the sun? Like, we know the Earth is. You say the Earth is tilted. So,
they wouldn't dare attack the center of Australia. They would.
Right.
No, but the point is not for them to, of course, the people will be in danger, but the country in general, I think, will be used because they'll first take out any positioning that we can get, like the positions that we try to gain in World War II against the Japanese. They'll make sure we don't get those positions, including them attacking Pearl Harbor. But they would probably benefit from using Australia as a staging ground.
Right, nearer the coast.
Base.
Well, it is prophesized
an
in
island, like they did in the World War One and Two, like with the English islands, like the Channel Islands. They rather commandeer islands that are like a halfway point between Germany and England, or whatever, the mainland Europe and England. Right? It'd be the same for Australia. They'd rather commandeer the islands surrounding it.
Well, it is also explained in the Bible. It says there will be rumors
they'd have
of
a shit ton of resources, I think, is the difference. If they took Australia, they would have one of the world's largest uranium, coal, steel, like iron, which they can turn into steel. Like
lots of opal.
Really, opals. Yeah.
Yes, it's all rumors of wars. It's rumors of wars, a war happening.
I'm listening to you, Eggshells.
What riding on eggshells? What do you think?
I
who
hear
do you think is going to attack Australia?
Yeah, I got +1 turned down. He's a confirmed troll.
Oh my god! I'm trying to ask a question, and now, whenever I engage in conversation, people are always talking.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like.
Just don't interrupt.
You got to give air for everyone. Like whatever he's saying, he doesn't seem like too much of a troll at the moment. What are you trying to ask?
I was just asking who do you guys are saying that is going to take Australia's resources and all that stuff.
Well, no, we're talking about China and the influence China has. Right.
Yeah, the CCP, right? The Communist Chinese Party.
This is so interesting. I went to Google this story, and it is fairly, as I said, he's a car salesman with not much political interest apparently, and then some wealthy businessman says, "Oh, I want to fund your business. I want to give you $1 million, but could you also please run for the Liberal Party?" And he then told the spy agency ASIO about the offer, and then died months later in a hotel room. But one of the interesting things is the person they sought for comment was a guy I used to go to school with, who's now a Liberal Party member.
Yeah, but wait, so was this guy?
So they're trying to pull the strings of your mate. Is that whether they're trying to lead?
No. My mate was the Liberal Party member he's been really vocal in Parliament about Chinese influence and saying there's a number of compromised people within both parties of government, and that they own the port of Darwin. They own one of our major ports. And so he's been outspoken against the Chinese influence, and so they sought him for comment about this other guy being compromised and then presumably whacked by the Chinese spies.
So is that a point of conflict then between Australia and the Chinese, that port?
Not really. They've just bought it. It's theirs now. But it's a point of conflict for many Australians like me, because I get really concerned by it, because I'm like, if they own our infrastructure, I don't know what that means. Can they destroy it? Like, is it theirs now that they could just go, fuck you, you didn't follow what we wanted you to do, so you now no longer have a major seaport? I don't know what it means to own our infrastructure, but they own our power, own a lot of our water.
Infrastructure, or what comes in, what comes out in that specific port.
Yeah, are they checking the parcels coming in? Are they smuggling in people? Like what?
Right.
It's just terrifying that a foreign government owns.
Yeah, like Australia has no say of what happens here.
Yeah.
No, but they did this in America 25 years ago.
What, Pearl Harbor?
On a western.
Are you talking about?
They started buying up the western seaboard, like the docks and a lot of ports.
Oh.
They own a lot of territory in the U.S.
And I think it's just they've got such extraordinary amounts of money that it's really easy to influence politicians, just buy them.
Well, it is. You got to realize that everything that you see is happening, like rumors of wars. It is all planned. It's all.
This is the bit where you pretend to engage with the conversation meaningfully, so we stop calling you a troll, so that you can start trolling again.
Oh, Raiden, give him a break.
He's a straight up liar.
At least you haven't got him on mute. I was
I
just about
keep
to
getting
ask, have you
attacked
got
by
him on mute?
everybody.
Can you hear what he's actually saying?
I just keep getting attacked by everybody every time I say something.
It's because you lie. You, that's not a real accent. You're putting it on. You're not from Bangladesh. It's a lie.
Whatever, man.
You're just judging me. You're being racist.
He will fall to the fire when it happens.
This is the thing.
He will fall to the fire.
He already has done though. He's definitely a troll. I don't know why anyone's putting up with him. Like he calls Riding a racist for calling out his fake accent when it's obviously fake. This is trolling.
No,
it's
because he tried to say that I am a fake Bangladeshi because he knows Hindi, and then he says all Bangladeshi know Hindi, even though we don't.
Obviously you've been called out.
Bengali then.
Right?
No, check this out.
You're going to have to obviously be honest.
He did.
I thought any longer.
But it's a news, see?
I thought he was a troll.
You're going to have to show us. You're going to have to show us a level of honesty that we can't deny. Hold on. You're going to have to show us a level of honesty that no one can deny. Otherwise, you're gone.
That already happened. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
What's your honesty that we can't deny?
I thought he was a troll too.
Yeah, and then what happened?
I know some Bangla, and so I asked him simply. He said he was Bangladesh, and I asked him, "How do you say thank you in Bangladesh?" And he told me in an instant. You know, and that's what I thought he was trolling. He was trolling before other stuff.
I'm trying to give him an opportunity.
I'm
trying to give him that opportunity. There's too many people here that will know whether you're lying or not. This is the problem you've got, mate. Right? If you're not here,
no, but he said it perfectly. He said it quickly, like without hesitation.
Sure, it's a pretty easy word, though, right? It's basically the same as the Hindi word.
What is
it's very close.
Word? What is the Hindi word of thank you, Riding?
Why don't you tell me the Bangladeshi word?
We don't want to get stuck in these silly conversations of trying to clarify whether you're honest or whether you're a troll or not. So you've got to do something now that changes the whole room's opinion of you.
I'm not going to. I don't care what these people think of me. They can.
I don't know. All they want. I'm neutral, but you've got to prove it to me because I won't have someone here pretending to be something that they're not. I don't really like that. No, I don't really want someone here pretending to be something that they're not.
Jim Jam, I know what I am.
I don't want to give you the time of day.
If you want to test it, Jim Jam, there's a clip I just found. Top 5 Bangladeshi YouTubers. You answer me. Do they sound like they're doing a bad Arabic accent, or do they basically sound Indian? Considering they were.
I don't want to get stuck into that. I don't want to get stuck into that.
Now you're comparing me to other people.
I want to give him the opportunity to be honest.
Jim Jam.
I know my accent is a little bit weird because I sound Arabic, but that's just because I moved to America.
Bro, stop talking. I want to talk to Jim Jam for a second, yeah? Jim Jam. I lived in Saudi Arabia for 2 years. He sounds like every Saudi Arabian I ever spoke to.
That is racist.
I lived in India for 5 years. I had many Bangladeshi friends when I lived in Mumbai. He sounds like no Bangladeshi I've ever met.
So, between me and Riding, we know.
All the resources are between me, bro. Okay, that's what they're saying. All the resources.
Jesus Christ! Do you ever not talk?
Okay. But you guys are accusing me. I have to defend myself.
Okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Can I get something out, please?
Just globe.
Oh, Jim Jam, I'm trying to say something to you now.
Go on.
Right. Okay. All I'm saying is that between me and Eggshells, we're very confident that he's not from where he says he's from because of our experiences.
Right. And I'm giving him the opportunity now to divulge whether he's been lying, right, and be honest with us right now, or his time is up here.
Yeah, but I already told you. I did believe him. I was the most skeptical of him earlier completely, and it was only whenever he said he was Bangla, and I only know a few Bangla phrases. I only know a few of them.
Fair
enough. Thank you. And I asked him simply, and he told me in an instant. Perfect Bangla.
But who cares, right? Here's the opportunity he has now to be honest. And if he's not honest in this moment, then he's gone. Right?
So why don't
Okay,
you say to
that's
us,
all
my
you've been
family
saying this
comes
whole
from
time. So what do you want
Bangladesh?
me to do?
Flat Earth Court now.
Say to
Fucking
me,
look
say to me,
out.
+1, say to me, my family come from Bangladesh.
What?
Say to me.
The thing is, he could be half Bangladeshi and half Saudi. Like.
It's possible, but he would, if he claims he speaks Bangladeshi, say to us, my family come from Bangladesh.
But why do I have to tell you this? You're making me say something that I don't
Well,
want
the
to
thing
say.
is, we don't want liars
Was
here.
one word that
We
you
don't
did know,
want
but now
people
that it's a
here
sentence,
lying.
you're a little bit struggling.
No, I don't need to prove anything to you. I'm not scared of you.
Cool.
We don't want you to fear us. We just don't want liars here.
Everybody knows Danyabada.
We don't want you to fear us. We just don't want
Basically,
people here lying. That's it. Like we ain't gonna give you the time of day if you're here lying.
I know.
What?
You guys should trust. You guys should trust what I'm saying then, because like I said, I didn't believe him either. But when he told me, when he said, there's no way that he could have looked it up in as quickly as he told me, and he said it with perfect accent. And I do know there's a subtle difference between, let's say, like thank you in Nepalese and in Indian. There's slight differences, and the words are different. But he said it. He said it exactly in the Bangla phrasing and everything.
Yes,
I just think it's possible that after I challenged him on it the other day, he searched for a couple of common phrases so that he could say it.
It's possible. It's possible, but I at that point I was forced to accept that he might be telling the truth about the Bangla thing.
You're sounding conspiratorial, eggshells. It's not in your nature, is it? Or you've gone back to 9/11, have you?
Conspiracy.
It's appropriate.
One person is a troll. He's not conspiring with anybody else.
Yeah, it's really appropriate.
He
He
could be
was trolling
bipolar,
before.
inspiring with
Yes,
himself.
keep calling me a troll, man.
Do you mean trying to deceive?
Yeah, deceptive. I think he's being deceptive. How do you say my family come from Bangladesh?
My family is not from Bangladesh.
Okay, how would you say it if they were?
This is the thing. People have heard you say this before, so you're either lying about that or you're lying now.
Lying about what?
Anything that's a sentence that's not one you would be able to already know. It's a single
What was
word.
the topic we were on?
Isn't this the
Yeah.
point? That he's said that he's actually from Bangladeshi ethnicity, right?
Yeah, I am.
He said he lived there until he was 10.
Right.
I'm Australian and I can't speak Aboriginal, guys.
Plus one. Why don't you give us a break a little bit? And I know people are calling you a liar and stuff, but you have to admit that you were kind of giving the impression that you were a liar for a long time.
I admit my accent might sound weird because I am 20 years old. I came to the States and I'm trying to learn American English, right? And I forget some phrases. And believe me, I know some words again from Bangla, but I do not know like certain phrases like formal sentences. No.
So then, what language do you speak natively?
Well, right now I speak English better than my native language.
Oh, well,
so you just said you're trying to learn English. You just said you're trying to learn English.
I said I want to learn the correct pronunciation.
All right, what's your native language then?
I told you Bangla, but I am forgetting.
You're forgetting.
But you can't speak it?
No, it's because I speak English more often when I moved to the States, and then I'm starting to forget. So I know like common phrases, but I don't know like if you said.
So you used to speak Bangla.
If you told me to say like a full paragraph, I don't know.
So where do you live at the moment? Because you kind of come across Mexican to me.
Mexican. I told you I live in Detroit.
Detroit.
How about this, man? Can you teach me?
This is why I sound a little bit Arabic because there is a big Arab community in Detroit. That's why I kind of sound Arabic.
No, that makes no sense at all.
You can search there's an Arab community in Detroit.
There's a large Muslim community.
No one's questioning that.
And
no one's questioning that.
Think like it.
Bro, I'm from London. How many communities do you think there are in London?
What Arab community?
You sound Pakistani right now.
Like, okay, so there's an enormous Pakistani community, there's an enormous Indian community, there's an enormous Arab community, there's an enormous African community of all different parts of Africa.
Polish.
However,
Romanian.
somehow, but you should care because it's the direct rebuttal to your stupid point.
Okay, now you're calling me stupid.
Yeah, listen to this. Listen to this.
No, he's not calling you stupid. He's calling your point stupid. All right.
Just sound like him.
Writing, they're speaking Bangla. They're not speaking English.
Oh, I mean, no.
And it doesn't matter. You're not going to
He
compare
was
me.
actually speaking
You're not
Lincoln
going to
Park,
compare. You're not going to compare me to all the Bangladeshi YouTubers. Okay. You're
Kiss
not going to compare me.
Okay, so what was this guy saying?
Nobody knows.
It sounds like he's got a translator.
He already said he don't speak that shit, dude.
Right, man.
So he doesn't speak English very well, but he also doesn't speak Bangla very well, despite having left there 10 years ago. Did you leave with your family? Do they still speak Bangla at home?
Or have you made a mixed language of Bangla English so that you're so confused about Bangla and English that you've created your own language, which is Banglinglish?
What sentence can you say?
What the fuck?
What sentence can you say?
I don't know. What do you want me to say?
There you go.
I don't know. I want some.
I think it's pretty fair.
Hey, hold on. Are you a flat earther?
No, I'm a global.
All right, get it.
Just say any phrase. Just teach me any phrase that you do now.
Bruh,
Any phrase that you do.
where the fuck do you come from?
Listen first.
What
I am a
language
global.
do you speak? Like, stop being.
I am a global. I'm a global.
I don't care. I don't care. What language do you speak?
I speak English.
What, you've forgotten your mother tongue?
What am I speaking to you right now?
You've forgotten your mother tongue. You don't speak to your mum anymore.
Broken English.
They don't
alive.
reinforce your mother tongue.
Let's try this a different way.
My mom isn't alive. She died in Bangladesh. That's why I moved with my father to the States.
And your father doesn't teach you your mother tongue.
Of course not. He lives in the States. He doesn't have to speak to me in tongue. He has to speak English. He has a job. He has to speak English.
Are you saying an adult emigrated to America and forgot their native tongue?
My father owns a.
Within 10 years, a Bangladeshi forgot how to speak Bangla.
I mean, it happens to people all the time. I don't know how to explain to you.
Do you know
the thing about your
when people stop talking in their language, they start to forget.
But they don't. That's the point. They don't stop talking their language. They turn up and they find another a large Bangladeshi and Indian community and become friends with them and go to weddings together. I know this.
I told you, I don't like my people. I don't like my people. So don't.
There are exceptions to that rule. Eggshells on
shore. There might be some rare exceptions to that rule, but what's more probable, that an adult and a son move to America and immediately forgot their native language?
Yeah, that's irrelevant.
On the internet.
All right, move on.
Roddy, why don't you apply this? Why don't you apply the same skepticism to the people telling you the Earth's a globe?
Yeah,
you're like pushing out this guy as being a liar. You're totally like nailing this guy being a liar, yet you're like defending NASA.
Because he's a follower. He's a brainwash.
If I asked somebody like Chronic, hey, could you tell me something, and tested him based on something I knew or something that I had tested myself, a language I already spoke, and he failed to answer that question, failed the first time, and then when I challenged him again, he just refused to answer the question, I'd think he was full of shit, yes.
Wait, you don't speak Bangla, you speak Hindi.
It seems like we're coming down to the topic of how much faith.
I spoke to him in Hindi, he wasn't able to understand it. Then I asked him to speak Bangla, and he wasn't able to.
Hindi. Why are you speaking to me in Hindi? I don't speak Hindi. Don't
okay,
no one's asking you to speak at the moment.
Plus one. I believe.
Again, and he can't say a sentence. He can say thank
plus
you.
Plus one. Hold on. Plus
who
one.
Cares?
Plus one. I believe you.
I don't know why they're
okay. Plus one. Hold on. I believe you. Plus one. Okay. So please tell me, someone who believes you, just teach me something that you remember from Bangla. Some phrase. I knew how to say thank you. That was the only phrase I remembered. So what's just something else you can teach me in Bangla? Any phrase. Well, any word at all.
My father used to tell me, "Kasta na karali, kasta melena," which means no pain, no gain. That's the only thing he told me, because my father was very hardworking when he came to the States. So that's what he told me.
Say that one more time.
This is the
I'm
thing,
trying
though.
to
It's
remember that.
not a
I tell you,
clarification. This guy was
Castamelena.
Castanegali,
the
Castanegala.
wrong,
No, Castamelena.
the wrong question to
Okay,
ask.
just say it one more time. One last time.
Castana. You want me to say it slow?
Yeah, slowly. Yeah.
Castanar Karale Castamelena.
Okay, I'm gonna have to ask you that
Well,
later on, so I'll write it down. But I
Can we
think that's
move on?
fair.
That's fine.
Okay,
We've got it on.
let's just move on. Okay, please. I'm tired of people accusing me of so many things and people being judgmental and hating.
Well,
because
if you
they have
don't
nothing
want,
to do
if
with
you
their
don't
lives.
want, the only reason why people are being judgmental and accusing you of things is because obviously you're not being honest. If you
No,
were
it's
so
because
honest
they're
about
racist.
what you were, there would be
It's
no,
just you
there would be
privileged
no
white people.
questioning of what you are, right?
To be
Why
honest,
does it matter? Why does it matter?
I'm getting a little bit annoyed at this accusation of racism. I think this has got nothing to do with racism. I think people think that you're lying. That's got nothing to do with your race.
Well, Cryptox, you're from the
I don't know.
24/7 Earth server, and I know you. You're a lead mod, and you're a loser.
Okay.
Yes.
So
you're starting to
is that
sound
cool?
like
You can just call me a loser.
There is the people in the server that accuse you of being a fake.
Can you not understand how you're starting to sound like a
to me
troll?
about being dishonest.
But you're
All
starting
right.
to sound like a
So
troll.
there's people who have opinions about me. Therefore, what?
I don't care exactly.
Explain
So why
this
do you have
later.
opinion
Exactly.
about
So
me?
what you just said means
You
nothing.
have opinion.
Calling
You
people
have
racist is
opinion
stupid.
about me. You have
Yeah,
opinion
my
about me.
opinion is
So
that
what?
you should actually
So
be
what?
gone from here, but it's not my job to do that.
You guys are the one who bring this whole thing up. You guys say, speak Bangla, speak Bangla. I don't fucking care, man. Can you speak about something else?
I think you're full of shit.
But to me, as an outsider that has no idea and no like judgment on who you are, because I don't know. Like, I'm hearing people that are saying that you're lying, right? So
Because
for
they hate
me,
me.
as an outsider that hasn't met you or spoken to you before and doesn't have these judgments of you, people are telling me that you're a liar, right? So why is that?
Because they hate me. And they're racist.
Oh right, okay. Is it that? Get rid of this guy.
No, you don't speak for anybody.
Oh right, yeah. Just because they're saying that you're a liar, they're racist, right?
Look at you.
Get
Look how
rid of
easy
this
you are
fucking guy.
to be deceived. Imagine if somebody told you the earth was a ball. You would probably believe them.
Bruh. Just because people are calling you a liar, you're going up saying they're racist. What's wrong with
he
you?
knows it's because they think he's somebody else, and he won't say that.
Like, what are you trying to hide behind? What are you trying to hide behind?
You know
Your
they're
lie.
saying you're somebody else.
Are you hiding behind your lie?
I think it might be Dragon, personally.
And he knows they've been saying that shit. So when he says, "Why would they say?"
They say Dragon.
Because
I
they
don't
think I'm
even know
someone
who
else.
is Dragon.
Fucking hell, guys.
It's so obvious, bro.
Yeah, so obvious,
We
bro.
could at minimum probably move on to some topic, right?
Yeah,
It doesn't seem like you want to
switch
add
up?
anything to the conversation either. You're just here to like echo everyone else's comments. So why are you
because
even
you're
here?
not listening.
You sound like a troll.
You did not
I'm
listen
sorry.
to what I said.
I feel
You
like
did not
making a
listen.
fake account just to troll you guys now.
Would you guys mind if I
Put on a
got
weird
back
accent.
to my phone died earlier, and I was going to give you a brief overall description in less than 2 sentences. And then my phone died. Remember that?
Yeah, go for
Mind if I go back to that?
And then this
All
guy
right,
goes
anything
up
that's
to
on
you
any
guys.
other topic other than this 1+ character, please,
All right.
Kosha.
All right. Anyways, I was describing before, very briefly, about how exactly how this base station GPS thing works. And at first, I was describing that just to make it clear, when you have one receiver, GPS receiver, it works by getting at least 4 signals from 4 transmitting. We'll call them satellites. Call them whatever you want. So 4 transmitters are sending a signal, and this one receiver, one GPS receiver, is getting at least 4 of those signals, and then it will trilaterate its position based on the distances from those 4 transmitters. Okay, that's just how one receiver works when it's getting its data. And the way the base station works to give it sub-centimeter accuracy is what you'll have is a base station that is a fixed location that is known in reference to the geoid WS 86, whatever it's called. It's a known fixed location. There's a GPS receiver constantly there, and then there's somebody like you or me who has another receiver that we're using to make a measurement, the one that we want to make the accurate measurement with. And what happens is the GPS receiver at the base station is going to it knows its exact fixed location, and it's going to get a reading from the four satellites at the exact same time you are. It's getting readings at the same time you are because it wants to make sure you guys are using the same satellites to get your separate fixed locations. And so it gets a reading for where it is. Obviously, it's not going to be accurate because the GPS is not accurate. It's a couple meters off. However, it already knows its fixed location. So it's getting its GPS data, its position, and it already has its fixed position. And so there's a discrepancy between the received position and its actual known position, and it records that correction. So let's say it's 10 meters to the west. That base station, that was the correction it had to make. What it does is it translates that to you, the other person, the one who's taking a real reading out, somewhere wherever. You're going to take a position reading with the GPS using the same satellites it was using because you're doing it at the exact same time. Roughly 20 miles or less away, and it's just gonna make corrections to your location that you get from your reading. It's going to use the same corrections that it had to apply to itself to correct for its known position and the position it was getting to the position that you're getting, so that it's going to add 10 meters to the west, and you're going to end up with a position reading that's within a centimeter accuracy. Instead of it being meters off or 30 meters off, you're going to be within centimeters, or no, less than a centimeter of your actual fixed position. And this is how surveyors get that fixed position. I hope that was clear, because I think even afterwards, when you guys were explaining it back, something got lost there. I just hope it was understood now. Although it might not be.
Wait, are you trying to rebut the fact that they measured the distances of the UK with first order measurements, not using GPS? Is that are you trying to rebut something, or?
I was explaining to you. Remember, I was explaining to you 30 minutes ago. We were explaining
about the delay and.
Not this. It's not a delay, really. It's a correction.
Pinpointing of location.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. I was just making sure that we're clear on how this happens. I think in the future I'll just.
Right, but you know that the UK has derived its measurements in a different method, right?
Well, I mean, everywhere in the world had all those base stations. They weren't derived with GPS. They're actually fixed.
You're just saying that can corroborate it. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, that's used to make the corrections that. So, like, for instance, when they did LIGO, they had to make sure that they were within millimeters of accurate position. In order to do that, they have to use this same technique. They use this technique to build tunnels and to do surveying of all sorts. It's just a way to get pinpoint centimeter accuracy.
And if you were to title that technique, what was that?
It's what is it called? There's a couple names for it. Fuck now. There's a name for it. I'll tell you in a second. When it hits right now. Well, you could. I mean, there's some people who call it differential, differential GPS. Receiving. There's people who call it that, but there's another name too. Well, the people who do it in real time, it's called RTK. So they do RTK GPS, which stands for real time kinematic. So drones actually, they have this mechanism. Usually these people have to be in talks with their geologist people, or not geologist, sorry, surveyor people.
So what about like pilots and that? Are they subject to this method?
No, they can just use regular GPS. Yeah, there's no. They don't have. You don't have to have for a pilot. They don't have to have pinpoint accuracy. It's like for drones, like delivery drones, they do like to have pinpoint accuracy. So, and there's also there. I saw this, like there's this huge like farm field thing, and they have these like robot lawnmowers that like mow the lawn, and then they go and park back in their stations, and then plug themselves in by themselves, and they actually use GPS RTK to map out the ground that they're mowing, and then also to get back to their ports and plug themselves in and all that kind of stuff. And farmers use this technique as well. Like the farmers that have like automated farming machines. But yeah. Anyways, me and Eggshells, because he has a phone, he has a device that's able to make these measurements. We're trying to see if we can't verify this technique, and if we can do that, get the sub-centimeter accuracy, we we can share how anybody can do this, how you guys can do this, and then you can start making straight lines wherever you want, and measuring, drop from horizontal, water curving away from a straight line, whatever you want. Buildings tilting away from each other.
Hang on, I heard you say sub-centimeter accuracy. How do you expect that's going to create a straight line over distance? Shouldn't it need to be sub-micrometer accuracy?
Micrometer? No. I mean, if you imagine there's 2 points 10 miles apart, and each of them is within a centimeter of being accurate, then your range of so the line between those 2 points is going to be accurate within sort of like a cylinder that has like a 1 centimeter radius circle.
How would you verify that? How would you verify that?
With the sides of you can verify it with the sides of a building, as I said before. You measure 4 corners of a building, and ensure that the shape that creates is a perfect rectangular prism, and not some oblong, weird, misshapen building. And you can be sure if it does make a rectangular prism. Say what?
Well, if it's sub-centimeter, it's not ever going to make that, is it? It's going to be out. You're not ever going to make a perfect one. You're going to have to calculate the error margin.
Well, I just told you what the error was. It was it's a cylinder that's about a centimeter thick, or a radius a centimeter, or a radius of a centimeter. I mean, no, over any distance, over whatever distance you do it. So you can go over 50 miles. You go over 50 miles, and that'll be your range of error. If you're within a centimeter of position of each of those points, then that line is going to be within that column that, you know, like I said, is a small cylinder. Which is I mean, it's fairly useful. Over 10 miles, that's enough to verify.
Uh-oh. Flat Earth is Flat Earth is in trouble. You need to get some Flat Earthers to come out and witness this. You know, this could be
mate. My bad.
Do what? What'd you say? I don't think they'd buy it. Let's say they came out and witnessed it. They would come up with some other explanation.
Well, I mean, originally, when I wanted to do the RTK thing, that's why I decided to do the thing with the cell phones instead. That way I can verify that it works myself, and then just instead of doing like tests, which I might do tests myself, but instead of presenting the tests to people, just I'll present them the instructions on how they can create these accurate positions themselves, and they can, you know, do whatever test themselves they want to do, or at least they'll have the opportunity to.
Yes, cell phones have a crazy number of sensors. I'm kind of disappointed there isn't a temperature sensor. At least on my phone, I've yet to see one with just like a straight up temperature sensor. But I mean, you can measure the difference in pressure from the floor to the ceiling. That's how sensitive the barometric pressure readings are from a phone.
You can measure it from your ankle to your shin.
Yeah,
at least mine. Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty accurate.
You know, I was thinking about basically setting a cell phone like a turntable and getting a motor and spinning. Do what? Somebody tried to say something, but
no, I think it's not out, Mike.
It didn't work out.
Are you saying like a lazy Susan or turntable?
Yeah, like so set it up to where it's got a constant rotation rate, and then you can derive basically the centripetal formula from it. That'd be pretty easy. That'd be pretty easy to do, just to show you know how much merit Newtonian physics has behind it, which is such a simple setup. You can do it with a fish scale. The XYZ axis is makes it a little bit more difficult with the phones. So if you had like a fish scale or something like that, that would work a little bit better. But that's something super easy. That's probably one of the easiest things. Well, you'd have to get a motor that's spun at a constant RPM, or you could do it. I think you could do it pretty reasonably, probably without a electric motor. With a high speed camera, you know, a super high speed, just like a phone running like 240 or 120, and get some pretty good results. Hell, Blue Marble, that shit Blue Marble built is in some college, isn't it? Do you know about that?
No, yeah. Do you talk about the Cavendish?
Yeah, it's in some college lab now. Yeah, it's in some college lab now.
Oh,
yeah, because he put it together so well.
Yeah, I saw this video.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty fucking impressive. Pretty he's a electrical engineer. He's a retired electrical engineer, so he knows what the hell he's doing. Man, I watched Nathan's show for the first time, and like, God, it's probably been like a year and a half. And man, it was so funny because like they wouldn't let any Glovers talk, and they were just basically doing the same old shtick where they had like a list of things that they'd read off. Any evidence for this? Any evidence for that? Well, if you let Glover's on, they give you evidence for that, but you're not letting Glover's on. Shrinks even tried to let him let me on, but I didn't even really want to get on. But I would have got on and talked a little bit of shit. But I don't know. I guess maybe that's what shows digress to. They just bitch basically all the time. I know they do let some Glovers on, is my understanding, but not very many. I don't know if somebody can correct me. Gosho, did you see that shit where that guy faked plane crash for views? Or not faked it. He did fake it in the sense that it wasn't a real emergency, but he actually jumped out of his airplane and flew it into the ground in like a national reserve, land reserve. And he's getting investigated. Like he could have easily killed somebody. He did not do it like in a safe manner whatsoever. Pretty nutty shit. And you can actually see the dude with his door's cracked before he even before his engine stalls. His engine stalls. That's his reason for jumping out. He's got a parachute on because he says he always rides with the parachute. And you can see his door open before his engine stalls, and then you can see the outline of a fire extinguisher like wrapped around his thigh. Or not, I'm sorry, not his thigh, but basically his calf. You can see the outline of it. He concealed it on purpose, and then he hikes to the wreckage instead of hiking out to safety. And I'm just curious how much trouble this dude can get in. The Scooby, he was kind of like a OG fitness YouTuber. He said the dude can get life in prison, but I don't think that's true. I think it's a civil matter. But him potentially, he created a liability where he could kill somebody. So there might be some criminal charges that could be brought forth, but I don't think it'd be by the FAA or whatever body that is that investigates shit like that. I think he called it the NTSB.
Yeah, he'll definitely get his license taken off him. But I think you could also do stuff like reckless endangerment, where you're like, sure, you didn't kill somebody, but you could have. You didn't know that there wasn't somebody picking mushrooms.
But I mean, that's just hilarious. That's just that like this society that we live in today over the past like 2 or 3 years, like social media stunts like that have just gotten ridiculous.
I don't know. Don't you reckon there's a chance that people have been like this for a while? Like that we just see it more on social media, but clout chasing is a thing since time immemorial.
Oh, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. My bad if I was talking over you. I just now started hearing you.
That's right. I was just saying, don't you think clout chasing has probably been a thing since time immemorial? We're just seeing more of it with social media.
Cloud chasing surely has been a thing forever, but it's basically caused it to accelerate rapidly, and people did more extreme things, I believe. Because
maybe I'd be curious to know that. Like, do people do it more, or because there's like things of people doing jumps in cars and trains smashing into stuff and like old black and white footage.
Oh yeah. But there's just there are more people can do shit like that.
Yeah.
Everybody's got a phone in their pocket with the camera. I bought an iPhone 13 Pro, and the camera on this thing is fucking ridiculous. Like, you can literally film a TV show with it, and you wouldn't know the difference. The camera on this thing is fucking incredible. Like, I've been waiting for iPhone cameras to get a little bit better because they still weren't where I thought they should be. But the 13 Pro, I really want to see like how they're going to improve upon this because it's just so good. I guess the only thing I can think they could do is refine the zoom. There's actually this thing they can do. So resolution you can get from a telescope like that for zoom is based on the length of the actual lens. So like a P1000, right? It's got a long lens, so you can resolve really long distances. So you can do like a periscope type setup with the phone, where essentially you're creating a longer lens, right? Because you're basically doing a periscope with a 45-degree angle uh, mirror, and you can resolve like crazy distances. I hope that's where they go with it. I think that's where they're going to go with it. That would be badass. I would fucking love to see that. Or like the M2 Max or M1. I don't know if any of y'all know about Apple chips, but Apple started. They kicked out Intel, and they brought in didn't bring in. They basically they brought over their iPhone chips and their iPad chips, and it's just nutty performance. You can get a MacBook Pro right now that would have cost you about like 15 to 20 grand. I think it was 20 grand 2 years ago. It can do what a MacBook, like one of the big MacBook Pros can do.
Do you mean a Mac Pro?
Mac, yeah, like a Mac Pro, like one of the big towers, like their highest end device. Yeah. So these new in-house chips that they just came out with a few months ago, like a kind of maxed out. It doesn't even have to be maxed out, but it'll basically do the same thing that $20,000 MacBook or Mac Pro used to do, which is just insane. Shit's getting nutty, man. My brother sent me a video the other day of like a biomechanical fish, dude, and it's so crazy. It was a biomechanical fish. I didn't read if it had like a central nervous system. I don't believe it did, but it was swimming for like 100 days, which is fucking nuts, dude. Hold on, let me see if I can find this. Let's see here. We just need like some lab grown steak, like some really good lab grown steak.
Oh, let me get the hose.
Do what?
No,
I'm just kidding. The original thing would probably be better, I'm sure. Here it is. Okay, I'll post this. Scientists created a cyborg fish powered by beating human heart cells. So they used cardiac cells and basically a fish-shaped body that's either metallic or plastic. Is what it looks like. Bigfoots can teleport. Can they?
Wait, what's the topic at the moment?
What's up?
No, I was just wondering what the subject is at the moment. What we're on about.
I was just talking shit about some really random shit. A biomechanical fish. Scientists created a cyborg fish powered by beating human heart cells. That ran for 100 days under its own power. It's basically
So it was programmed in what way?
Programmed? That's what I'm saying. I haven't really dug into this much. He just sent this to me. I mean, I can look at it, but regardless, that's fucking crazy. Let's see what it says. Hold on.
It's just imitation of nature, isn't it? Just men trying to imitate nature.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of as you look at society and society progresses and technology progresses, science progresses. we kind of hit stalemates in these certain fields, like mechanical engineering or electrical engineering, are kind of at stalemates. There's not a lot of new information that's being found there. But in terms of stuff like this is kind of like the new frontier of science. This is one of the new frontiers of science, essentially.
Would you say stuff's being held back, though?
Stuff's being held back? What do you mean?
Like you say that we only know this amount. Like there's roadblocks in this area and this area. Is that because stuff's being held back?
No, it's just because over time, so mechanical engineering is built on Newtonian mechanics. Newtonian mechanics came around, like 1674 or something. So at a certain point, you're able, with that theory, you're able to gain all the knowledge. You're able to squeeze all the juice out of it. Essentially, you're able to get all the knowledge that you can out of that theory. And so, same with electrical engineering. There's not any new developments going on that I know of. So it just kind of stalls out after you learn so much.
So you can only imitate until someone else brings out a new idea to imitate.
To imitate? Well, I'm not sure what you mean by imitate. I'm talking about this, like, fields of engineering, right? Like, material science is being developed. That's a field that's got new stuff, which kind of incorporates mechanical and electrical stuff. This field right here, like, I wanted to go into nano engineering. That shit's good shit, man. Let's see here. When did Newton first publish Principia? I'm gonna say 1671. Let's see here. 1687. So that's kind of like so as a glober, that to me is the starting point for basically civilized man, I guess, as you put it. Well, civilized man, I don't know if that's a good way to put it. That's the start of the scientific revolution, I guess. Let's see here.
What do you mean, like the start of unlocking the secrets of nature?
Yeah, through mathematics and theories, independent variables. Like, if you study mechanical engineering, you study Newtonian mechanics. If you study electrical engineering, you study Newtonian mechanics, a lot of chemistry. A lot of stuff is explained with Newtonian mechanics. You don't really get into, like, Einsteinian explanations or quantum mechanics explanations unless you're dealing with, I guess, some chemistry. But you're talking about some exotic shit then, like, I don't know, like quantum computing or something.
Things that Newtonian physics can't explain.
Yeah. There's no such thing as perfection. Like, a theory doesn't give you everything. A theory gives you, the best that we can come up with. I think it's close enough to say that that is, it's essentially true. By any
Sorry.
what?
No, I'll let you finish. Sorry.
I was going to say, by any reasonable definition of the word, some people like to play semantics where they say, like, well, you can't truly know anything, but I'm talking colloquially, like, and you know what I mean. So, in terms of being true, I think you could say Newtonian mechanics is essentially true.
It's just all an attempt to model reality.
Do what?
All in an attempt of man attempting to model reality.
Yeah, and this shit works. I mean, look at take a look around. Unless you're out in the woods, everything you see has been engineered. Like, if you name me one thing, I can tell you, kind of, some shape, form, or fashion how that was engineered. A lot of it, what I'm looking at right now, is bottles, chemical engineering. Your phone, of course. Foundation, your house, the foundation of your house, the load distribution, plumbing. That's a division of mechanical engineering. Of course, electricity, electrical engineering. There's just so much shit. It's pretty nutty. I don't know. It just blows my mind how interconnected we're becoming with the internet and shit. Because I work for an ISP, and it's just kind of wild how interconnected the human species is becoming with.
Yeah, could you imagine though a time a thousand years ago where people had the same technology, or a similar technology?
You mean like in ancient Rome, if they had like the internet?
Like an ability to speak to people from thousands of miles away in real time.
Lord, I'd hope it'd be a lot more civil than it is right now. I'd like to think it'd be not a bunch of bullshit, non-civil social media shit that we're dealing with. Did you know that Apu got? Do you know who Apu is from The Simpsons?
Who? Abu.
Apu, APU, is an Indian character. He used to.
All right.
He's on the Quickie Mart.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you know he got canceled?
No.
Yeah. Some dude wrote an article, and then it prompted the guy who did the voices, who did 20 other voices, to leave the show and stop doing Apu's voice. I think The Simpsons should have just replaced him. But that's fucking nutty, man. How you gonna remove basically?
Wait, hold on. What was the excuse given for cancelling the guy?
That he's like a stereotype.
Oh, right, okay. People might get offended by it. The character.
Yeah, exactly. They're offended in some way. Some guy wrote a whole fucking piece about it.
So it took somebody over 30 years to figure that out?
It's just so fucking stupid.
It's strange, isn't it? Like, it was able to be, played for 30 years, but 30 years is enough. Now we're not allowed, you know.
That show's been on since the 80s, ain't it? Like late 80s?
Yeah, I think so.
And now all of a sudden it's bothering somebody. That shit is so fucking dumb, man.
I know. I don't know why the fuck they I don't. But like I said, this one was kind of unique because the actor kind of pulled out, but he still listened to the dude who wrote the article. But fucking Fox should have just replaced Apu's voice with somebody else's voice.
50.
But wait, hold on a minute. Was there actually, like, Asian people protesting against this? Like, we don't want Simpsons to have Apu in.
Wait, they were protesting because they were yellow? Is that why? Like,
I'm not really
but
sure.
it's not like the Simpsons are
like,
saying their characters are
the
Asian.
people that could actually be offended by it were against it. Is that what changed it, or was it not them people? Like,
but Asian people are not even yellow.
I'm not talking about yellow people.
Yeah,
I'm talking about what Apu represents, which is Asian people, right?
Well, India, like basically the continent, or not the continent of India, the country of India, 1 billion Indians. Really.
We're not Asian. We're not Asian.
Yeah, but India is in Asia, right?
Yeah, but that's like calling some.
That's
Russian,
like calling me European.
That's like calling a Russian.
It wouldn't be wrong
Asian.
calling me European, would it? I wouldn't be offended by being called European because I live in Europe.
It's just a little vague.
I live in Europe.
Yeah,
right?
but I don't like being called Asian. Because
even though I'm
Asian.
from England, I am European, right?
Yeah,
but I'm not Asian.
Too vague.
So you live in Asia, but you're not Asian. You grew up in India.
No, I
the
live
continent
in
of Asia, but you're not Asian.
No, I'm from Bangladesh.
You identify with a different continent. This is funny world, man. Like, I don't get it. Why are people offended by being called Asian because they live in the continent of Asia? I don't get it. I'm European. Like, I come from
nobody
England.
likes Asians.
England is in Europe, right? So I'm European, right? So am I allowed to be offended by being called European, even though
Yeah, but what's
I
wrong with
live
being
in
called
Europe?
European? There's nothing wrong with being called European.
So there's nothing wrong with you being called Asian.
Asian.
Yes, it is.
Oh
Wow.
my days, bro.
You know what the
Because
stereotypical world
you're
of
grouping me. You're grouping me with all the Chinese and stuff.
Yeah, but you're grouping me with all the Hungarians and the Turkish,
Yeah, but you all
the
look alike.
Italians, right? But I am
Really?
European, and all those countries are in Europe, right?
Yeah, but
So
you guys are like
we
all the
are,
same
by
person.
definition, in Europe. So we are European, right?
you all look alike.
Right, but you guys are all part of the same people.
You're-
The thing
you're
is,
weird,
me,
man.
I'm
What?
Indian, and we look different from the Chinese.
No,
You're
Pangea.
literally saying that we're all Hitler because
okay.
Hitler was European as well.
Yes, you guys
Oh
are basically.
God, what is wrong with you guys?
I,
So touchy, people, man. I'm European and I'm English, by the way.
he's trying to make it.
I'm not offended by anyone calling me European. I'm not offended by anyone putting me in the same boat as whatever other country is in Europe. It doesn't bother me because
I know we get it, but I'm just saying, he's just saying the distinction.
that's what Europe is, right? Yeah,
I know.
You define it by borders, not by like characteristics of people.
Well,
You
I
know?
don't think he's ashamed. I think he's just trying to be more specific. He's just saying he's not Asian, as in what most people would think of Asian. Like,
He's not
But
Asian.
that's the thing. Like he's already assuming that I'm assuming him on an Asian assumption, right? Whereas
yeah, I mean, he prefers of India.
I assume from where you are in the world. Like Asia to me means you live in the continent Asia, not about what your character
Yeah.
Yes,
I
it
thought
is.
he was
That's how
Arabic.
it is now.
It's
I
just
think
where
so.
you are in the world. That's not. It doesn't
If
make
it's,
me think, oh, I'm going to judge you. You know what I mean?
Tim,
It just declares where in the world you are. That's it.
Yes, but
Can
let's say
can I ask
somebody comes to me and asks me what race am I? I'm not going to say Asian. I'm going to say Indian.
But that's not an. That's again like, why are you talking about race? I'm talking about where in the world you are.
Tim,
Bangladesh is
if
going
I
to say they're
And
Indian.
Like
if
European,
if they ask where in the world I am, I'm
European
going to say Bangladesh.
European isn't a race, right? It's a part of the world, right?
if I move to China, does that make me Chinese?
No, because
You're still in Asia,
you're not
right?
from there. You're not
You're
from there.
still in Asia, right? Are you still in Asia?
I'm European, but if I move to China,
Oh, right.
does
Okay,
that
so
make
you
me
were
Asian?
born in Europe, or you have European parents, right?
Sure.
What?
Right. Fair play. Fair play. That's all you needed to say, man. Like, and you live in
Made
Asia,
no
and
sense.
you have Asian, like you kind of like live by Asian culture or something like that, right?
What?
Like because like
Asia.
I don't know. Like, do you live in Asia and you've lived in Asia your whole life, but you have European parents? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Let's talk
No,
about
dude, I'm in
pieces of.
Finland. But if I were to, because you said that it's about where you live. If it was about where you live, then if I just moved to China, that would make me Asian.
No, what I'm saying is you would live by Asian culture, right?
No.
But your genetics is European, right?
Yeah, I knew a bunch of Anglo-Indians when I was there because there was like, lots of British stayed behind or had kids and stuff. And because I was acting as a white guy, there were lots of them that would play white guys. And they were really interesting to look at because they would be behaviorally, in terms of how they spoke and what they ate and all of that stuff, totally Indian, but like look completely like a white guy.
Cultural. Like
Right.
you've lived there your whole
Cultural.
life.
Yeah,
But,
they call
your
themselves Anglo-Indian.
genetics is European, right?
Tell me more. Tell me how.
Or Australian or whatever. Right.
Tell me.
So why do people get? I still don't get it though. Why do people get offended by being called Asian? Like,
He doesn't.
does that give me a
he's not
right?
Asian. He's lying. He's just trying to troll and ruin the conversation.
But
Isn't
no,
Russian
I don't
Asian
get,
though?
like, I wouldn't be offended by someone calling me European because it's accurate. It's just not. It's just not narrowing it down. You're not being. It's
Most
like
Indians I know, rather than being worried
it's like
about
using
being
miles instead of millimeters. That's all it seems like to me. It's not judging a person's character. Like, I don't understand why people get offended by it.
Most Indians I know don't. They
Because I
rather
want
than
to.
not wanting to be described as Indian, as Asian, they do want to be described as Asian. They want to make it clear to people that it is a broader definition than what is typically given to them.
Right, it's better to be specific.
Oh hell.
I mean, Bangladeshis don't describe themselves as Indian, though, as you'd well know from your history.
Well, Bangladeshi come from India. So do your research, buddy.
I'm well aware of history,
Wait,
but
is that in
for the
Asia?
reason that they got sent there, it's the same as saying to a Pakistani you're Indian. They will get very angry at the suggestion because they have a very tense history over the last 50 years.
That's
So,
why I
Rodney,
don't
if he's
understand
talking to
why they
Americans,
would be
maybe he thinks that we think that he's Indian.
Indians are their own race, and that
It's
is
both
a
in
fact.
Asia.
They're from Austronesians.
What were you
You
saying,
know?
Crux?
Like, if he's talking to from our perspective, right? Like, you know what I mean? I'd just be like, yo, these are Indian people. I don't know what the fuck a Bangladeshi is. So he probably just might be like, yo, I'm
That's
Indian.
why
You
I
know what
would.
I mean?
That's why I would say Asian, because I wouldn't want to offend by
No,
trying
because you would
to assume on Pakistani, Bangladeshi. You know, so many countries in that region. Like, if you say Asian, you can't be wrong because it's in Asia, right?
Yeah, but that's like calling a Russian person
Maybe better to
Asian.
Yeah, it's like calling a Russian person European.
No, they're an Asian, not Europe.
Yeah, but that country
No,
stretches
that's not
so
true,
far.
actually.
They're actually
there's part of Russia that's in Europe and part of Russia that's
Yes,
in
but
Asia.
most of Russia is in Asia.
Well, in a sense, I think Russia is actually the most diverse country in the world.
No, it's mostly white
Yeah,
and
I don't
Asian.
know why we're talking to him anyway, either Crypto. If you see that script I posted in there, paste that into Google Translate and get it to speak it to you. Notice particularly the third word. His
What am I comparing it
pronunciation of
to?
the third word, because I transliterated it up above and he said Kastanakarali. This is the actual pronunciation.
Look, this guy is obsessed with me. He's still obsessed.
So anyway,
Go get to bed, man. Go sleep.
you know, Eggshells. What's funny is that I've just had a message from the mods in the 24/7 server saying that 1+1's been accusing me of being a fake flat earther in 24/7. So this guy's obviously just here to cause trouble with people.
It's obviously a troll.
I didn't cause trouble in this. I never.
So why are you
You're the one
accusing
who's
me?
talking about me.
So
You're
why
talking
are
about
you?
me.
No,
Fuck out
you are talking about me on 24/7, accusing me of being a fake flat earther. Why did you do that?
Because yesterday you've already done this in Earth Awakenings. So and they were talking about you. So I said yes.
Anyway,
you don't
like,
even know
this
the
guy's
context.
obviously a
Please
troll.
stop trying to
Allow it.
So then tell me
We
the
don't
context.
need to give
I'm obviously a troll. Keep listening to the
Tell me the context then.
I've tried to give you a platform, to be honest, right? And you said nothing, right?
How do you want me to be honest? You're not even giving. How do you? You're saying I'm giving you a platform to be honest. How am I supposed to be honest?
Silent.
I'm being
and
myself.
Said nothing. I gave you an opportunity to be honest, and you were silent. Right?
Because
Tells me you're a troll, man.
When you say be honest, you're saying for me to admit I'm a troll, even though I'm not. I'm being
giving
honest
you an
right here.
opportunity to throw down some honesty. That's
But
what
before
it is.
any, can I just?
Mad because
Sorry, Jim
everyone says
Jam. Can I? Jim
I'm
Jam,
not
can I
getting
just-
mad, bro.
Jim Jam, can I just please get to the bottom of this?
Yeah,
Because he's actually accused me of being a fake flat earther, and that's actually quite a serious accusation, in my opinion. So why did you do that?
Because they were talking about you in the server. They were saying, they were talking about the mods being fake flat earthers, and then somebody brought up you, and then I said, yes, I know Crypto. He's in the Earth Awakening server. He tried to talk bad about my name. He's probably a fake flat earther. That's all I said.
Right. So why did you say that?
Because you already talked bad about me, so I can talk bad about you. So peace.
Yeah, but that's actually.
I'm sorry, I kind of helped us, contributed to us getting here again. I mean, I'd be totally cool if you left or something +1, but let's move on from talking about him or perhaps even to
that's
him.
exactly what I was getting at. He's obviously a troll.
Okay,
yeah, it's just a waste of my time.
I don't
like you've just admitted it to what Crypto just asked you. What was your answer? Oh, just because he badmouthed me.
I already said the
just
context.
because he badmouthed me, I'm going to try and disdain
Are
his.
you deaf? Are you deaf? Did you not hear
Just
what
because
I
he
just
badmouthed me, I'm just going to try and put a mark on his name. Is that how you act? That sounds like a troll. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but is that not what a troll? Is that not what a troll does?
Look,
Looking
there's
at the
3 people
sky,
against me. 3 people
getting
against
those
me. Look how
linear,
obsessed these people
linear
are against me.
measurements.
They want to talk bad about me all day.
Linear measurements, you know.
Well,
lights in
maybe
the
you
sky.
haven't given enough honesty. Like I said, I gave you an opportunity. You don't want to do it, so fuck off. Like no
Shit,
one,
you
no
didn't
one
give shit.
here,
Stop
no
saying
one
that.
here
Stop
will give
saying
you
I give you the
credibility.
opportunity to be honest when you're
No,
judging me.
no
And
one here
saying
will give
that you're calling
credibility.
me a troll first. You're
Yeah,
speculating
yeah,
I'm a troll. So
yeah.
you're saying be honest and admit you're a troll, even though I'm
Yeah,
not. So I'm
yeah.
going to be honest and say I
If
am
you
not
don't
a
throw,
troll. So how are you going to
if
give me
you
an
don't,
opportunity when you're forcing me to say I'm a troll, idiot?
if you don't show any honesty, then everyone won't have any credibility for you. So no
I
one will
just
believe.
showed my honesty. I am defending myself this whole entire time. Every time I talk, I have to defend myself because there is always someone who says troll.
To be
Yeah,
fair,
because you're
to
troll.
be
So what?
fair,
Let's move on.
his,
Let's
his
just move on.
logic is on though. His logic is spot on. He has been honest. He has been honest. As far as he could tell, he has been honest. You guys are not accepting what he's saying, which is, I think, is the problem. I think you guys
All right,
want to
Matrix.
I
do
wanted to
something
move
else.
on an hour
Matrix,
ago.
can I ask you a
Chat.
question? Matrix, can I ask you a
No,
question?
hold on.
Was
I
he
get
being?
what
No, no, no. I
Matrix.
started talking.
Sorry.
Right.
No, but he
Matrix,
knows
was
why
he
they
being honest when he accused me of being a fake flat earther in a flat Earth server where I'm a lead moderator? Was that honesty?
Yeah, I admit it. I admit it.
Hold on, plus one. He asked
I'm
me.
not asking you.
Even though I'm talking about
Don't
plus
take
one,
offense to
I'm
it, man.
assuming.
This is the point I was going to make: is like behavior, right, and what he's trying to say, right?
All right.
What
So
is his
I'm
behavior?
addressing what Matrix said, which is that he thinks he's being honest. He knows he's not being honest.
Yeah.
But hold
No,
on.
I admit it.
Hold
by his
on, guys.
behavior.
Let me answer his question. The only thing that you don't like is that he's accusing you of being a flat earther. Granted, it looks
fake
bad.
flat earther.
A fake flat earther, yes. But that man could have any opinion he wants. He doesn't necessarily have to be dishonest if he truly believes that you are a fake flat earther.
Right,
No,
right.
see,
okay.
the thing is,
But what we're saying,
no,
what I'm trying to
wrong.
get across to
No,
you
I have to address that. I have to address that. I'm a lead moderator in that server. That's not like a nothing accusation, right? That's actually quite a big deal. If I'm a fake flat earther there, that they think I'm fake, they have every right to remove me from the server. Okay, that's not just like, oh, Dave likes strawberry ice cream. This is a very big deal, and he knows he's lying about that.
I understand.
But this is the thing, Crypto. We all know you're not a fake flat earther.
I understand the
So this is what I'm trying to
ramifications of
say
what
to you,
he's
Matrix.
saying.
Matrix.
But let me answer the man.
Matrix, hold on. The behavior of him.
What behavior?
The behavior of him trying to claim that Crypto is a fake flat earther, is that not trolling? Is that not trollish behavior?
I never said that in the VC. He bring it up.
Is it trolling to have an opinion?
No, but trolling
Well, it's not
definitionally,
trolling
the
to be
old
naive.
definition of
Is that what
trolling
you're trying to
is
say?
to say things you don't really believe,
Just
i.e.
remember,
pass
Jim
out fish that aren't really fish, that are lures, to get people to bite and have a conversation like this. Like,
Jim
just
Jam.
ban him and move on with our lives.
I agree.
Jim Jam, remember, I am not the one who brought up that I caught him a fake flat earther or anything. I did not call him a fake flat earther. If you even listen to what I said, you'll know I did not call him a fake flat earther.
Dude,
There
the
was
thing is,
people in
like,
the VC,
it doesn't sound like
there was
you're.
people in the VC that were accusing mods of being fake flat earther,
Right.
and they brought up Crypto's name, and that all I
Right,
said.
okay. On a level, me to you, right? For me, it doesn't sound like you're here for truth. It sounds like you're here to create drama, right? Do you want to prove? Do you want to prove me wrong? Do you want to prove me wrong? Do you want to prove me?
If every time I talk, you guys accuse me? How is
you?
that? If I'm trying to cause problems, then why
You
are
want to
you
prove
guys
me wrong?
calling me troll?
Do you want to prove me wrong?
I'm sorry, I contributed this, but let's move on. Like, he's a troll.
Okay.
Let's not.
You keep saying move on, but you always talk about me. Okay.
It sounds like you want
Yeah,
drama.
'cause I think you're a lying piece of shit, but I don't feel like spending my whole afternoon on it.
That's an insult. That's an insult.
Be offended. You only take it. It's not given.
See, I don't see in this moment where he disrespected any one of you guys. Although he is.
No, I just don't see him.
Hold on, let me finish.
Learn from other people. That's it.
Let me finish. All right. The guy doesn't seem like he's lying. He could be a little trollish, but nowadays, you don't even know who's really a troll, right? I understand the ramifications of him accusing you of being a fake flat earther, but if your stance on flat earth is so low that some random guy could come up with some bullshit and have you lose your position, bro, then you have to question the whole server in its entirety at that moment.
I never said I was going to lose my position.
Well, you're kind of
said
saying
that.
like, oh,
Yes,
you
you did.
understand? That's what you're.
Fuck off!
that's
No,
what
now you're lying
implying.
about what I said.
Yeah, remember,
Crypto.
did anybody in this VC hear Crypto say, I could lose my lead
Yes,
That's
I
what he was
heard him say
implying.
he may lose his position. Yes, he
No,
did.
well then you all
I heard
misheard
it.
me. I said it's the sort of accusation that
No.
could
Yeah, that's
lead
why I
to me
read it.
losing my
I read it
position.
that he was
Oh.
saying that Crypto wasn't saying it was going to happen to him, but the intent of the
Oh, no.
accusation was such that
Of
it
course,
could.
he's worried about it. Yeah, he's
No, I'm
worried about
not.
that
Oh
happening.
my god,
Well, fine,
bro,
then he is.
guys,
He's worried
why are
about it.
we psychologically analyzing me? This is something that he's done,
Are you
and
not
he
worried
needs to
about
be
it?
punished
That's what
for.
you're doing
So
to me.
okay. So let's
This
psychoanalyze
is
plus
why
one
I
then.
said like
Sounds
it's
like
not.
you're
It's
concerned.
quite clear to everyone in the room that Crypto is not a fake flat earther, right? And this guy is going around saying,
Who cares?
this
Dude,
guy
it
is
is
going
my
around,
opinion.
but this
Why
is the
would you
point.
even
This is
care
the
though?
fucking point,
Why
right?
would you care
It's
what
going
anybody
around
thinks
saying
about you
that,
though?
right? So that's trollish behaviour. Either he's naive
It's my
or
opinion,
he's
and I
being
didn't even bring it up.
being
I
a
did not
fucking
bring it up.
troll.
That is my opinion. I did not even bring it up in this VC.
Like,
Remember,
fucking hell,
Cryptox was
like,
the
why
one.
people can't get on the
Cryptox was the one who brought
bit
it
of
up. I did
information
not
that
bring
actually
it up in
matters,
this VC.
you know?
I did
Like,
not
are you
bring it
just
up.
Talk about
are you
being
just
too
that naive?
sensitive, man. Fuck.
Me, science? Nah, mate. I've just
Yes,
had a
all
few
you've been
beers.
doing
Like,
is crying in this VC. That's all you do, cry.
I'm just ready to chat. Like, I don't normally chat on these things. Like, but because I've had a few beers, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah,
I'll
no
call
one.
that.
I mean,
I'll call that
obviously,
bullshit when
this
everyone
guy
else
is obviously
like,
here.
seems to be missing this piece of information that this guy is claiming that everyone else in the room knows is false, right?
What is false?
And doesn't seem to think that that's not being trollish behaviour. I don't get it. Like, what is wrong with everyone?
What is false? Tell me right now.
But
What is
also,
false?
like, I actually think that we should
Like,
have
he's
this
obviously not
conversation
here
without
for
him
truth.
because he's here just to wind everyone up, and so I don't know why anyone's even putting up with it.
I'm not even wound
I'm
up.
not
I'm just
winding
ready to
anybody up.
chat.
You guys are getting winded up.
I didn't
man.
say
I'm
that
not
Hold
again.
on,
winding
I
man.
didn't
We are
say
all
that.
adults. Oh,
I didn't say that, guys.
over
Wound.
here.
I really
Wound up.
need to stop having my words twisted. I didn't say anyone was wound up. I said he is clearly here to wind people up. That's a difference. I'm making a comment on his motivation. Now, if people want to be around people who are only here to wind people up, cool. It's not the kind of place I want to be.
So it isn't cool for anybody to psychoanalyze you, but it's perfectly okay
Hey,
for
one
you.
love.
Why are you talking over
I
me?
think you've been
Psychoanalyze him.
successful, mate.
Why are you talking over me, bro?
Because you have been talking about this guy this entire. You could have picked any other topic and changed the topic, but you quickly bring it back to him. It seems like you have
the
it in for
topic of
him.
discussion.
But a lot of people have expressed, "Can we move on?" Including myself. Right?
Let's talk
Can
about
we
something
move
else
on?
then. Bring up another
No,
subject.
I think you're missing something here. Is that plus one is always going to bring it back to himself unless something is done.
Is
And
it
that's all.
him or is it
You just
you?
brought it back up. Look at you. You just brought it back up.
Right, okay.
It was the topic of discussion.
Matrix. Bring up the next topic.
How do we get the distance to the sun? Eggshells. That's you.
Say again, sorry, Matrix.
Distance to the
Can we
sun.
talk about
How do we
the
get that?
neutrino sun?
Well, I heard to it then. What were you saying, Matrix?
How do we get the distance to the sun?
Well, this is a good question. If you can use a sextant on a flat Earth and stars change in their elevation, that means you can make a right angle triangle out of them and you could work out the distance to the sun. If you're on a curved surface,
hold on.
story.
You're answering a different question. I'm not talking about in a hypothetical flat Earth. I'm talking about the claim that's out there, the globe Earth claim. How do we come to 93 million miles?
Oh, I think you build it on a bunch of
Guesstimate.
previous tests and assertions, and guesstimations. Hopefully, ones you've tested. Bunch of different ways, I would think.
And how do we test guesstimations? How do we verify those things?
How would I do it? I would I think the transit of Venus is one of the first accurate distances they got. Bunch of different ways, but I think probably the most reliable would be sending something to crash into it.
You said that Venus was the most reliable distance. What I meant to say was the transit of Venus, I thought, to my layperson's understanding, is the first time they got a close to accurate, like as in the measurement they got of the distance was quite close to the one we have now. What's the margin on error there? How close? How would they know if they're close or far away from the like? How would you be able to square those two things out?
It's quite difficult. I mean, to me, it would be like I would be even if I had Chronic in here explaining it, I still only think I'd understand 20 to 30% of it. And if it were anybody but Chronic or somebody equally expert explaining it to me, I probably wouldn't listen to them much at all.
Yeah, I think the only way to really verify a good guesstimation is with mathematics. It's the only way, really.
Good.
You're not going to get any.
Mathematics. Good one.
Yeah.
It still stands. If you can take sun sites and the sun changes in elevation, then and the Earth is flat. So if you accept those three premises, the Earth's flat, you can take a measurement of how high it is, and it does change in height, which you know actually from being able to take a measurement. So just two things. Then you can work it out. You could figure that out if the Earth was flat, which is pretty exciting.
I mean, couldn't you technically figure out if the Earth was a cube, a star? Like, it doesn't necessarily have to be flat, to figure it out.
It gets a lot harder if it's a sphere, because then it is going to change in elevation just by walking around the sphere. Whereas if it's flat and you go, I know that from the zenith on this day, it's at this elevation. But then if I travel 400 kilometers south and I get the same site on the same day, it's a different elevation. That tells me the sun's moving or I'm walking across something curved.
See,
right? Does that make sense? I'm not sure I've explained it very well.
I don't know if it makes a lot of sense, but it does sound like the rhetoric that's being given. But what doesn't seem to square up with me is this, right? Intuitively, the thing is 93 million miles away, right? I doubt that most of us here and anybody in the world could even fathom that, because that isn't even an accomplishable distance, right? So how is it that this thing, I understand that it's supposed to be huge. How is it that we're even seeing the ball of this thing from such far away? Have we even begun to verify light through distance? I mean, we could easily shoot some sort of light ray or some sort of we can make some sort of giant UV light and flash it from one tip of the Earth to the other tip to see if we could even verify that light travels that far, right? Yet alone 93 million miles. We shouldn't see that ball at all. Maybe the glare, maybe, and I doubt it, right? You understand what I'm saying? About light rays traveling 93 million miles.
With the whole light speed being a convention and it being 8 minutes or something for light to travel from the sun to Earth, like is that because of the two-way speed? Is that going off the two-way speed? The convention?
And no molecules, right? There's no molecules in space supposedly, or very little of it, right? How is this heat or this radiation? How the fuck is it getting to us when there's nothing for it to pass through?
It sounds intuitively absurd. I was traveling in Nepal, and I stopped with this guy to fix bikes, and I hung out with him for a couple of months, sitting down next to him and learning to fix bikes. And somebody came in one day and we're taking the whole side case off their bike, and he said, just check the oil pump. So I get the oil pump and I'm trying to turn this cog, and it is so hard to turn. I have to jam a screwdriver into it, which is kind of risky. The case will crack and all these things, and heave it around to turn this relatively little cog, might have been the size of, I don't know, a cigarette lighter charger that you put in a car or something like that. And I go, there's something wrong with his oil pump. And he's like, what's wrong with it? And comes over, does the same thing, jams a screwdriver in, heaves it over and turns it, says it's fine. And I'm like, bullshit. This is not fine. If the engine has to do that amount of effort every time it wants to pump a squirt of oil, which is constantly when the engine's running, that is wasting way too much energy. The bike couldn't even get anywhere. That's bullshit. There's something wrong with this. The bearings are shot, or it's seized up, or something like this. And he's like, no, that's just how they work. I flat refuse to believe it, but continued on with my job, put the bike back together, bike runs perfectly. For my not understanding layperson trying to understand it, it seemed to beg a belief that an oil pump could work in that way. But for somebody who understands it better, it starts to make sense. Once it's up to speed, once it's got a bit of momentum, there's relatively little friction because the oil is in between those parts. Whereas when it's stopped, it's kind of difficult to heave.
Well, that what you said makes a lot of sense, but in the differences is you're talking about engineering, right? Man-made things, right? When we're talking about a sky, unless it's man-made somehow, right? We're talking about nature, right? And we have this thing. I can't explain it. I don't know what to call it, but we have this in tune thing with nature, right? It speaks to us in a certain way, and we understand it. We don't know how this happens. Right, and when we look at the sky, we do not get 93 million miles away. We do not get a giant ball. We don't. That intuitively does not come up. It has to be taught artificially by the television, by the radio, by mainstream.
Yeah, it did sound like what Ryden was talking about was almost like experience, but I don't think people working with light long enough kind of experience the speed of it, and go, oh yeah, no, the agreed upon speed is the speed of it, like it's something.
No, I think the analogy still stands because the same with other parts. Like if you've ever tried to push a piston in a car, the same problem exists. Super hard to get to move through the sleeve, and you cannot experience it because the only way to experience it would be to be inside the engine when it runs. So you just have to sort of learn it, and somebody tells you, no. Once these parts are moving, they'll continue moving pretty well, and the oil will get between them. And you're like, there's no gap between them. The oil can't get there. It's to me, it's very similar. Intuitively, I was just like, no. I was being really obstinately refusing to believe it, and being like, this Nepali mechanic doesn't know what he's talking about. But I think he's probably right.
So the Dogon tribe and every other tribe out there that don't have motorcycles and stuff, and somehow they figure out how to heal themselves and with speaking supposedly to trees, right? That's nature speaking to them. I don't know how they do it. They claim to do it, but supposedly the trees tell them what medicines to use for what. I don't know how it works, right? What I'm trying to explain to you is that it would never that would never happen with a motorcycle. It would never speak to you in any way, shape, or form. You will never get anything from it if you don't troubleshoot it yourself, right? We're talking about engineering, man-made, and nature.
Right. If a man made it, he can understand it.
Well, yeah, yes and no. I mean, I think the bikes do speak to you after a bit. You get to certainly after the first 3 months I was there, I was like, oh no, I do get bits of this. I can sort of tell what dodgy tappets sound like or smell what leaking oil, oil getting into the head smells like. But yeah, the point is not really about that as much as our ability to intuit things when we don't know much about them can lead us to be very confident in incorrect conclusions.
Right, we get your point that you can be very unsure of something, yet it works. It's not the lack of your understanding of it that makes it mystical or unknown.
Yeah, it's close, but what I was saying was more like I was not unsure. I was sure that he was wrong. Like I felt sort of in my not knowing, I was really confident. I was certain that he was wrong.
I can believe that, definitely.
So what you're saying that you shouldn't trust intuition?
Not never. I mean, intuition's good for 99% of the things we do. It's just what we're looking at.
Don't be cocky.
I still think it's a little
yeah.
bit of a far push analogy because it's still a man-made thing, So obviously a man understands it because he made it, right?
Yes, yeah. I think that's a valid rebuttal. Like I don't think it invalidates the point I make, but I think it is.
No, yeah, it's like your point still stands, right?
Yes, a lot of the questions also, if we can test how light behaves, is do we know that that's what's happening with this particular light? Is it the same kind of light? Because light we can make in a lab is going to be very different to this giant hot ball we see in the sky every day. Or do we know what it's traveling through?
Authentic versus artificial.
Yeah, nature versus artificial. Exactly. We wouldn't even know if it works the same. You know, like let's say we somehow replicate some sort of sun in like a small vacuum, right? We could not replicate it because the size would just not be. We could not get the same effects. So it would never be. You can never replicate anything that's going on out there. You can never verify literally anything. So how is it that we supposedly knew that we lived on the globe 2,000 freaking years ago, right? How is it that everybody out there without communication somehow magically knew, right? How? I mean, they did it through pigeon or what? Well, how did they relay the information to everyone, right? Everybody didn't discover the earth was a sphere, right? Everybody was farming, fucking, drinking, doing, living their life. Nobody gave a fuck about what the shape of the earth or nothing. Niggas was worried about getting laid, making families and shit. So how did they all simultaneously just knew we lived on a globe 2,000 years ago?
Good old
did every culture knew that?
What was that?
Like, yeah. So every culture had a spherical idea of Earth.
Oh, no, what I'm trying to convey is, according to history, right? Whoever writes history, the people were savages, brutes. Most of the people, right? It was only a small percentage of people that were the controllers of civilization. Well, very much like what's going on now, right? These would have been the people that hypothetically would have discovered the nature of our reality and had to relay that message to the entire world. Right? It couldn't be that everyone knew 2,000 years ago because it was simply impossible. There was no line of communication that would have been fast enough. And even if they would have planned missions to go to every country, no motherfucking tribe is gonna change their ways because some motherfucking Spaniard figured out the nature of our motherfucking reality, right? So how would they have accepted that information? It just doesn't seem likely that we knew this bullshit 2,000 or 1,000 or hundreds of years ago.
Well, I don't think like everyone knew that the Earth was spherical 2,000 years ago.
So by logic alone, who would have by default been the ones that supposedly knew the shape of the Earth?
Well, I think the first one, the oldest one I remember was aware of this was Aristotle, right? He would teach that in his class, I guess.
Was he a common folk?
Aristotle?
Sorry?
Was he a common folk?
Aristotle?
I couldn't hear.
Was Plato before Aristotle?
I'm not sure. Let me take a look.
But it don't matter. Plato, Aristotle. Were they laymen? Were they just regular people? The people out there in farming, making swords.
I mean, Plato taught Aristotle, right?
Oh, sorry, Plato's second. Beg your pardon.
But I'm not sure if Plato, right?
Chronic, I do not think it happened overnight. This is exactly what I'm talking about. At that time, and how our travels was by horse and buggy. right? We had no lines of communication other than letters, which was taken by horse and buggy, right? We just simply didn't have enough time to distribute this information and have it accepted, right, to the mass, to the rest of the people. And even if they would have somehow find the time in 2,000 years, it doesn't mean that cultures are gonna believe it. So to assert that we all knew is very deceptive in its nature, because it's impossible that we, the majority, would have known anything.
The Copernican revolution took decades and decades to proliferate through different communities. That's all I'm saying. It didn't happen overnight, bud.
Do you know how?
Do you know? Also, cultures that took up a small amount of space and didn't travel much. Many of them had all sorts of weird cosmologies, but as they started to travel, particularly by sea, they would sort of gravitate towards a globe Earth. Sometimes they're like navigators and seamen before the landlubbers.
No pun intended on that. Gravitate.
Oh, right. I didn't. I missed that. That was actually not intended.
Have you looked into history? Do you have an understanding of how new information is accepted?
Sure.
How is that?
It's however you think it is.
Or through violence, right? The Crusades.
However you think, man.
So okay. So
I'm just
let
saying
me give
it
you
didn't
a
happen
scenario.
overnight. It didn't
No,
happen
no
overnight.
problem. No problem. So let me give you a scenario, right? Let's
Verbal
say,
violence.
Let's say you discover something right now, right? And you know it's the truth. You feel it. God is talking to you, right? And you have to go to your nearest tribe where Tonto is, with all these bitches and all these Indians, just away, right? And now you have to convey this motherfucker truth to these people. Do you think A, they're gonna believe you and change their ways, or B, chop you the fuck up and feed you to the pigs? What do you think they're gonna do?
C. Option C.
Which one was that? I guarantee you it won't be good for you.
Yeah, maybe.
Well,
Yeah, so
maybe
now-
you're
now-
picturing
now-
something very different from what we
Now-
believe happened.
Now try to apply that to the whole world, right? Try to apply that knowledge where everybody intuitively knew that the earth was flat. Now try applying the bullshit that the earth is a globe to primitive people that just don't give a fuck.
I mean, there's still primitive people, some of them in this chat, who think the Earth is flat still. No,
You can make the same argument about, let's say, irrational numbers. So people would believe irrational number didn't exist. I mean, the first people that could prove irrational numbers exist had a hard time convincing others. But a couple of 100 years ago, everyone knew irrational numbers existed. So at some point, this got spread. And
ain't no irrational number. Ain't
Just
no
like
irrational number.
Just like
What
the
do you
guy
mean?
that came out with that you have to wash your hands. What happened to him? They fucking institutionalized him, bro. Information, truth is always suppressed and is always hidden, always.
Yeah, but it can't be suppressed forever. As we learn more, it becomes harder and harder not to accept the truth.
Is that possible that due to pattern in history that this might be what's going on with the flat earth movement, that it's truth that's just been suppressed and is just coming out now?
Well, I would at least expect evidence.
Who thinks it's who in here? Chronic said in here. Who?
What was that, Don?
Who?
Who what?
Who you
thinks
said
the Earth's flat
primitive
in here?
people?
Several
Yeah.
people.
Several people. Speak up.
Oh, you're saying nobody here right now thinks the Earth is flat? That can't be right.
Oh, you can just click on profiles and see if there's a.
Oh, true.
It's a stationary plane role.
See, it's kind of a gray area, right? Because flat Earth is kind of the name that was given to this realization of us understanding that we don't live on the globe, right? Most quote unquote flat earthers are not flat earthers because they've looked beyond the surface of the earth. We understand that there's hills, there's valleys, there's ups, there's downs, right? So we get that it isn't completely flat, right? But we sure as hell do understand that it isn't a fucking globe.
It might be a fucking donut, bro.
Yep. As far as we know, we can live inside a motherfucking locker, bro.
Dinosaur Earth.
Ain't nothing wrong
The
with
sour cream donut.
So, Chronic, how is it that you live on the Earth, on the globe Earth? How did you acquire this knowledge?
You were breaking up a little bit, but
how did you acquire this knowledge, right? To the point that you feel confident in that the people that don't believe what you believe in are somehow chaotic or archaic. I mean,
the overwhelming mountain of evidence that leads me to not have any doubt in my mind.
Did you come to this overwhelming amount of evidence recently in the past 6 years, or you knew since the beginning? You know, since they started to indoctrinate you since you was a child.
No, probably like 2 or 3 years ago.
That's awesome, but why did you have to do all that investigating when you knew the Earth was a globe? You know, since you was a baby. Why did you have to?
I didn't know. I didn't know since I was a baby. I learned a couple years ago it was.
So what did you think the Earth was before 2 years ago?
It was ambiguous. I didn't know one way or the other, but now I do.
Oh, but it was ambiguous with what? What was the competition at that time? What was opposing the globe Earth at that time?
Nothing was opposing. There was just a lack of knowledge, but then I did my research.
So by default, everybody thought what?
Huh? You're asking about me or everyone?
I'm just saying, you including everyone. By
Me
default,
included.
if there is no competition with the globe Earth, then what did everybody thought of the Earth, including you, by default?
Was that sentence structure didn't come off right, in my opinion.
Before 2 years ago.
Sure.
Before 2 years ago, right? Although this has been going on at least 6-7 years, right? Before 2 years ago, you thought that we lived on the globe, right?
No. I didn't know what we lived on.
You didn't know what we lived on.
I had no idea. Yeah.
So in your classrooms, they didn't have those.
I dropped out of school.
Okay, so in every movie, they don't give you the ball right away. How about the notifications in Facebook? You remember when the notifications
My
used to be
parents
a
don't
little
let
ball,
me watch
a little
movies.
Earth?
I don't have social media. I'm sorry.
I mean, you think you're being funny, but we can see through what you're doing, right?
But I did.
You can't answer the questions,
But
so
2
you're
years
trying to
ago,
make fun of it. You're
But
trying to
2
make
ye-
fun because you can't answer the questions because you know where it's going to lead.
All right, don't let me talk. That's fine. So 2 years ago, I started doing my research into both, or actually more than just flat or globe. I did.
But why did you need to do the research?
I researched because I want to learn and understand.
Okay, but
That's
would
a
you
weird
say
question. Why would you need to do research? Think
well,
about asking that question.
According to the globe Earth, we knew 2,000 years
I
ago.
investigated
Everybody knows
hollow Earth.
we lived
I
on a globe,
investigated
right?
dinosaur Earth. I investigated all the different types of Earth, and the one with extraordinarily large amounts of evidence overall was globe.
And why would you say that is? Why would you say that it has overwhelmingly amount of because is it because it's true? Is that your default?
It's likely true, very likely to be true.
Oh, that's an interesting word. Very likely. It's not definitive, kind of iffy, kind of meh. But all right, I'll accept it.
Of course, you'll never hear me say 100%. Anything is truth 100% ever.
That's weak.
Probably, but I'm not a extremist. Or an
Coca-Cola's
absolutist.
Coca-Cola is not 100% Coca-Cola.
Actually, it's
I don't know,
like
it could
it's
be
like
laced with
20%
something.
red. Rat. Actually, everything is like 20% rat. Literally. So, what was the piece of information that convinced you of being undecisive?
Super Bowl commercial.
Was there a flat Earth Super Bowl?
Hennessy.
No,
Yeah,
the globe.
Hennessy.
There's a globe one every year. I mean, dude, I couldn't even count. They zoom out to the globe. They zoom out to the universe. I mean, come on, how many this year?
I don't know, Don. I didn't watch it.
So what was it that convinced you, that finally convinced you that we live on a globe? What was the exact piece of information that you said, Eureka, we live on a sphere?
Oh God, it could be so many things.
Moon landing.
Humor me. Give me one.
Goodness.
Sunset.
Observed curvature, sunset, 2 celestial poles. Man.
Observed curvature. Let's start with that one. Where is this observed focal pendulum is technology? Where's this observed curve?
There's countless observed curvatures
Where?
on high altitude balloons. There's high altitude jet planes. There's a bunch of stuff.
Shit, I hate to sound like a 2015 a flat earther, but you do know the GoPros have the fisheye lens, right?
Yeah. This one was not a fisheye. It was a flat focal plane camera.
Have you seen the ones without the fisheye? How extremely flat they tend to look?
No. Yeah. That's the ones I'm referring to. The focal plane is flat. There's no fisheye lens on it. The detector is flat, and you're getting curvature, clear curvature. There's little to no barrel distortion. There's nothing. You're getting absolutely huge amounts of curvature. That's just one thing.
Rotation.
I mean, we could point out
Rotation, please.
Two celestial poles, sunsets. I mean,
where is the curvature? Where?
That's literally countless examples.
You have a link to this footage that you've seen?
No, I'm a lazy fuck, dude. I'm not giving any links.
Oh, listen, I respect it, bro. I'm a lazy fuck too. That's why I'm asking you for the footage.
Well, two lazy fucks will never produce anything.
Did this guy really get his kid to jump his dirt bike off the roof of CVS? This is nuts. I gotta share this link.
So you said sunsets. What was it exactly about the sunsets that kind of make you understand that we live on a globe?
They only make sense on a globe.
Do they? Oh shit.
Mm-hmm.
So 93 million miles away makes sense.
Cue the meme comparing a flat Earth sunset with a globe sunset. Let's cue it up in the chat. Cue it up in the chat.
I'll get it. I'm there.
Because I'm a lazy fuck.
Here's one. But I know the one you're talking about. You mean the animated one where it gets smaller, which I don't think that one is. Oh no, this is the one. Yeah, there you go.
I don't even think it's the one I'm thought of was not animated. It just shows the sun shrinking. Oh yeah, this is kind of it. Yeah.
So this meme, all right. See, there's a flaw with this simulation, right? There's a flaw with it. This assumes that the sky is like planar, just like the surface, right? To be fair, we have no idea what's going on in the sky, its limits, its parameters, right? So hypothetically, if its parameters are not as extensive, right, it would never disappear into a ball like that because there simply isn't enough space.
Where the sky starts, that we don't know these parameters, so we can't trust what we see.
Listen, no, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you can't trust your interpretation of what you're seeing because we don't have a full understanding of what we're seeing.
So you would say we can't trust what we're seeing because we don't have a full interpretation of what we're seeing.
We don't have any information of what we're seeing, right? The simulation is making it seem as if there is nothing but space for the sun to disappear. What if in reality that is not the case?
There's nothing but space for us to see the rigs.
What in reality this is not the case? What if there isn't as much space? Not the case. Can you verify that? How can you?
Yeah, how can you verify the black swan?
We're not talking about the black swan.
Got him.
You're talking about something that anybody can access.
Come on, Matrix.
I'm talking about the sky, the supposedly universe. Can you access that?
What I'm getting at, Matrix, is if you invoke funky optical phenomena to explain why we don't see the simulation of that shows the sun getting away from us, you need to square that with the fact that you don't make those same claims when it comes to observations that match your expectations.
Yeah, so we're not.
Gotta be fair.
Rig
over there, exactly as we see it. There's no fraction. There's nothing else happening. It's just as we see it, and it proves we're not on a globe.
It doesn't prove
And
anything.
then
It doesn't prove anything.
You don't really know what's going on. It could be mysterious stuff. Maybe it is staying the same size.
But it is. The problem is, as much as you want to make it seem funny, it is mysterious. It's literally the sky, bro. 99.9% of people don't have access to it. We only have a small percentage of people that supposedly have access to it, and they have to give us these stories that we have to believe just simply because they're authority.
Yeah, so
and they're all
when
the
somebody
dodgy
goes
club.
and takes a photo of a rig, and we just make the assumptions, and we don't really know what's going on, and we just believe them because they're an authority.
But is it fair to say that I'm wrong about not knowing the distances of the sky and the limitations?
Eggshells is a Mason.
It's cool. Listen, he's probably a shill, but he's a cool shill. Is all right.
Thanks. Nice.
A cool shill.
What's a shield, by the way?
No, I think you are. I think you are a shill. I think you are a shill. Right. You have a lot of stories about just showing up places and staring and staying there, and you learn a lot of languages. Like, who the fuck has time, motherfucker, to go places and just forget about their responsibilities? It means you don't have responsibilities, right?
Nah,
I was in India I was working when I was in India, and Nepal's right next to it, and I rode motorbikes, and I rode motorbike to Nepal.
I mean, technically, if you're CIA, you still working, bro. It's all good. I mean, I'm just saying, no judgments. Even if you're a shield, you can't do nothing with me because
Dude, you're
I have
judging
no
him.
intentions in doing anything.
Bacon.
I
I'm
think
not
his
gonna
middle
bomb
name might
anyone.
be Shilly or something like that, but he's not a shill.
I think he is. I think he is.
The Matrix is nice. Like you get like enthusiastic at times, but I think you're a reasonable guy. I'm not taking any offense. Nobody needs to.
Can I try to define? Can I try to define shill for bacon? And you guys correct me
Thank
if I
you.
get it wrong. Yeah, correct me if I get it
One
wrong.
plus bacon.
So eggshells.
1 plus bacon.
Eggshells. He knows the true shape of the Earth is flat. However, he's financially motivated in some way to keep the globe lie going by
Right.
someone's paying
Like
him.
all the astronauts and
Not necessarily.
people who work for the stuff had to be, right?
Not necessarily. He doesn't
Just his own
necessarily.
sanity, guys.
He doesn't necessarily have to know what the shape of the Earth is. He doesn't have to care. Some shields are actually. I'm not saying in your case, shields, but in some shields are actually caught doing like a felony or something, and they have to become shields because if not, they're gonna get ass raped in jail.
Yeah,
It's
so
like delusion reinforcing.
I'm not sure it requires that you that you know that it's wrong, but I think there is a kind of implication that you know that you're wrong. Like, why would somebody be paying me to say this? But and it's not astronauts, because I think it would be specifically going out to do like to try to change people's minds. So there's like
activist work.
Yeah, like you're going to talk to doctors about this drug. And you're like, if the drug really worked, why am I taking this guy for a long lobster bris? If he brisket, maybe bris would be probably circumcising lobster.
You're part of a globe lobby group.
Lobby group. I'm a globbyist.
A globby group. You're a globbyist. You are.
But it is weird that you guys seem to hang out more with the opposing side than your own guys, right? Is it that your guys are
fun.
Your guys are boring, right?
Yeah, I mean,
well, if I was
50 cents a minute, eggshells?
What is going to look like?
We're gonna have to start charging these fucking Globers to spend time with us.
50 cents a minute of airtime? Yeah.
I think you're thinking too much of yourself.
With only 5 cents,
I
you
think
can
they're just
sponsor.
flat earthers. Maybe they're just flat earthers.
Yeah. I have a theory plus one. I have a theory, right? I have this theory that there are no globe earthers. The only globe earthers that are there are shields.
That's your theory?
That's my theory. Yup.
What's your independent variable?
Okay.
Now this man is bringing.
Then how would we be all hoodwinked? Like, who's doing the hoodwinking? Who's being hoodwinked? If it's like, because that's the point that I often think with a lot of these conspiracy theories is like, once you've got that many people to propagate the lie, who's left to be getting lied to?
The rest of the world. We are a very small group of people. There is the rest of the world, literally 90-something% of the people.
I see
believe
what you mean.
this lie.
You mean all globers? You mean like all of the globers that come into these rooms and have these conversations are shills?
Yeah, they because if you notice that when they're actually new, not people that've been hanging around, they don't last very long being globers.
It's all about you, eggshells.
The only
Can't you
guys
see
that
all the
have been
cameras all
here,
focused on you? It's like the Truman Show.
the only
You're
guys
working
that
it
stay
out.
consistently are the same characters. They have the same skits. They have
Right.
the same questions. That we have the same count. It's not that it's uninteresting, but you start to notice that they have the same women, and they act like they haven't heard anything ever.
Oh, that's
like
not
they've
on
never
us.
seen a map.
It's like riding on eggshells and bacon.
It's like a skit.
They're wild. Yeah, I feel like they're just
eggshells and bacon.
It's not our fault if you guys never learn.
Sound a bit tasty.
See, look, he says that all the time. He says
But I just want to investigate that a bit, Matrix. So what you're saying is, everybody that comes in to Flat Earth who's actually ignorant of it becomes a Flat Earther, except anybody who comes in and stays in as a glober is a shill. Isn't that like you win if you win and if you lose you also win? Isn't that like heads I win, tails you lose? Like you're always right because they're either shills or become Flat Earthers?
Well, you've got to appreciate that there is no proof for the globe. So if you're going to dogmatically stick to the globe like a dog without any evidence, then you sort of end up just shilling for it, don't you?
See, that's what I'm talking about. Because the thing is, there really doesn't seem to be solid evidence. It just seems to be subjective and authoritative evidence. It doesn't seem anything tangible or verifiable at all. There is nothing like that. And you guys still hold on to this globe like it's God.
Yeah, like it's their religion.
Flat Earth to the same challenge, right? Which is put globe out of the question and put all of the Flat Earth evidence that is supposed debunkings of the globe also out of it, because all they're doing is disproving a globe, but it could still be a dodecahedron.
To be fair,
of course, start to build a pile of things that show us that it's flat and stationary.
To be fair,
that's where the weaponizing of flat Earth has come about, because flat Earthers, although some will say yes, it's definitely flat, blah blah blah, most are, on a search for answers. They're not trying to convince anyone of anything. Although there are some diehard people who will try and tell you there's a dome and etc. etc.
The only thing the Flat Earth truly did
punish everyone with that.
Is this white world?
White word, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, how you doing, man? So the only thing the Flat Earth, the only thing the Flat Earth did was like take the veil out of the people's eyes, right? It isn't about the shape of the Earth. It's more about the nature of your reality, right? The globe, that whole story has a hold on the nature of our reality because it suggests that we might have just been an accident. And if you just live your way that way, you will never think of the consequences of your actions. You will never change. You will be an asshole because you have no inclination to not be one. But if you have to consider that it isn't a globe, bro, you have to understand this, globers and so-called flat earthers, right? We have been fed this story our entire life that this thing came from nothing, a big bang, and galaxies form, and we're fucking flying through. That is the story, regardless of your level of education. That's what you believe because it's been imprinted in you. Doesn't matter your level of education. It doesn't matter how much you read. That is what most people believe, right? To think of the nature of your reality outside of that, it would immediately be insane because most people have nothing to think about because all we have been fed is that we live in space and we're flying and there's a galaxy and a big fucking bang.
So any question. Let me ask this question, which is, you're saying I'm not a glober because I haven't ever seen any evidence for the globe. So we need evidence for a proposition in order to have confidence in it. I agree with that. What is the evidence that is for the flat Earth as opposed to evidence against the globe?
The problem is it doesn't matter the evidence for the flat Earth. It doesn't. Hold on.
It doesn't matter about whether there's evidence for it.
The flat Earth is not making a claim. The flat Earth is just a bunch of people realizing that the nature of our reality might not be what we believe.
So it could be a dodecahedron.
Listen. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter the shape. It doesn't matter. But if you base your nature, your reality, your truth, your life on that you came from a big bang, if you base your entire decision making processes based on that, right? And then you come to the realization, shit, there's counter information that says, or that hints to this is not the, because the official claim here is that we live on a sphere, not on a flat earth. Nobody's officially claiming that because we simply don't have the credentials. We're just regular fucking people.
So
right?
Matrix,
We're nobody.
Matrix, do you think, in your opinion, do you think there's any globe denier? I'm not saying flat earther, I'm saying globe denier. Do you think there's any globe denier that genuinely has any end goal with their debate activism, whatever they're doing? Do they have any goal that they're trying to reach at the end of whatever, or are they just going to live their entire life denying the globe and then die?
Listen, bro, I don't know what you guys want to do with this. Hold on, Jim. Let me just say this and be done. I don't know what anybody else is gonna do, but my whole thing is to gain knowledge, to try to access truth, to live my life accordingly for me and my family. So I have no intentions of forming no fucking march, burning nothing down, rallying with no motherfuckers. That I have no intentions to do that. Right? So I'm not trying to save the world. I'm just trying to save me and my family.
So Matrix, how will you ever gain fulfillment in this space? This movement?
Well, it's very fulfilling. It's very fulfilling to entertain new ideas, to take on new information, right? It's very
so you're here for the conversation then?
For the conversation.
Okay. All right. Sure. Okay. Got it.
There's different ways you can look at it too. Like early on, a lot of flat earthers, whatever, realized that they'd handed their brains over and had a bunch of information poured in the brain. And then they're given their brain back, filled with ready-made installed information that no one's verified. So that was empowering for Flat Earth because they realized that there were real questions they could ask. And then they could verify, become the scientist, become the observer, become the empiricist, become the logical tactician, become the skeptic. It's all in you. It's all, stop talking over the top of me, Bacon. It's like you're in the driver's seat. That's the point of Flat Earth. You're in a weak position before it. After Flat Earth, you're in a stronger position. You're in the driver's seat, driving your own car, making your own decisions, thinking rationally for yourself. That's empowerment.
Yeah, so there's no...
That's what it is.
Yeah, so what I'm getting is there's no ultimate fulfillment for any globe deniers here other than just conversation.
No, so you can completely discount what I said, or you can recognize the significance of what I'm saying. It's on you. You can stay on a globe. You can stay weak in a false paradigm given to you by your government. Good luck with that.
What does that actually? What does that actually?
What does that give you as a person? How does that empower you? What was enhanced along the way, other than just having information poured into your cranium?
Merle, the whole point is that it's conversation. There's no ultimate.
You miss the point all the time. You think you know where L2 is. You miss the point.
Tell me what's the point.
I've been around here. I've been around. I've watched the whole thing unfold. I'm one of the only people here who's seen that. So sometimes when I chime in, just fucking listen because I've got the real life experience and I've seen it.
Okay, so
internationally,
Merle,
this was an international event.
Will you ever be personally
people all around the world started realizing they didn't know what reality was.
Let me just get one question, Merle.
Go ahead.
Do you think you will ever be personally fulfilled in this movement whatsoever? What will fulfill
I already
you?
am. I was fulfilled before.
Exactly, and the most that you've done is converse on Discord.
No, you have no idea what I've done or what I haven't done, what I've been involved in, what's happened, what's been realized, what's been discovered, because you're ignorant. Not me.
Why does it sound like
you come to us? Hang on, guys. You fucking keep railroad. You guys come to us looking to what we have discovered. Then you expect us to share what we've discovered with you.
Chronic, I'm fulfilled. On this subject, I'm fulfilled. Not as much as I could be if we had definitive evidence one way or the other. But I'm fulfilled because I know now that there isn't definitive evidence for the globe.
Yes, and
I was ignorant before. Now I'm not.
and the most that you're ever going to do is converse on Discord about it. Like you got to be realistic here.
Okay. Hold on.
Yeah, but at least I know the truth now.
Hold on,
Sure.
No, hold up, Jay. Let me respond.
Let
Let me,
some
guys,
other people
one
come in
second.
there, mate.
Let me just respond real quick.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, yes, like in terms of whether or not it's a globe or like I won't be able to prove it. I don't think I have the agency, the wherewithal, or the even like I don't even think it's technologically possible for us to definitively prove it.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I guess technologically possible it would be if we like were circumnavigating north to south or something, but I don't think I'll be given that opportunity, right? But that being said, knowing that there isn't definitive evidence for it and they keep on propagating it, and you know the propaganda is just like next level and everything, it has ramifications in other parts of my life, and it gives me the self-governance, the agency to be able to act accordingly, to know when they're lying, when it's fake news and stuff like that. It gives me insight, and so for that reason, it gives me purpose.
Yes, but it
prevents me from being as ignorant as I would have been otherwise.
Sure, I agree.
100%.
I agree on the other. I agree. However, I'm obviously on the other side of the fence, and it is personal fulfillment. I'm fulfilled also for the same exact reason of getting conversation on Discord. It's nothing to be ashamed. I'm not sure why Merle seems like ashamed of it or something that he's on Discord this much. Like it's.
Well, you're trying to limit it to that. You're saying that's what
But
everyone's
there's
like.
nothing
You know,
wrong.
personal.
There's nothing wrong with a conversation.
I'm not
limiting.
I'm not ashamed. I'm not ashamed to be on Discord.
I'm being realistic.
It was happening though.
That's
It was
all.
happening before Discord. Discord was known as a place where gamers and trolls gather in their headsets to fuck with each other.
Merle, you're teaching a gamer how Discord works, man. I know how.
No,
Discord
I'm
works.
saying to you, most of the Globe proponent are gamers, nerds, computer game heads. They are. It's a fact.
All right,
It is a
Chronic,
fact.
what's wrong with there isn't anything wrong with a conversation.
Of
Because
course
when you read a
not.
book,
Not at all.
when you read a book, it's like you're having a conversation with the author, right? And that's just simply how people convey information, and there's nothing wrong with that.
I never once said there's anything wrong. I was just curious about personal fulfillments. That's all.
Oh, because when you said the only thing you're able to do is have a
Where's
conversation,
L2?
it kind of gave me an implication that you was belittling it as if there's nothing, there's no knowledge to be gained from that, and I highly disagree with that.
No, I mean, of course, technically, like Percentage alluded to, technically, there's things you can try to do. Rest in peace, Rocket Bob or whatever his name is. But I mean, but realistically, like for the Mad Mike, yeah, not Rocket Bob. Rest in peace to that guy. But no, realistically, for the majority, it is just conversations on Discord, which is nothing to. It's not meant to belittle or anything. It's just Discord, conversations. That's all.
Because a lot of the people in here, no offense, like it's come in waves. You guys, a lot of you guys weren't out there in 2015 on YouTube for whatever reason. You just weren't there.
Mm-hmm.
So it's evolved over time.
Of course, as everything does, yeah.
Listen, I never believed in man Mike Hughes. I thought he was using Flat Earth for his own personal bullshit. But whatever the case may be, that man died doing what he loved. That crazy motherfucker made a rocket. Very little people could say that they have the ability to do so. So regardless of how crazy he died, there's regular people that walk out of the house and get hit by a car. So they died doing regular shit. That motherfucker died doing something extraordinary. So for that, he get his roses.
Yeah.
I was with you on that one. I think he was a legend. Like crazy, but a legend.
I think we should take his lead, but instead of making a big ass rocket, we should make a big ass vacuum chamber and then a small ass rocket, so we could test the astronautics.
Or sail around, like you don't even need to go all the way to Antarctica. You just sail around the south looking for the missing bits of ocean.
Can I just say one last thing, because I got to go, but take it or leave it. Like this is from one of these elders in the fucking subject. So a lot of us who've been round a bit longer, we listen to you guys. We observe. We listen to your arguments. Yeah, we do. Because you're all in a process. You're all in it. And so a lot of us have to give you guys room to grow into a deeper realization, which is ultimately you guys thinking for yourselves. This is where the process leads. And you're all doing really well. For most of the times when I listen in on these conversations, they're vibrant, they're passionate, people are engaged.
So respect, because you guys are the ones keeping it going. A lot of us who've been around early
Amen,
on
Merle.
couldn't give a
Amen.
fuck
Thank
anymore.
you, bro. Thank you.
Amen. Great sermon.
I
That was
think
probably
they're our biggest fans. I mean, I would love to be a fly on the wall, where you guys like on therapy and stuff, and you have to justify wasting your life arguing with supposedly crazy people. I would love to hear the answer of what you guys
would
would
you
tell
like me
your
to tell you
therapist.
what I tell my therapist?
Oh, hey, yeah, oh, I would love that.
I would love to go to
I
space.
tell him it's my hobby. It's my hobby.
Huh?
This is what I enjoy doing. And he goes,
True.
why?
That's true.
But I'm saying though, if you there's some people, maybe not you, but there's some people that deem us crazy, lunatics, stupid, and I'm just
Yes,
saying,
you are. Yes,
hold
you
on,
are.
hold on, how loud? Okay, well, if you're questioning my intellect, let's question
Why are you
yours.
calling him stupid?
No, it's cool. I got it. +1. It's cool. So all right. So how smart of you? How smart of a person is to hang out with so-called stupid and crazy people, right? Even if you're doing for the ha-has, right? In a deep sense, deep down, it makes you a miserable person. Because if you get pleasure by supposedly fucking with so-called dumb people, it makes you a piece of shit, right? So regardless of what you want to call us, it will always reflect worse on you. Because at least we believe the shit we're saying. You clearly don't.
I just haven't
I
heard people
appreciate
use
that I say,
I've
Matrix.
heard other people saying stupid and crazy.
Yeah.
I never
He literally just said
You're
that.
calling us crazy for waking up from the crazy dream that you're still in.
Yeah, you guys make assessments of what we do and what motivates us, and we do the same to you if you like. They're not going to be
crazy.
But the difference is that we used to be y'all. We used to be y'all. That's the difference.
Says the guy who just in chat earlier said he was a Glover. Thank you for that. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Like Gio just like yesterday, day before, was asking, was doing the same thing, essentially saying, do you think you've got a mental problem? By saying, if you came to the other side and you recognize that the world is flat and stationary, would you look back and think that you had a mental problem or some sort of mental disorder?
Well, insanity is noted, gentlemen, by an inability to take sense data from reality and process it properly. As far as we can tell, we're not moving. And as far as we can tell, the horizon is flat. So on that level, we're pretty sane. I mean,
And
we're
Lemon,
just taking the data.
I'm not accusing you of being insane.
Thousands of times, Lemon. How many thousands of times have you been told that we can measure it, but we as humans can't feel it? We're not that sensitive to it. We can measure it. We can't feel it.
Can you
But I'm just saying, we're sane by that.
Can you prove that we can't feel
Ruhif,
it?
we are sane by that definition that we're just taking the flat sense data given to us and the lack of movement data that's given to our senses and going from there.
Okay. Can you measure that data, Lemon? Measure it.
Yes.
Measure your senses. Measure your weight change.
Just like I
Can you
measure
measure it?
how delicious this meal is, just like I measure how hard of a run I did at the
They are
gym, I can measure
subjective.
all of that very accurately.
You're literally making my point for me, Lemon. You're making subjective measurements, which aren't really measurements at all, when we can make objective measurements of our weight change correlating with latitude.
Yeah, and we can
Your
make objective
senses are
measurements.
shit at measuring things.
Yes,
But we
but
have
you can measure acceleration in a car, and the world accelerates, and but somehow we do not feel it. But we know that on Earth, if you're in a car and you accelerate, you feel the momentum.
But I can feel 20 miles per hour in a car, Ruhif. By that logic, I should be able to feel 66,000 miles per hour around the sun. That's just
You
logical.
cannot feel speed, Lemon. You cannot feel speed.
Yeah,
Yes,
there's a question.
What instrument do you use to measure speed?
You
Just
can invoke
speed,
these mantras.
not just speed. That's
You
changing
can invoke these
momentum. Just the
mantras as much
wobble.
as you want, Ruhif. I reject them. I reject what you're saying as some sort of nonsensical, mind-emptying mantra. I felt 20 miles per hour in the car. I'm going to feel 66,000 miles per hour around the sun.
What instrument do you use to measure speed? Tell me how a speedometer works in a car.
We never
The number of revolutions of the wheel.
Right.
Right.
So your body can't feel that, right?
I can feel every jostle of the road. I can feel the wind against my hand when I put down the window.
A jostle is an
Bumps on the road
acceleration,
are an
though, right?
acceleration. Putting your hand out the window, feeling the force of the air is also an acceleration.
And the Earth is also moving at an accelerated speed, Ruhif. A revolving motion is inherently accelerational. So what you're saying becomes meaningless because we're accelerating all the time.
And
The only
add the
way that
wobble.
what you're saying takes on meaning,
Put it on
Ruhif,
your lemon.
is if you talk about the
Acceleration
threshold of what
and
we
wobble.
can feel and what we cannot feel, Ruhif, because we're accelerating all the time anyway.
Yeah, we can measure it.
In a sense, though, like they do have a get-out clause with the fact that they claim that space is void of matter, so there would be no friction. So
yeah,
you could have any speed without any apparent, detection of it.
It sounds like the elaboration of a bad liar. How can you go through nothing?
It's a great way. Yeah, it's a great way to.
It's the elaboration of a bad liar. Obviously, space has to be a substance that has a substantial effect on you when you go through it, aka an ether. We shouldn't take the elaboration of these bad liars anymore to explain away the lack of motion that we feel, the lack of spinning that we see, and the lack of curvature that we see as well. This is just the elaboration of a bad liar.
How much do you weigh to the nearest 100 grams right now, Lemon? To the nearest 100 grams, your accuracy.
I'm not a metric in a regular English standard. I have put on a little bit of weight recently.
Yeah.
Let's
How
just
did
say,
you measure it? Did you measure it with your fucking mind, or did you step on a set of scales?
I could tell that I'm getting fatter, though, but I did step on a scale, yes.
You did step on a scales. Excellent work. Measuring it. Well done.
Okay, so we can measure by how fat my gut is getting and or step on the scale, but there are other indicators, too, of movement, too, Ruhif.
Do you measure it by looking at it, or maybe you put a measuring tape around it?
How about some wind? If I can't tell if the car is moving or the surroundings, Ruhif, guess what I do? I put my hand out the window. What would we do, Ruhif, to break the tie between the Earth moving and the surroundings moving, Ruhif? What would we do to break that tie? We'd need something that provides the wind effect and ether. But guess what you globers did, Ruhif? You got rid of the only framework by which we can tell movement, Ruhif, the ether, the moment it was inconvenient for Copernicanism. More elaboration of bad liars. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to reject your narrative, Ruhif. I'm sorry.
I think Lemon Burke
You put your hand
the same way
outside
you
and you feel
Globers
the
measure the
force of the air.
celestials.
At best, you could call it unfalsifiable. You can't then say we see a lack of movement. Like if all you're saying is that
he puts his hand outside and feels the force of the air.
Well, we do
acceleration.
experience a lack of movement, and no baller can explain stillness.
Well, that's
no, you don't. There's no experience of lack of movement.
Try to explain
Movement,
stillness. Try to
linear movement
explain stillness
isn't experienced.
on a rotating, orbiting Earth.
Okay,
So
would you like me to?
Learn vector physics, champ.
I'll have a crack
Learn
at it.
fucking vector prediction.
There is no way to determine whether just straight up motion. Straight up motion is impossible to detect with any known instrument, and no human can detect it. What you can detect is acceleration. So all you would be able to detect is being at the outside of a curve, the sort of centrifugal force from turning around it. And that is so small you can't detect it, just the same as Ruhi was pointing out. I wouldn't be able to tell if I was 1 gram heavier, but you can measure it by taking a weight to different latitudes and putting it back on a set of scales.
So would you?
And I did that.
Hang on.
So
He's
that's
not
why you don't
explaining
feel it.
stillness.
Hold on.
Hang on.
Hold on. Would you have?
I was in the middle of something, dude. I was in the middle of something.
I was just going to correct him on saying.
There are some things that are very long.
No, I was short and concise. And
Go
I'm
on,
saying
go for
no baller can explain stillness on a rotating, orbiting Earth. He didn't explain
Yes,
it
we
then
can,
either.
Mel. Yes, we
You
can.
can't.
But he said
none of you can.
Hold on a sec. I just want to pull Ryden up on one thing that you said. Motion can't be detected, but what you actually mean is acceleration can't be detected. So
acceleration can be. Acceleration can be. Just displacement can't be. So moving from A to B at a constant speed is undetectable. What you can detect is starting to move from a stopped position,
I think what you
down
meant
again,
to
or a
say
change in vector.
What you meant to say was
asked a question about
constant.
Yes, constant speed. Yes, that's probably a better way to say it. Yeah, constant speed or just displacement is not detectable. So that's why if you had a train traveling along perfectly flat tracks at 1 million
You only
miles an
feel
hour,
deceleration and acceleration.
yeah, you're only going to feel the turns and the bumps in the track. But if there are
You're
none, you won't
interrupting
feel
my
it.
conversation now. Though.
Yeah, Mel,
It's no
I
offense.
can answer your question very easily, right?
Sorry, Mel. Go on.
It's just one. It's a passionate thing for me because you can have an ant next to you. You can watch that move while you're sitting still. I mean, there's so many
we
examples
can.
you can bring.
Yeah. Anyway, let's
But
answer your question, Mel.
stillness, you guys can't explain.
Yes, we can. Absolutely.
Why?
Explain it then.
Why
Explain
shouldn't it be
stillness.
still? Why
So you've
shouldn't it be still? Tell me.
You've got a gravity vector, right, towards the center of the Earth. That is a constant vector. It doesn't change. It's always towards the center of the Earth. If you're, it doesn't change direction or magnitude, right?
But isn't that a
That's
presupposed abstract position?
He's asking for an explanation, not a proof. Okay, he's asked me to explain it. All right. The centrifugal force is also a constant vector. Okay, it goes outwards from the axis of rotation. If you combine those two vectors, you get another constant vector. The vector doesn't change. That's the whole thing. The vector doesn't change. That's why you're stationary.
To the presupposed abstract position.
I don't
Yeah,
care. He
if
asked
it's supposed, that's still answering his question.
if you knew
So
vector,
is the Earth moving forwards or back or up or down or
relative
left or
to
right?
what?
Which way is it moving?
Relative to what?
They don't
Forwards?
believe in absolute anything, so you're going to have to say what it's moving relative toward. They only believe in relativity, relative truth, and relative movement.
Well, it has
No,
to
not
be moving in
relative
direction.
truth.
It has.
But
They're
rotation
saying
is
it's
relative.
they're saying it's in motion. Which motion is it in?
It's rotating. It's certainly
Brownian motion.
absolutely rotating, right?
Would it
In
have
terms
an
of motion, though, in terms of motion, it is, we say it's orbiting around the sun. But again, if
You're
you
wrong.
change reference frames, you could say that the whole fucking universe is rotating around us or moving around us.
And you'd be correct.
Well, yeah, it's not really easy to think of it that way, though, right?
Actually, it's very easy, very intuitive.
The problem, Ruhif, is everything can't be moving relative to everything else. Even if that were the case, we can't know it because we can't see all relative motion, number one. And number two, even if you wanted to go with that, there would have to be something that is moving relatively little compared to everything else anyway. So movement
out for the
is
truck.
cataloged relative to that absolute standard, Ruhif, whatever is moving the least and or not moving at all.
No,
It's a
that's
seatbelt alarm.
not how you determine
Watch out, man!
absolute
There's
motion.
a garbage truck in front of you.
It's a seatbelt. He never wears a
Yeah,
seatbelt.
put your seatbelt on. Fuck's sake.
Oh, something else that we
gangster.
can't possibly verify, right? Another story that nobody can verify is just a story.
Show us how to determine absolute motion.
Well, we need to see
you
what's
can,
powering the
you get a
movement.
point.
If the motor powers a car, it moves when it turns the wheels of the car. Once that motor's power is taken away, the car no longer moves. So we need to talk about the
decelerates and
force of the
accelerates.
movement to see whether something is having movement powered by
Actually-
something like a motor or something like the Earth that is just going through space by gravity or not.
You keep talking about acceleration, though, Lemon.
Not even that makes sense, Ruhif. To have acceleration, you need to have movement anyway.
Dude, put your
So
seatbelt.
if you can't
please.
tell that you're
For
moving
God's
until you
sake.
accelerate, that's not even logical. Why
Yo,
wouldn't you be able to
seatbelts?
tell if you're accelerating when our cells are in vibration, Ruhif? That's a constant acceleration, back and forth, vibrating all the time. That's contradictory.
Okay.
Can I just say seatbelts are
you're-
for bad drivers?
Oh, come on, champ.
On top of that, Ruhif, a rotational motion accelerates all the time. So by that bad
Yes.
definition of yours, we would still feel the acceleration anyway. So what
Yeah,
you
but
need
it's
to talk about,
constant.
Ruhif,
It's
is the
constantly
threshold
pointing-
of
pointing
sensation
downward.
and what we can feel and what we can't feel and the parameters up to which we can or can't feel stuff. Otherwise, what you're saying is just moot.
No, as I've
So
said,
is there-
Lemon, we can measure it. It has been measured dozens of times by fucking YouTube debunkers.
So
But,
there is no
that's a lie.
acceleration
Measured,
change.
Ruhif? Where was this measured, Ruhif? This acceleration or whatever?
Critical think has measured
It's
it
never been
a few
measured.
times.
I measured it.
Yes, it has.
No, you haven't.
Doesn't
Not-
the Earth
not
go in and
scientifically.
outside and closer and farther?
You don't know
from
what
the
I'm
Absolutely
sun?
what I'm talking about, percent.
Even scientifically,
You've never
according to
once
fucking
measured
Nathan
the
Oakley's
acceleration
bullshit.
or the rotation of Earth.
Yes, we have.
No, you haven't,
Would you
because
like-
they've never
would you
once
like
done
independent
a valid
variables?
scientific experiment. They don't have
Let's
the
go.
Oh,
same
you have
apparatus
weird. You have
at the
weird
equator and then
criteria.
at different latitude.
You
or
have weird
multiple
criteria.
apparatuses
That's
at the same
all.
latitude.
We
They've
have
never once
measured.
done it.
Even with their bullshit criteria for scientific experiments, let's go.
Yeah, so you have one independent variable, which is the latitude. The latitude is causing different precessions, right? So
why are you talking?
the same
Why
apparatus
are
at the
you?
equator, which is
One sec. Why are you talking about precession? We're not talking about Coriolis force, right? We're just talking about centrifugal force.
You're talking the rotation of the Earth, right?
Yes.
Let's go with your
Rotation of the
bullshit.
Earth would have a precession with Foucault's apparatus, right?
But we're not talking about Foucault's.
No, we're not moving anything. We're not in like a pendulum or a fucking
Give us your
plane or whatever.
hypothesis.
Yep. Okay. So first of all, my phenomenon is that I saw the sunset, and I go, is the sun moving or are we moving? Maybe we're a rotating sphere. That's my hypothesis. I saw a sunset.
Maybe
you saw
we're a
the
rotating
sunset.
sphere.
Sounds
You
perfectly
didn't see the
logical.
Earth turn. You saw the sunset.
It's really logical, Rudy.
Yeah, my phenomenon
that's
is
so
that.
intuitive,
And my
right, Rudy?
hypothesis, I don't care how intuitive you think it is. My hypothesis is that the Earth is rotating. That's the cause of the sunset, right? My experiment to test my hypothesis of a rotating sphere is... What's my experiment?
Yay.
Centrifugal force. If something's rotating, there'll be centrifugal force. That's my experiment.
Isn't the Earth moving closer and farther from the sun?
A little bit, yeah.
Doesn't that require some sort of acceleration and deceleration?
Yes, but it's not something that can be measured because it's a free fall.
Oh my God, bro! So it can't. So how do we know that it's doing this if it can't be measured?
Because we see the
how
sun
are you gonna
getting
do
bigger
it?
and smaller.
How
That's
are you going to do it? How are you going to measure
And we
while you're on the Earth?
Couldn't that be caused by
That's
some other
exactly
thing,
what
like
we're
atmospheric
asking you
magnification due
guys.
to some other reason?
But listen to his response. How
you
will
can
we be
claim
able to
that.
do that? That's literally what we've been asking.
Yeah, and
How
we
is
tell
it
you
that
you
you
can't
guys are
do
able
it.
to detect these things? Okay, so is it possible that you can detect these things because it isn't there? Is that a possibility?
Oh,
No,
if you want to
you
reject
ask-
it with the
you-
orbit, sure.
You asked for a specific one that cannot be measured, but we were talking about one that can be. So why
we
are
can
you
measure
changing the subject?
centrifugal force. We can't measure an orbital acceleration because we're on the planet.
And you
Yeah,
can't
but
also
that's free
prove it.
fall.
You can't also prove it. You can't prove
You
an
can't
acceleration.
measure.
Fine.
You can't measure
Fine,
the
mate.
acceleration
Fine,
of
mate.
free fall.
There is
Why
no
we can't
free
prove
fall because there's no perfect vacuum.
Dude,
I can hear
I'm pretending
Percentage
to see.
smiling. I can hear him smiling through Discord.
No, I'm eating. But for real, there's no such thing as free fall, technically, because there's no perfect vacuum. Free fall
who
requires
cares?
absolutely
Okay,
zero
if
resistance.
Earth reaches 10 atoms during
Isn't
its
there an
orbit to the sun,
acceleration in free
who gives
fall?
a fuck?
A winky wink, smiley smile.
Yes, there is. But when you're in orbit, that acceleration doesn't put you closer and further. It just keep you in that circular path. That's
But
called
hold
the
on.
centripetal force.
But hold on. But Ruhif said that it does. But it does. And the model it does say that the Earth does get closer and farther away, which
Yes.
it requires a change in movement and acceleration.
And we can't
won't feel
measure it,
that, you
Matrix.
say.
But
Okay,
it's still
if
measure
it's
that from
doing
Earth.
that, all right. But by logic alone, if it is doing that, and you gave us the car analogy, any deceleration and acceleration and wobble and any sort of movement, we will feel that immediately.
No,
So how is
no.
it? Oh my God, it's double
Let
logic.
me
You guys are-
explain. No, you don't know why. You're just assuming that because we made different claims and we are contradicting ourselves. No,
Wait,
those
but
are
can
different
I ask a quick
examples.
question? Can I ask a quick question?
Well, I would like to
is
answer
your-
Matrix first.
Hold on a sec. So, is the current cause of the sunrise Earth spin?
Yes.
Isn't that what you should be able to control? So you can rule that out.
No.
In the cause?
You're confusing. You're confusing
Can
the
I answer
hypothesis
Matrix
with the
question?
experiment. Yeah, go. Okay.
Right. So the orbit of a planet is caused by its gravitational acceleration towards the sun, right? And that force is applied to the whole planet at once. So every part of the planet is experiencing the exact same gravitational field, gravitational force. When you accelerate your car, it doesn't start accelerating everything at once. It starts by accelerating the car first, and then the car accelerates you. So you feel the car pushing you. That's why you can feel the car accelerating. But that's why you can't feel free fall, because in free fall everything is accelerating together. The force is being applied to the whole thing as if it was a single thing. When you
What do you
accelerate
mean?
the car, sorry?
Like in the context of a falling body in free space, So, what do you mean the whole thing?
Yeah, the gravity isn't acting like in a specific part of you. It's pulling all of your atoms at the same acceleration. So none of those are going to accelerate first. They're all going to accelerate together. So there's no way to feel that. But if you're, let's say, accelerating your car, the car starts by the engine, and then it transfers the motion to the wheels, that transfer that to the car, that transfer to where you're sitting, that transfer to your back. All of that takes time. So you can feel that because the car isn't accelerating all of the atoms of your body. It's accelerating, let's say, your skull first.
So you're saying if there's no delay, you won't notice it?
It's not about the delay, it's about where the force is acting on. And the acceleration of a car is acting on your back. And your back acts on the next part of you, that acts on the next part of you. So when it reaches, let's say, your ear, and then it, you know, the liquid inside of your inner ear, there's like a tiny crystals, right? Yeah, so those things are the last ones to accelerate, let's say, and then they move relative to the rest of the ear. So that's how you detect, that's how you feel the motion, right?
If you're going 80 miles an hour, right, you won't feel anything, right? This is what you guys are saying, right? After you get to a certain speed and a steady speed, you won't feel anything. But if you decelerate to 30 miles an hour, you would feel it. If you're going 30 miles an hour and you accelerate to 80, you will feel that. If the Earth is constantly getting closer and getting farther from the sun, that means that there is some implication that it is decelerating and accelerating, right?
Yes,
and you guys are
it
saying
is.
that we cannot move. We cannot move.
I just
and feel
explained
that.
why.
While giving the analogy in the car, which we could feel that.
You just
explained why they're not analogies.
I also, it's also worth weighing up like what those forces would be, because I tried to do it one time because somebody raised the same question. I was like, actually, that does make sense, which is like, I wasn't even thinking about the apogee and the perigee of our orbit, which is where it's closer or further. But when we're closer, so we're rotating around, shouldn't we weigh a tiny bit less at noon because we're the closest to the sun and we're on the inside of our orbit, heavier at noon, and then on the other side where we're kind of being flung off the outside of the orbit and flung off the outside of the spin of the Earth, shouldn't we weigh a bit less then too? I forget, I tried to calculate with somebody and it's just, you can calculate it, but it is such a tiny thing that I think even the spin you can measure, but the orbit I think is below the bars of what you're even able to measure.
And
just
you
if
have
you calculate it, given the 93 million miles and the 1 lap per year and all of that stuff. I mean, should we try and work it out now, what force that would be?
Are you talking, well, it depends. Are you talking about the force, the gravitational pull of the sun on you? Is that what you're referring to?
No. That'd be working actually against what I'm talking about. I mean, like, at midnight, let's say, the Earth is spinning, so you've got some centrifugal force, but when it gets to midnight, that centrifugal force is added to the centrifugal force of your orbit, if you get what I mean.
Right.
So you're
flung
off the outside of the Earth at the rotation and flung off the outside of the orbit. When those two stack up, shouldn't you be like, lighter?
Yeah, that makes sense.
And when I calculated it just for the spin, it's like 0.001 or something like that. You'd be 0.01 or something grams lighter.
Still below the threshold, they'd claim.
And then but it's just zeros. I forget. Let's try and work it out. What would it be? How would you work that out?
Change in weight aside, right? Change in weight aside, right? We were talking about the speeding up and speeding down, right? However it tends to happen, if it's slowing down because it's getting a little fatter and speeding up because it's getting a little lighter, whatever, right? It
Jay,
only
the claim
begs more the question is that we would feel that because in a car, which is the analogy that you guys use, any sudden movement at all, any minuscule movement, you will absolutely feel it. And here we have an entire planet getting close to something and then getting away from it in some sort of orbit, which it has to maintain some sort of acceleration.
Yeah, Jay, but their convenient answer to that is that regardless of it's changing, it's still below our sensation, our threshold for sensing it.
I don't know that it is.
No,
I'm just inviting. We can work it out now. Like I'm sure there's a way to
But that's the thing,
calculate somewhere.
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure there's a way we can weigh the whole Earth.
Like,
I'm pretty sure.
I just find it weird how it's perceived as
one at a time,
like
boys.
a weight difference instead of a deviation in motion.
Oh, because he's trying to intellectually
talking about
deviate the conversation.
Yeah, because the thing I'm talking about, the vectors stack up to be straight up down, right? We've got a downward force from gravity, and then we've got an upward force from this vector. And yeah, I think calculate.
What about the centrifugal acceleration? Isn't it like linear to you know, as the Earth is kind of rotating west to east, you're going to be feeling that rotational acceleration linearly if you're like at the equator.
Yeah, it almost seems like what they're saying is like it's so small you can only measure it as in a weight difference, not a movement deflection.
But because that's hard is like, it's not just that it's convenient. We can do this with the numbers ourselves and then go, is it that way? Then you could make a case that, oh, they made us that far, so it happens to be that way. But don't you need to know what the force is so you can interrogate these figures?
Yeah, and that's what I was thinking on yesterday. So yesterday came up with the test. Yesterday came up with the test. We were talking about the same thing, you know, the rotation of the Earth, and we were saying, like, I think the value that they give is 0.03 meters per second squared for their centripetal acceleration of like the Earth spinning west to east, right? And so, and that was on the latitude. Yeah, at the equator, I'm saying. So, and that was said. It's a little bit more than that, but anyways, that was like, where was I? Okay, yeah. So it's spinning west to east, right? And that was below our threshold for being able to pick it up. And I was saying, well, we could have a test where, because that translates into a linear acceleration when you're at the equator. When you're like a person at the equator, you're going to feel it just in the direction of east, linearly, right? So we could just accelerate that person at that same amount,
well,
like
no,
doubling.
you wouldn't feel. Why would you feel in the direction of east? That's not the direction of the acceleration.
Well, Earth is spinning west to east, so.
Yeah, the acceleration is to the center.
Yeah, but this is
that's the direction of the velocity.
Yeah, the angular velocity of the rotation. Is
the acceleration points to the center of the rotation, not to the tangent line. Yeah, the tangent line is the velocity. Like, I think you're maybe confusing those two.
How would a person feel it, though? They would feel like they're going down, accelerating downwards?
Yeah, it's called gravity.
Somebody said there's a
gravity is supposed to be 9 meters per second squared. We're talking about the 0.03.
Yes, which is more than enough to keep them. Exactly. So you need some part of that acceleration.
I was bringing up that it seems to be proclaimed in a weight difference and not a motion difference, not a vector difference.
Exactly. I mean, you need a very tiny acceleration if you want to just orbit the Earth on the surface, right?
How tiny?
I mean, if there was no gravity, if just to have an orbit around the Earth, you need a very tiny acceleration downwards just to keep that circular motion, and gravity is much stronger than that. So that just subtracts from your whole gravity.
So you're saying that there's no angular velocity of the rotation of Earth?
How much stronger is
no,
it?
there is.
How much
in
stronger
AC,
is gravity?
What's AC as a measurement?
I can't calculate that, Godric. For which you want for the equator?
I'm trying to. What I've got here, I've been plugging them into a calculator while you've been speaking. I'm getting centripetal acceleration at the equator of 0.03 meters per second.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Right, so that's what you've got. So that's the equator.
And they say that's below the threshold of what our vestibular system picks up. That we are moving in that acceleration, but it's just below the threshold.
Yeah, but the thing is that acceleration.
Constant.
But that acceleration is downward. So
yeah, it's sorry. That's the other thing is constant, but it's also it's straight along the vector line that is your Like that would be the same as eating an extra French fry. Would you notice that? Because the downward, the vector is still straight up and down.
Yeah, but it's
not
to mention that's constant is relevant because it's still acceleration.
Yeah,
and we feel acceleration.
I didn't mean to say constant. What I meant to say was the same vector.
So we're going downwards at that speed, even though the normal force and gravity is, making us, because we're physically impeded by the Earth, we're not moving anywhere, but we're still accelerating downwards on top of gravity that amount. Am I understanding that right?
We are. Say again.
So basically, it's 9.8 meters per second squared, plus this amount, downwards.
Minus this amount. So
Minus
this amount is
downwards.
flinging us off the Earth.
Yeah. Well, no, it's the centripetal.
The 9.8 is pulling us down. Yeah, I get 0.3. We should be probably quite similar, I would hope.
Yeah, it depends on how you're saying it. You said centripetal acceleration. Hold up, real quick.
Yours is probably better.
Real quick, you said centripetal acceleration. That would be keeping us, down. It would be the negative, 0.03 meters per second squared negative, right? If it's centrifugal that you're talking about, then it would be the positive because
it's the same.
Vector.
Yeah,
it is the same. Yeah, but he was just saying it the other way. What were you saying?
Centrifugal, I guess, is what I mean. But it says centripetal force, but maybe it's giving me a negative.
Yeah, it's centripetal acceleration because it's keeping you down, right? It's the centripetal force, which is counteracting the so-called centrifugal force.
Yes, but
it is
calculating a centrifugal.
It's counteracting once you try to use the frame of reference of that thing that is rotating. If you just look from the outside, there's just the centrifugal force keeping that rotating, which points downwards.
Okay, so the Earth is supposedly spinning, right? And we have centrifugal force because of it, right? But that is defeated by gravity. You're just saying on top of gravity, there's the centripetal force on top of the 9.8 meters per whatever of gravity, or is it incorporated into that?
I'm not sure if I got the question, but I think you would say it's incorporated into, because if you have 9.8 meters per second squared of downward acceleration, and the Earth is stationary.
Basically, the centripetal force is weakening
the
gravity.
mental contortions you've got to put yourselves.
Yeah, so we can't possibly prove it because it's just incorporated into the speed
That's
that
apparently
something
why
falls.
No, you can see it getting smaller then.
At certain places where centripetal or centrifugal force is more active. Is that what you're saying?
It's impossible to prove or disprove.
No,
it's another one of their unfalsifiable claims.
You can measure it.
How can you measure it aside from gravity? How can you extricate it from the downward acceleration of an object that's falling?
So when you have delivery,
why would you do that? Why would you need to do that?
Because we're trying to prove that it exists in and of itself, right?
Yeah, but why is this a requirement? Like, why can't I see how much less gravity I have?
Hold on a sec. So when you have deliveries like of huge material bulk orders, right? It weighs a certain amount when they order it at that place, but when they receive it, it weighs less or more.
Hmm?
Yeah, so if you send stuff towards the equator, it gets lighter. Send stuff towards the poles, it gets heavier.
So if people order stuff from the equator, from places away from the equator, they're actually getting ripped off.
It's not about that. It's about the local temperature and pressure of where the scale is located.
Interestingly, gold is sold via mass, not weight, because at the scales of gold and very expensive things, it does matter. So that's kind of interesting, right?
So how do you measure the mass of the gold bar?
So you get a known mass. This is a question that I struggled with yesterday with what's his name, rolling my boulders questions, and it's quite interesting because Wolfie's done a test on this where he buys a 500 gram weight, gets a really precise digi scales. He even said in the thing for the digi scales, they said these will be set and accurate at the location of our factory, but based on your latitude that will change. So make sure you reset it. So he resets it to 500 grams. Resets to 0, measures 500 grams. Then as he flies to different ports in Australia, it changes weight.
Without accounting for barometric pressure, which is an issue.
Well, I mean, if you can show how that has an impact.
It absolutely does. Air has weight.
It does.
Predictably based on.
Well, if there's more weight, in
it
the
increases.
it would add to what object you're
One
trying
second.
to weigh.
It increases buoyancy force, but you can account for that. Very easy.
But he didn't.
No, if he did for his thing. If you're asserting that's it, then go for it. I mean, otherwise it's just going, I can pick a fault with this. It's easy to pick faults.
No, this is a key fault, though, because the air has weight. So the more that's pressing on the scale, the lighter the object seems.
Critical think has accounted for air pressure.
The scale doesn't pick up the air because when it turns on, whatever force it's feeling, that's going to be the zero.
If he was tearing it each time,
Critical think's
and
video
if he was tearing it each time, then you have a problem.
And humidity and temperature.
Sorry?
Critical think did it control for that, did he?
Yes. Yes, he did.
Oh, critical thinking is a
You'll have a
person.
new one for a new criticism. Did he do
Sure,
it in a
I
vacuum
haven't
chamber?
seen critical thinks, but I'll ask Roof questions. Did he tear it each time, or did he just calibrate the first time and then that's it? And then did he account for barometric pressure?
No, when you
Driving with my daughter in the car, watch his video.
the
I thought you
zeroing of
watched
the
it. You're the one citing it. We're having a conversation. If you can't support it, then why even claim it?
Well, it's information. I think it gets a bit much to be like, you've got to show me everything. I mean,
No, we're
you
just
don't-
talking
you-
about it.
with
I'll
respect-
watch it on my
with
own
respect-
time, but we don't have to stop the conversation just simply because he can't support what he's claiming. I mean,
Exactly, that's my
come on.
point. We don't have to stop the conversation just because you demand that somebody produce something.
Watch the video.
He's
I'm
claiming
driving
it.
with my
He should be
daughter.
able to explain what
Listen.
happens, like cliff notes, to summarize
I'm
it.
driving
If you
with-
can't
I'm
explain it
driving with my
simply, then you
daughter.
don't know it well
He
enough
said
to
he
even
controls
be
for that.
invoking it.
Oh, fine, I'll
Listen.
find it.
percent.
I'm
You just have
driving
to
with my daughter. Watch the video.
percent. You just have to go to the beach, and then do the measurement there. You're going to be at 1 atmospheric pressure.
No, you won't. It depends on the temperature.
You're at sea
of that
level.
day. It doesn't matter, because just because you're at sea level doesn't mean the pressure is going to be the same. There could be more
Yes, it
humidity. There could There could be more
Wait, are you
evaporation,
trying to
more
say
moisture in
just
the
'cause you're
air.
at the
It's
beach-
How
just less
much do you
dense.
think?
Hold on. Are you
How
trying
much
to
do you
say
think
just
that can
because you're at-
affect the weight of?
hold on.
One second. How much
Hold
do you
on.
think
Just
that can
because you're
affect
at the
a
beach
weight?
doesn't mean that the world that you live in is not dynamic.
Are you answering me? Are you talking to me?
I don't know who he's talking. I think he's talking to you. He's saying just because they're at the beach, it doesn't mean that the barometric pressure is going to be the same.
By the way, I've
Oh,
since
just
in that
check
time
it.
calculated the centrifugal acceleration, so upwards force of being at the outside of your orbit. If we take the given radius, and it is 0.00632 meters per second. I'll give a shiny gold bar to anybody who can perceive that.
Okay, let's calculate how much the pressure would affect the weight of something, right? Because I think that's pretty negligible, and I think even if that's not negligible, it would be at least an order of magnitude smaller than your difference of local gravity.
So is it what were the factors? Percentage, barometric pressure, and what else?
Mainly that, but it's obviously affected by temperature.
Why?
The barometric, but
Pressure is affected by temperature.
Okay, so if this is outside the bars of what's affected by barometric pressure, what would that mean for your argument?
What do you mean?
If the measured difference in weight is outside what barometric pressure could do, given known pressures that we experience on Earth, what would that do for your argument? Would you have to then accept this?
That's a malformed question. It can't possibly be
Are you guys
beyond
talking
what
about
barometric pressure could
a
do.
new gadget to be able
Why
to?
is that? How could it not be beyond what barometric pressure could do?
Because it depends on the pressure, right? You could have like some crazy
Right, but are you gonna-
exponential
are you gonna
difference in
invoke-
pressure. So
Are
it's
you
a
going to
malformed
invoke pressures that don't exist on Earth?
No.
Okay, so given pressures that we do have on Earth, if it's outside the bounds of those, what would that mean for your argument?
How would it be outside the bounds of those if that's the pressure that we're measuring? You're not really making sense.
All you got to do, dude.
I don't think
It doesn't make sense.
Wait, hold on.
So here's the
Right,
question
you
then.
said
So
it's
let me
zero.
make sense of it.
You said- you
Let's
said
say
three-
barometric pressure can account for a 0.002 Newton force, but what we're measuring in terms of the difference is a 0.2 Newton force. So we've got 2 orders of magnitude, or 1 order of magnitude larger. Would you
Who
say
says
that
it's
destroys your argument?
0.02? Like, who's to quantify
No,
it?
he's asking what would be your conclusion if that was the case.
I would
He's not
say
claiming
instead
that.
of just
wait,
instead of
I
just
don't get that.
speculating,
Are you saying,
just keep pressure the
like
same
you're going by
and do the
the
experiment.
history of records that we've never had this record before?
It's just much easier to just
you're
keep
just
the pressure the same.
No,
Is that what
it's
you're
not
trying to
much
say?
easier. You
do you-
can
no, no, no,
manipulate the
This is
pressure
a
of the
very-
places you're going.
This
I'm
is
just
a
saying
very
barometric
random
pressure
reading
is
that we're
is within given bounds on Earth, right? It's never zero, right? And it's never so big that it makes our eyeballs bleed. So between
Right.
those two bounds, if we say it only really affects things at a rate that would change a 500 gram weight, 0.0001, but we can see that that the effective latitude is far greater than that, does that destroy the barometric pressure argument? In my mind, it does.
I wouldn't say, like, I wouldn't rely on that as the first thing. And maybe if we were forced to go that route, then, that's where we would be. But I would say the more, like, that's more ambiguous because you're dealing with, like, margin of error and stuff like that, bounds, ranges of what's considered normal or, your regular amount of barometric pressure. Instead,
every
hold up,
proper measurement has
almost
error
done.
bars.
I'm saying instead, the first, like, order of business would be to just have a chamber or something like that where you could have the same amount of pressure. This is like you just isolate for pressure, have a controlled variable, and then that's it. You don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, but you can always insert more variables. We can't just keep
That's what I'm
accounting for
saying,
every
this isn't
variable
becoming
you.
meaningful.
I mean, if you keep throwing irrelevant
But you admit
variables
that
we can account for.
But you admit that
you're just gonna make our
is.
you're just gonna make our job harder.
Sorry, go ahead. Repeat what you're saying because I was trying to get in and talking.
Yeah, to me, you're just adding more and more irrelevant variables to make the experiment harder to meet your criteria.
Come on, you know goddamn well that barometric pressure affects the scale, the weight of air affects the scale, and it's not an irrelevant variable. Or irrelevant
I think it's pretty irrelevant.
You know damn well.
Here's what would tell me that it was relevant, and that is that you'd calculated this and you were able to tell us what the difference was rather than me now having to go and dig around and find what the calculation is and figure it out. Like if you
I don't want to
came back
rely
and
on
you said,
calculations. I want to do an experiment.
Yeah, but we could all kind of.
You haven't done that either.
But we could all in.
One second.
There was no correlation found.
If you
No
put
correlation found with air pressure or
Hold up,
temperature.
Jim
or
Jam's
humidity.
saying
If
something.
you put
then
scales in
then
the
bacon.
water, would they act the same as they would not in the water?
Percent. I have a pocket scale here that measures 0.1 grams of weight, and that's what I use to make my experiment of local gravity, and I got like a half a gram difference. But if you're saying, let's say, temperature is an issue, I have an air conditioner here. I can make it warmer and colder in my room. If I do that and I don't measure any difference on my scale, I can rule that out, right?
Absolutely.
At least temperature. Okay.
So moving house is the best diet.
It would be better if it was more of a lab setting, bacon, where you can modulate for the temperature and pressure and have it controlled, without having this big AC unit in your room or what have you. But, as long as you're maintaining the same temperature and pressure, and obviously you can only do it in your room if that's the case, right? But let's say you have this incorporated into a little chamber, and that was, with a scale inside, and you can move that around, and you could see the exact effect of different locations on the weight of an object. That would be definitely like good evidence. That would be definitive evidence for me.
One thing I did before traveling was I would almost every day measure those same objects that I brought here in my scale. I just want to check if my scale would change over time, if it would like decalibrate over time. And for the whole 2 months that I brought the scale until I traveled, I didn't get any change. So even though some days were colder than others, I didn't get like a 0.1 gram of difference. The measurement of the objects were always the same. It was if it was different, it was less than 0.1 gram because that's the precision of my on my
What
scale.
sort of,
Fair enough. I would agree with that.
Okay,
what
and
sort
then
of-
when I moved,
what sort of distance did you travel, like to
No,
receive?
he's talking about in his
results?
room.
3,000
The whole time in his
kilometers.
room, there wasn't any difference between colder days or
yeah, and
relatively
then I
warmer.
traveled 3,000 kilometers, and then I measured it, and I got a half a gram less than what I was getting in my room.
Okay. Did you try going outside and seeing what
Yeah.
it would be?
Sure, yeah, I can do that. But I bet not gonna pick any difference. But yeah, I can do that. But the thing is, once I got here, I waited like a couple of times, and I got that same different measurement.
Of course, it would be different.
All those times.
You're probably at a different, elevation. You're probably at a different barometric pressure.
And you've had it a few
No,
months.
actually, I'm in a lower. Wait.
Maybe it's been damaged from wear and tear. You know, you've had it.
Hold up, it was.
Yeah,
sorry,
that
it
could
was
be true,
0.5
but that's why
it was 0.5
I'm going
grams
to
heavier or lighter.
lighter. That's why I'm going to get when I get back. I'm going to measure again, see if I recover the original weight. If I recover the original weight, then it didn't get damaged, right?
Well, with a new scale.
No, it's the same scale. I'm just gonna bring it back to me when I get
And you
home,
haven't
and I'm gonna
calibrated
measure
it
again.
at all since the first time.
No, I just turn it on, put the thing,
man.
see how much it measures. Yeah.
And like it doesn't, self tear when you turn it on. Is it digital?
Yeah, it does self tear.
That's a problem.
No, that's not a problem because that gives you your zero. That doesn't give you how that's going to relate the force to the mass.
I don't know. It introduces
That's what
error in that.
That's what the calibration does. The scale picks up a force and then converts that into a mass. And the default way to do that would be just to multiply. To divide by 9.8. It would give you your mass. When you recalibrate, it changes that constant. But it always gonna zero based on how it is when it turns on.
Yeah, that's not trustworthy then.
Well, but in my room, I always kept the same value. Here, I kept a different value. How would the zeroing be causing that?
Honestly, I don't know what to tell you. Because if it's zeroing out, it should be the same value. Let's say, for argument's sake, that the pressure is the same. If you're zeroing it out, it should be the same value. It should be accounting for the pressure in the atmosphere. It should be the same value.
Yeah, but unless it's a different force. That's what the recalibration does. There's a difference between the zeroing and the recalibration.
So when it first calibrated, it's not the typical zeroing out. It's the actual calibration in the beginning when you have the reference mass and stuff like that. That 500 grams thing. Did you do that, or was it done at the factory?
No, I kept the original one. I don't have a reference half a gram. I just wanted to get the difference of force.
Okay, so maybe when it recalibrates each time, when it tears each time, it goes to that original calibration and doesn't actually just use check the local pressure and stuff like that and calibrate.
Sure.
It just goes to the original.
It's not changing. Yeah, unless I recalibrate it, it doesn't recalibrate itself. Well, the only thing that it does by itself is the zero, and that isn't a problem.
What happens when it zeroes it out?
The whatever
in the
force
scale, what does it do?
Yeah, whatever force it's measuring, it's going to be subtracted by whatever next force you add that. So, for example, let's say it's measuring 0.1 Newton when you turn on. It's going to use that as a zero. So whatever now, if it's measuring 1.1 newtons, it's just going to calculate 1 newton instead of 1.1 because it's going to subtract that initial force.
So that's my issue. I was thinking that when it zeroes out, when it tears, that it calibrates to the local environment. But
oh no, it's just a subtraction.
It seems like it doesn't, and just relies on the original calibration, which is problematic.
No, it's not problematic. It would be problematic if it didn't do that.
No, but we want it to, if you're going to tear it out, it would have to account. I was saying, it's bad to tear it out because it basically incorporates the current environment that it's in, which would defeat the whole purpose of this test.
The calibration, it's simple how they work. They measure an amount of force. They have this sensor that can measure force, and then they multiply that by a certain constant to output the mass. of the object you're weighing. And when you're calibrating, let's say I'm going to calibrate for
multiplies it by 0.
Yeah, for 500 grams. You put a 500 grams, it's going to measure the force, and because it's in calibration mode, it's going to just adjust that constant for that value to be actually 500 grams. So it just adjusts, and once you do that, it doesn't change the constant anymore. That constant keeps fixed until you calibrate it again.
Mm-hmm. Well, in that case, like if there was a difference, I still say that it was probably due to, local temperature and pressure variation.
Well, that doesn't seem to affect my room.
Well, have you actually been checking the temperature and pressure from between your room that you were originally in and like the place that you went afterwards?
Well, here I measured like in hot days, and I measured on the room with the air conditioner turned on, and it gets pretty cold, and that didn't pick any difference on the scale. And in my room as well, like it's hot in my city as well, and when I had the air conditioner turned on with my room very cold, like it still got the same value.
Okay, and are there any? It would be cool if it was like waterproof, because then you could really see like the effect of pressure. But are there any like hills or mountains nearby where you could do it at higher altitude, or maybe even like skyscraper or something like that?
Is there a point that you would get to where there wouldn't be more variables you could test? Like, would you ever get to a point where you go, now we've tested enough variables, we're done here?
Yeah, that's what we're doing right now. We're talking about different elevations, like different. Because I guess you could if you had if you had a vacuum.
Adding more. I'm saying, is there like a one where you go, that's enough now? I'm not adding more.
That's
I don't know. Like, how
like
would
the
you know
higher
what variable is causing some sort of effect?
Exactly. I feel like I could continue to add variables where I'd go, but
you want to rule everything out.
Exactly.
Have you accounted for
was
ether?
this experiment conducted by a Sagittarian because we know that them during a waxing Jupiter, all right, let's get a Scorpio to do it now.
Okay, don't shame us for doing science, okay?
I don't think you're doing science.
We are. We're seeing the cause and effect of, pressure on the values on the scale.
But it's talking about how you could do an experiment science.
Well, yeah, it is. It's the beginning stages of science. It's planning we're hypothesizing and planning the experiment.
But would you call somebody a scientist if they'd just talked about experiments?
I would call them the brains behind the experiment.
Right. But is there anybody you would go, that guy's a scientist? And if I said, hey, what have you done? I said, he's just very good at coming up with different variables.
Absolutely.
But what more value is saying
hold up.
they're a scientist than saying that they're the brains behind the experiment?
Yeah, they don't have to do
that characterization. I would say.
Hold up, writing. Let me address what you said. Okay, so in terms of scientific experiments and studies, the majority of the time, the people that are named first or second on the paper or on that study are not the ones that did the grunt work. They didn't do the actual work. They thought up of the experiment. They might have had a hand in writing the paper, but they are the ones that maybe they got the grant money, the seed money for the experiment or something like that. Okay. But they didn't do the grunt work, and I know this firsthand. So yes, of course they would be considered scientists.
My brother's a scientist. What do you think that means? I would describe my brother as a scientist. What do you think that means?
That means he was engaged in some scientific method and doing an experiment or that sort of thing.
Investigates how?
Or using the scientific method. Yeah.
Right, but
a bullshit version or not?
Because part of what you're trying to do when you're doing science is not add variables. Variables create problems. They add to your budget, which reduces the probability you'll get funding, and furthermore, reduces the probability you'll get a meaningful result.
Right. That's not what we're doing.
Is that
the variable exists. We're seeing we're correlating the effect.
More funding and more money. That's the issue here, isn't it?
They usually have finite funding. Okay. They usually have to try to figure out what they can get done with their given amount of time, money, and.
I mean, if we're trying to be precise and scientific and find out what the truth is, wouldn't you want to rule out every variable to know that variable isn't?
You can't do it.
how could you rule out every variable? If I'm going to introduce variables including the star signs of the people doing it,
it's not
or
including
how many
variables,
days old
it's just
they were,
variables that
or how
exist in that scenario.
Let me say
Like,
this. Let me say
if
this.
you're gonna conduct an experiment, variables aren't being controlled and they aren't being accounted for. Then how can the experiment be valid?
So you've jumped from as many as possible to none at all, where I'm saying what you want to control for are any meaningful variables that might affect the result.
How do you know if it's meaningful?
As few of those as possible.
How do you know if it's meaningful?
Exactly. That's a good question.
That's what we're doing right now. We
now.
suspect. Hold up. We suspect a variable is meaningful. We're suspecting whether or not it's affecting our value, our outcome, and as such, we're investigating it. We're seeing if there's a proportional relationship between the weight that's measured and the pressure of where it's measured.
Where's your scale, though?
Go
You're
and test
not.
it, right? Stay at the same latitude.
Okay, if we're being technical, I'm not doing the science right now. I'm doing proxy science through Bacon. Bacon, if he had the scale and he had the thing in front of him, he'd be doing the science and I'd be consulting him on it. Okay, does that make you happy?
Why to me it looks like just naysaying? Do you get why I might have that perception?
I get why you might have it.
If you want to claim that temperature has an effect, stay at the same latitude and change the temperature, and you'll see it has a Gall effect.
Exactly. Now we're on pressure.
Which is what
we're talking about how staying at the same.
Neutrinos don't have an effect.
Exactly.
We're talking about how staying at the same position, changing your pressure might affect it, and he doesn't have as far as I know, Bacon doesn't have like a pump there that he can, and with like a chamber where you could put this thing in and just pump in air and increase the pressure artificially. So I was saying, is there like a skyscraper that you could go and could take your pocket scale and test
and
it?
as I said, critical think took measurements for temperature, pressure, humidity, and did not see a correlation. The correlation that he did see was with what?
Rotation of the Earth. Like
Latitude,
I posted it in the chat. If you want to look at the video, it's in the chat where he's controlling for all of these variables. He's controlling for altitude. He's controlling for a magnetic field. He's controlling for air density. He's controlling for air pressure. Sorry, I don't know what density is versus pressure. Again, for altitude, I know air pressure versus altitude, air temperature versus altitude, weight versus magnetic, weight versus density, weight versus air pressure, weight versus altitude, weight versus air temperature. So he is controlling for these things, but I'm just highly confident, which is why I asked the question before pointing this out, that you could still, as Jim Jam's pointing, have more variables that haven't been tested. Well, what about at a full moon? What about a waxing moon and a waning moon?
No, I like it.
That's why those
signs.
Yeah, I'm not going to invoke those. If you want to, that's your prerogative.
My point is, there is no point you can get to where it will be the end. In fact, most of science is picking a variable that somebody else has missed and replicating the same experiment, which is basically what critical think's doing. He's spotted wolfies. He's heard the criticism of the other variables, so he's replicated the experiment by adding those variables. Where he's
I really do get what you're saying, that it would take so long to try and rule out or control every single variable involved.
Exactly. Yeah. So you can only control for variables you think might have an impact, and you deliberately don't, because most studies, if you ever hear the writers talk about it or read their what they call summary at the end, they don't call it a summary, conclusion, is they always go more research is needed, and they almost always have another variable in mind that they could do. But yeah,
this is not
you can
that
invoke
though.
Infinite variables, so you could invoke infinite time.
No,
that
this is not that. That's a dishonest kind of representation of it, because we know that buoyancy and like the density of something affects the weight of it. You weigh less in water, so
we also know how
to
much.
disregard it as a random variable that someone just cooked up in their head that now
I'm
you're
not
trying
saying that.
It's
I'm not
been
saying it's
controlled
random.
for, and there was no correlation.
Yeah, I'm not saying
It's
it's
been
random
done.
or it's unreasonable. What I am saying is, anytime you are presented, or that I've seen you be presented with evidence, it seems like a what about game, and that's never ending, as Jim Jams just pointed out.
Not at
There's
all.
no
This
end to
is
the what about
this
game.
is like something that's key to the point. Like if you guys are saying the weight is changing because of latitude, you need to discount that weight changes because of pressure. Now, if you guys are saying it's been done in this video, I'll check it out. I will check out the video. But it's not I don't appreciate you guys saying trying to poison the well or something like that, saying that this is some random or not really relevant criteria. It's definitely the first thing you would expect. Before I think it's, you know, the rotation of the Earth, which I've never observed. I've had personal experience. Every single person here has personal experience that the weight changes based off of the density of the medium.
But we know that those variables affected less than what the one we're trying to measure.
Yeah, that's the claim, and I'll check it out, you know, in my own time, since you guys couldn't tell me exactly how much. But I remain skeptical until then.
Well,
I think the point I'm making is I think you'll remain skeptical after then.
We'll see then, won't we?
Well, I think for quite a lot of us, it just sounds like the medium is more dense, or like where people weigh less, or.
That's exactly what I'm saying. He's got scales here. Let me just show you weight versus air pressure. This is his scale for weight versus air pressure, and the meaningful bit is at the right side of the scale, and it is just all over the place. Right? Weight versus...
He actually has like...
But isn't that just signifying that we live in a dynamic system?
Sure, we're in a dynamic system where the pressure's changing all the time, and he does these measurements. If I just jump to that bit, he does these measurements all the way up the coast, and then he also takes some in Thailand. And it's just all over the place.
And that's all on video, right?
But I like your idea, though, of trying to take these measurements or whatever, readings, at like full moons, like you said, and lunar eclipses or whatever, seeing what other results you get.
Yeah, I mean, and you could do that, and that we could you know continue to put things in there, and now it's got to be done in a vacuum chamber. It's got to be done in a full-size vacuum chamber because maybe the first one wasn't good enough, or you know. But he has control for those, and he doesn't see it following a line. And then where he does see it following a line is, hang on, where we get to the like that's a pretty compelling graph. That should be flat. This graph should be flat. Start with his first weight point, and then move. Or if what percentage is saying is true, it should, that one I posted, the blue one I posted, it says weight versus air pressure. That should be showing the smooth, predictable line that we see with the weight versus latitude, but we don't. It's squaggly and all over the place. But versus latitude, it's consistent.
So what does that imply? That you get lighter the further away you go from equator, or?
Yes. Yeah.
No, heavier the further you go from the equator.
Sorry, yeah, heavier the further from the equator. Lighter the
No,
closer you
it actually implies this guy's a paid chill, right?
I like the writing's use of the scientific term squaggly.
Thank you.
I know.
So his final result is WGS84 model explains 98.4% of the variation.
Which means that if the change in weight was 1 gram, centrifugal force accounts for 0.984 of that gram. And other random.
But I don't know. The only reason why I asked the question earlier is I would have thought there'd be something sort of like official in trading about how the weight changes, determining where you are on Earth. There is, right?
Yeah. There in Wolfie's scales, it's specifically because our scales precise
Like you said
enough for
about
that. They mentioned it. Yeah, or gold is sold in mass rather than weight, because otherwise you'll get ripped off the closer you get to the equator. You know, where it's relevant, I'm hugely confident. Also, I imagine if you had sort of large facilities that I'm struggling to think. Actually, I think he spin things really fast.
Yeah,
they
had to send around models of a kilogram all around the world, right, to have a comparison to do.
Right, so it differs quite a lot.
Yeah.
And you could also say, like, another criticism could be, well, what if the flat Earth is such that as you get towards the equator, things get lighter because of like a anti-gravity effect that's very subtle. Yeah, an ether lifts things up towards
the North
middle
magnetic pole, right?
Yeah, or the North magnetic pole pulls, has a toroidal thing, and the thickest this etheric toroid is in the middle of the thing, it lifts it up. You could come up with lots of things.
Yeah, I think using electromagnet fields isn't very good because the function we use to get this weight prediction doesn't take into account what the material is made of. But if you're talking about electromagnetic fields, then that's very relevant. So the way that would affect a piece of wood will not be the same that it would affect a piece of iron or a piece of, let's say, copper, right?
But what if that field is what affects how things are weighed and what measurement they come up as when they are made, when they are measured, Maybe that field has an effect. Who knows?
What, electromagnetic field?
Right.
Well, he does control this one against magnets. He puts it under a strong magnetic field and
judges the effect of it from distance.
Yeah, I forget what he said. I'll have to get back to that bit. But yeah, one of the first things he said was, just a second, I'm going to deafen myself and figure it out and come. Yeah, so he did the magnetic field in a different video. Seems Travis and he have a bit of a thing going on.
Who's
They're
that?
frenemies. Just
Travis
a
and who?
lot of critical thing. A lot of his when he's showing comments and stuff, it's from the plain truth. And then I noticed the thumbnail to his video is called "Travis is wrong again."
Yeah, well, he's like percentage, right?
Those two should get a room.
No, I think percentage is. I won't elucidate why, but I think they're different.
Okay.
You're a smart man, right?
Like I said before, naysayers, I just fucking, hand wave away everything, which is what most of
percentages claims, I think, are more. I don't want to sort of speak ill of anybody, but I think more bounded in stuff like as his defense was a moment ago, that stuff that could have an impact. I still think it's naysaying because it would to me would be more reasonable to go, I've calculated that the pressure would be X and that would throw this out by Y and that's why it's invalid, rather than like it could be because it seems with respect percentage your requirements consistently take the experiment up to a point that is unachievable. We can no longer do it. But I think Travis's seem to just be that if you already think the Earth is a globe, any result you come back with is doesn't matter. Essentially,
and I
the
would
way
say, instead of saying I've calculated X and it should be Y or whatever, I would say I've measured it and I know it's not playing a part.
Yeah, and then I'd ask you how much temperature or pressure should affect the weight of something. Calculate it first.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's better to calculate it first because If you're just going to stumble straight into a calculation, how do you know that like step one for me, well, maybe it's two after observed phenomenon, is design the experiment. And one of the main things about the design is how can I devise something like, let's say, take Cavendish, that will be able to measure this tiny force in a way that is measurable, or and that's one of the challenges I have for White's experiment. Do you know that this is going to be manageable within the, like, what would either result mean? So you've got to calculate first.
Me, I'm like, keep it simple. No, there's no reason to be messing about with calculations when you could just measure it and see what's going on. That's
what
for
if
me.
I
That's the
measure
first
it with
thing
some
you do.
bathroom scales? Right, first thing I do, measure it. I got some bathroom scales. Nothing's going on, right? But you've got to calculate first and then go, no, the kinds of scales that would measure such a force as this need to be more accurate than a set of bathroom scales. So I start with the calculation that will tell me how to design it.
I would take, I would get the most sensitive scale that's like available to me, within, my budget or whatever's kind of pragmatic, and just use that.
Sure. Is there this conversation started with the centrifugal force of our orbit. Do you know of any scale that would be able to measure weight if the acceleration was 0.006?
That's not what we're talking about, though.
It is, because if I've calculated it to be that, and you've gone out and you bought the most precise scales, what you'll find is, which I believe to be the case, not even fancy digi scales can measure that.
Yeah, but we're not talking about centripetal force or what have you. We're talking about the effect of latitude
trying to make a point.
on weight.
Yeah, I'm not talking specific about yours. I'm just making a point that if you start with the calculation, you will know how to design your experiment. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to design it.
But the calculation has to be based off of measurements in the first place.
Yeah, to what accuracy are your scales? Or, what accuracy is the weight that you're trying to measure?
I hear you, but the calculations have to be grounded in the real world measurements. They can't just be made up values. Math is, garbage in, garbage out.
Yeah, but you need a prediction, right? To then say how much accuracy do I need with my scales?
Sure, and again, I wouldn't go that straight route of going straight to the calculator. I would go with whatever kind of equipment we'd be using, right? Because even if we make a calculation, then let's say it requires some crazy equipment that we can't afford, it'll be a moot point, right? So just go with what you can. Ideally, you do both. But even the calculations have to be grounded in reality. They have to be coming from measurements.
So what is 0.6 newtons? Oh, hang on, that's just exactly the same thing. I'm trying to figure out how much that would, what is the most sensitive scale?
Well, to me,
I just want to say, we don't think this force is going up or down. So, you trying to weigh this is just ridiculous because you can't, because it's not there. So when you say, how fine does the scale have to be? It just sounds like nonsense. Okay, I'm done.
That's but that's asserting your conclusion, Godric. If you're trying to test something, there's no point testing it if you're going to start with the position that it's not there.
Well, no, it almost sounds like a circular position because you're like saying, how accurate does my scale have to be? But then you're also claiming that the scale is only accurate to the locality.
No, I mean
yes,
the accuracy of the calculator.
Because the measure of weight is different in different locations.
Yeah, and that's what we want to measure.
So how do you determine accurate?
The every scale has its accuracy. If you use a scale to determine the weight of the difference of weight,
would you just have to create a new phrase of locally accurate?
I think there's still going to be
the local weight.
You do it against a known weight.
Or diamonds at the North Pole, basically, or close to the North Pole. It's negligible. Simple as that.
I don't think the measurement accuracy for a scale changes with latitude.
No.
Right.
So
How
even though
accurate
weight
a scale
changes,
is,
the scale is accurate.
The scale
So
has a fixed accuracy or precision with the measurements it makes.
No, this is a known phenomenon. In the higher latitudes, gold weighs less and diamonds weigh less, and they pay less.
That's not at all what we're talking about. With
It's not what Chronic's talking about.
the precision and accuracy of a scale.
Yeah, like if my pocket scale measures 0.1 grams, it measures 0.1 grams. It cannot measure anything more sensitive than that, and that doesn't depend on how heavy the thing I'm measuring.
So it wouldn't be 0.9 or 0.8 somewhere else in the world.
But what we're talking about is the error bars. The error bars will stay the same, but they will be measuring that weight differently because the weight, remember, it's not saying the mass is changing. So it's not an error when it measures a difference. It is measuring a different weight is a force. And so it's measuring a different force accurately.
It's different, yeah.
So assuming you've fully characterized all the sources of uncertainty, measurement error for a scale for the instrument that you're using, and you measure diamonds or whatever you measure some diamonds on the equator. It's 4 plus or minus 0.2 ounces, and you measure the same exact diamonds at the pole, and it's going to be heavier or whatever. Just for example, so 4.3 plus or minus 0.4 ounces. That plus or minus is the same. That's your measurement error.
Mr. Driving Survivor did 3 spots at the same latitude. I think it was Philadelphia, St. Louis, and I forgot, but the one with the higher altitude. No, he did 3 protruding downward toward the equator, and he got mixed results. He did it on the way there and back with all of them. It was there was nothing consistent about it. He had scales accurate to the 100th of a gram. It's a bullshit claim, dude.
It's like this is what I'm saying. Like there would be some sort of local measurement, but I've never heard of that.
What do you mean?
Well,
I'm not saying things don't change in weight, but that how things consistently get heavier toward the equator, it's not consistent. That's crap.
No, they get lighter.
They vary everywhere you go.
Sure.
People want to know.
Because there are more factors, like say how high you are. If you're higher, that makes it lighter.
So I want to know what the best exchange rate is for like selling something from a certain place to another certain place in the world, because you might really get really good.
And here's my
really
point.
good profit.
I suspect if they do it with gold, anything that much difference is going to make a difference, they would control for that.
And here's my point. It's so minute that you can't tell. How convenient is that?
Yes, you can. That's what we're saying right now. I mean, we are speaking about how to tell that for almost an hour now.
Let me scroll up. No, but Godric's just got here. Let me scroll up and I'll link you to the one I'm talking about. But what we're saying is both Wolfie and Critical Think have done this experiment where they calibrate a set of scales in a set location, then travel towards
don't forget
the
about
equator.
me.
Oh, you've done it as well, Bacon.
Yeah.
Oh, is that what was happening before that I was interrupting? I thought, I beg your pardon.
Oh, no problem. I think you were muted for a while. Maybe you were watching the video. I don't know.
It was a bit, yeah.
Wait a minute. So, like, what are you talking about? People can't tell. You don't think, like, wealthy CEOs don't care about those decimal points?
No, I do. What I'm saying is for any
That's how they
business,
stay rich.
Yeah, I'm saying for any business where it would make a difference, they would count for that. So I'm not saying they wouldn't care. I'm saying the opposite.
Like that is easily solvable by just buying a certain mass. Just buy a 500 grams of mass, and then you use that to calibrate your scale, and then it doesn't matter where you are.
Is that what people buy by?
Yeah, that's the only known way to determine mass. I found out by failing at that question at the quiz yesterday. You have to get a known mass of 500 grams and compare it to that.
Because of
do this
because
actually
of
on my
how
world trip.
what, and this is all because of how gravity fluctuates on the Earth, so we can't really determine the weight of something.
No, because like if you imagine you're standing on the poles of a spinning thing, there's zero centrifugal force acting on you, so you've just got the weight of the of gravity acting on you.
Right. Yeah, sure.
But when you're at the equator, that is evened out
That's
by
where
0.03 newtons or something upward
yeah.
force.
Yeah, when you heard from flat earthers saying like, well, if you're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, why you don't get ejected out of the Earth? Well, you do a little bit. That's exactly what we're measuring.
I wonder if I could. We'd have to calculate how much weight it'd be, and I already think my girlfriend is going to say no to the sextant. So maybe I could bring a scale on my world trip, and a 500 grams. But I think it'd get battered around, and that would probably affect the accuracy.
Hang on, if you have a
you can't let your girl say no to the sextant.
If you have a 500 gram mass, how do you know that that's accurate, and where was that weighed?
Well, I don't, but what I would presume is that it's the same weight as it was when I started. So if I tear it at 500, but it's in fact 500,001,
Listen, man.
it doesn't, because I'm only
man.
the
You gotta use
configuration
your brain.
itself on different latitudes.
Listen, Eggshell. Listen, if something that I'm supposedly rotating on that slams on brakes, it throws me off at 1,000 miles per hour. Yeah,
sure.
That same fucking force. Yeah, so it only takes 1/100th of a gram to fucking throw me 1,000 miles an hour, because that's how much the scale changes at the equator. So this force that supposedly if the Earth slammed on brakes, I'd go flying off at 1,000 miles per hour, but it's only making a fucking 100th of a gram difference. Man, use your common sense, man.
Use math.
You just use maths to calculate it, and it's
use math.
Also, you forget
you can also test this math if you want to do it experimentally to guess at what happens on larger scales. You can put something on.
I already
on a
seen it not
bicycle
work,
wheel
bro.
or
I've
something.
seen it. I already seen it not work.
Math is better than common sense, right? Like numbers don't lie.
It's mathematical.
I knew it wasn't going to work before I even watched it, and I watched it anyway, and it didn't work.
Depends on who you ask.
What didn't work?
Did you just compare?
Wait, they were fucking. They varied. Okay, go to Mr. Thrive and Survive, man. He's a trustworthy guy. He's done other experiments, and he showed, man. I mean, just go to Rich, Mr. Thrive and Survive, and he did the same shit. Right when we heard it, he did it, because that's a hell of a claim there. But see, here's where the rumor came from. It's because there's probably like some ship sunk when they got to the equator and shit, man. But it wasn't from the fucking the extra weight or our shit sunk leaving the equator. It's from the fucking the salt water is more buoyant. So when you get out there out of the canals and shit and you get into the saltier water, it's more buoyant. So when you're leaving the salt water going into the canals near the equator, you might sink a cargo vessel, but not because I'm just saying, dude. It's from the buoyancies and shit, man. That's my guess. That's my guess where where that came from, man. But he showed that the weights varied, man, and it could have been.
I think what's more likely is that people went, "Shouldn't this happen?" and then tried to calculate if it happened. But I think also possibly they sent out digital scales to people, and the people were going, why doesn't my weight weigh right? And they have to now put it in your manual. When you get highly accurate scales, they write in the manual, this is going to change based on latitude, make sure you calibrate.
Yeah, guess what? So in other words, a force that can throw me off 1,000 miles per hour only changes weights by 100th of a percent, or 1%, or not even. What if
that 1,000 miles an hour spin was like the size of a merry-go-round? So let's imagine a merry-go-round, like what I would call like the horses and the boom, 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 and the music plays and I go round it. Let's say that was spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. Would that fling me off?
I would go flinging off at 1,000 miles per hour, correct?
Right, but we're not testing the forward motion. We're testing the upward motion, right? So that's going to fling me off. Would we say it's going to fling me off differently in proportion to its radius. So as that radius got bigger, that 1,000 miles an hour would be less and less and less noticeable.
Then why do you tell me that I'm going to fly off at 1,000 miles per hour, but I'm not going to notice it?
Or just like,
in fact, every bullet I've ever asked.
I'm trying to ask
You're
questions.
the only one who said, you and Biodual are the only two who said I'd fly forward and up. You're the only ones who said I'd fly forward, and then you changed that at the end of the conversation.
I don't think I did. If you've got a recording of that, I'll change my mind on it, but I think you're mistaking me for
Yeah,
somebody else.
maybe it was Biodual. Maybe it was somebody else. If I got it wrong, I apologize.
How much is 1,470 newtons? Is that like the weight of a car?
1,000 newtons sounds like a lot.
You have a you have a thing.
It's 100 kilograms roughly, right?
1,407 newtons. Is that the weight of a car or what?
It's you just divide it by 9.8. That's
much is a newton?
That's how much it's in kilograms.
I don't know how much Newton is. Let me just calculate it for you.
How many kilograms?
About 100.
100.
1,000 newtons?
100 kilograms?
1,000 newtons?
1,000.
What?
Yeah, 1,000 newtons is about 100 kilograms.
That's 100 kilos. A kilo is 2.2 pounds.
Yeah, you're asking for.
So
How
100 newtons
much?
is
No, 1,000 newtons is 100 kilograms, right?
1,000 newtons is 100 kilograms.
Yeah.
So 220 pounds is 1,000 newtons. Is that right?
I'm still trying to find what's.
Yeah, I'm not intuitively
Which is the weight of a grown man.
So I would weigh about 1,000 newtons.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Okay, thank you. Continue on.
I mean, you can just get the amount of newtons and divide that by 9.8. That gives you an amount of kilograms. That would weigh that amount of newtons.
Right? Is it okay? Yeah.
Or you can just divide by 10 because it's easier, and gives you a very close number.
Yeah.
So I guess.
9.8.
So I guess you weigh close to 100 kilograms, eggshells.
Yeah, I'm a chunky boy. Yeah, I weigh about 100 newtons. And this upward force that we're measuring from centrifugal, where is it? It's 0.03 newtons, which is, like 3 grams? Not quite 3 grams. Oh, yeah, 3 grams, isn't it? Am I doing this wrong? Oh. .3 grams. Sorry. Oh. I'm fucking giving up. Let's work. Right, I'll be back in a bit.
And I'm going to watch this video on measuring in the equator and on the poles. It's going to take me 23 minutes, so I'll be back.
I'm not gonna sleep, so it's gonna take me 8 hours. And I'll be back.
Hey, where'd everyone go?
I just decided I was long overdue on work. So said I was going and then went and then came back to listen.
All right, fair enough. So you're currently getting paid to discuss the globe.
I guess, yeah, that you could say that. Shill confirmed.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's funny because as part of my kind of entertainment business, I run karaoke night. Technically, I get paid to sing, but I wouldn't exactly describe myself as a professional singer. So you're a shill and I'm a singer.
Perfect. We're getting to the truth of things.
Yeah, exactly.
What's your favourite song to sing?
Oh, that's a tough one. I would say I really like American Pie to sing, just because no one can actually hear you anyway because they're all singing. Or maybe
One
Wonderwall.
the crowd drown you out anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, I'm not a bad singer. Like, I'm not exactly going to be winning X Factor either. So.
Oh damn.
I would say like I'm a solid 7 out of 10. Like I'm okay, but not, you know, not like wonderful. I think that's good because if I was either really, really good, I think that'd be off-putting for people anyway. So
Yes. Yeah, I think that's very much the case. If somebody's like, hey, we're all going to get up and do karaoke now. Don't worry, guys. It doesn't matter how good you are. And then you absolutely bust out some like really good singing. People are just going to be like, nah, I'm good, thanks.
So if Freddie Mercury is a 10, you're saying you're a 7?
How would Freddie Mercury be a 10? It's alright. Why would he
Freddie
be
Mercury was... I'd say that he's a 10.
yeah, I'd say I was a 7. I'm pretty good, but not like.
That's way up there, man. Good for you.
Not really. Maybe we've got different ratings.
Well, who's the best singer of all time, if you don't mind?
I couldn't possibly answer that.
Well, not that I think that, Freddie is the best singer of all time, but as far as like rock goes, I'd say he's probably the best.
I wouldn't know enough of rock to be able to have an opinion on that. So
I think really it's very difficult because it's like if you're talking about vocal styles, even like you've got all of these different vocal styles. Like, can Freddie Mercury scream? Like, can he growl? Can he do all of these other kind of really metal? Probably not. He has a fantastic voice. But I mean, what constitutes a 10 out of 10 voice? It's a very difficult thing to even quantify, to be honest.
Almost kind of like fights with that barrier of subjective and objective.
Oh, it's heavily subjective. I think being able to actually hit notes is subjective because it's like you either can sing a C, can't, on command. But whether people find pleasure in that or not is entirely subjective.
See, to me, if I was going to be honest, I'd say Michael Jackson was a better singer.
I mean, to be honest, if you're asking me like who's the best, who do I rate the most of all time in terms of their like ability to sing, I'd probably say Mariah Carey. I don't really like her music, but she's got like a 5-octave range and she could sing live. Yeah, so I don't think anyone really touches Mariah Carey. not really a big fan of the music, so.
I mean, I'd like to touch Mariah Carey.
Probably not now. Maybe 20
I
years
don't know
ago.
about now. Yeah, maybe like 20 years ago.
You don't know what I'm into.
Calm down, Eminem.
We do now.
Good point.
It's like a lot of people idolize Adele at the moment, as if she's got like the best voice. Aretha Franklin was well known for having a great voice. I don't know, there's just too many great voices.
Yeah, there's tons. I mean, I could name about 30 just soul singers who I could say all had 10 out of 10 voices, you know. Starting to look at, well, I suppose, you know, what constitutes soul music would be another question, but you got people like Stevie Wonder, people like Etta James, previous
Right.
era. Yeah, you could just keep naming them.
Marvin Gaye.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's so many of these guys. It's crazy. And to be honest, I don't think singing that well is all that rare. It's normally coupled with something else, like you look good or you can write good songs or whatever.
Barry White. I don't think anyone's compared to Barry White's voice.
See, I don't think he's actually an amazing singer. He's extremely like unique voice.
It's just a tone, a unique tone.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, the tone is magnificent, but like him as a singer, like I don't know, didn't ever do anything other than the actual sound of it impressed me, you know. That's just me. I don't know.
I think it just comes back to, like we said, it's subjective, in it, because every voice is unique.
Certainly
And
is.
everyone likes different things.
These like guys like sticks and balls, and we don't.
I wonder if any singer we could name thought the Earth was flat.
I'd imagine there's quite a lot of singers that thought the Earth was flat, especially the ones kind of on experimental drugs. And I'm not saying that you have to be on experimental drugs to think the Earth's flat before someone strawmans me. But a lot of those guys were kind of thinking about all these kind of out there ideas. So I don't see why, you know, the Earth itself wouldn't have come up.
What?
It's like out of the box thinking is kind of what you're referring to.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't open your mind so much that your brain falls out. That's what's happening with you guys.
You can catch it for us, though, can't you, Rufus?
I could.
I was going to call you Roofy now.
That's right.
Because someone called you Roofy earlier, didn't they?
Yeah. I've been called Roofy a couple of times, like for a decade. So. Fine.
All right.
Not Rahifnal.
No.
Right. That's. In fact, if you Google my username, I've got to find it. Hold on. I was in a court case years ago, and my corporate entity, which is Ruhif, owned the shares in the company, and there were other guys. Like when you have a corporate shareholder, you know the business entity doesn't do anything, right? It's just it's a trustee for the trust, right? So you give it whatever fucking name you want. And we're in a court case, and the other side made a big deal out of the names of our companies. So in Australia, the proprietary limited companies like PTY Ltd, one of the guys named his company Improprietary Unlimited, Proprietary Limited. The other guy's name was Nick Begg, and he called his Begg Borrow and Steal. And that sort of turned into I know, but it turned into a bad thing when we were accused of software theft. Yeah. Anyway,
Software
I'll look it up now. Yeah. Accused
Why?
of using other people's software.
What
Stealing it.
what dodgy avenues you've been getting your hands into?
Yeah. You can read all about it if you want. Let me find the fucking little article. Oops. Propriety.
Don't worry, there's loopholes everywhere.
Here we go. 5th of July, 2012. Hold on. I'll post a link to it in the chat. Livestream 1 text. There you go.
I love it. You're saying you're a legal entity.
Say again?
Just what all the sovereign citizens I've been listening to say. I am not the corporate entity. I'm not the straw man. I am a man. And then you have an actual corporate entity that is your name.
Yeah. Where's Roofy? Hold on.
Right, but that's just the name of the corporation, which is fictitious, which isn't living and breathing.
Yeah, it's a corporate trustee for my family trust. That's all it is. So I'm trying to find the actual. How do we get to the comments here? But it did come up in the court case years ago. I don't see the comments anymore. No.
So what software did you steal anyway?
Well, that's a bit of a leading question there, isn't it?
Action, you're on leading the witness.
The software was derivatives trading on financial markets around the world.
So they accused you of stealing these.
Well, they accused us. It was a copyright infringement case, right? And in the case of software, that's basically theft. So yeah, they accused us of copyright infringement.
So basically, you downloaded it from free off of BitTorrent or Pirate Bay.
Well, no, we all used to work. We used to work at the previous company. No, I'm explaining that. We used to work at the previous company, so we all had access to it, and we could have stolen it if we wanted to. Yeah, and we wrote our own anyway, so it was better. And they were shocked at our early success and a bit pissed off that we kept poaching their staff. So they sued us.
I've often wondered with that kind of stuff about software theft where I'm like, if I've written a bit of code for one company, then somebody else poaches me to do basically the same thing from them. Like we all know that the developers are going to save it on GitHub or put it on a thumb drive or something. Is there a way, couldn't it be the case that they do, like without your knowledge, basically steal that stuff?
They could, yeah, but that would be theft and it would be copyright infringement. But you're allowed to write from memory stuff that you've written before. That's fine, and that's basically what we did.
Right. Are you confident your developers did that? I would be like, all
Yeah.
right, we wrote this
Yeah,
from scare quotes from memory.
We had independent experts. Well, when I say independent, we had experts from both sides come in and examine the code base, and the stuff that they found was pretty piss weak.
Yeah.
So basically, what you're saying is that it was publicly accessible, so it wasn't.
The
they
software,
can't
no,
sue
no.
you. Well, or
No,
your business
proprietary
had
software.
rights to it.
No, this is completely proprietary private software. They're accusing us of stealing it. So. Well, they were accusing us. No, they're not. Here comes the bus. All right, my son is home, which means I'm going to get up and walk him home.
Well, enjoy.
See you soon.
It's so quiet in here.
You're welcome.
Yeah. What did you do? Did you silence everybody?
It ruined the conversation as always. I think we proved the globe was the thing that upset everybody.
Oh shit. Congrats.
Thanks. Yeah. Just a shame we're gonna have to wrap this whole thing up now. What I'm hoping is the guys will be a good sport about it and just sort of continue and pretend like we didn't, because then at least we can keep having the conversations.
Yeah, you should have heard how they did it too. They took a bunch of scales and they weighed stuff, and it all weighed differently at different spots. And they're like, "This must mean that Earth is a globe."
Oh, is that Jerry?
Yeah. What's up, Jim Jones?
Hey, man. How are you going?
All right.
All right, so you've had the conversation about the weight change with the position on Earth.
Yeah.
Is that what we were talking about?
That's the one.
Yeah, nice. That's a good one. That's one of my favorites.
Yeah, I was saying if I was trying to stack up not proofs, wrong word, evidence, that would be high up on my list because it's in the territory of like anybody can do this next time you're going somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought y'all heard me,
But
man.
does that
Rich
actually
did it.
prove a
Mr. Travis
globe
Bob
or,
did it.
or
Didn't-
disprove a flat Earth? I'm not
No,
sure.
it was,
Whoa.
it's a
Two at
false
once.
claim. He went in the United States. He went from up north. He went to St. Louis. He went to Philadelphia. He went down to the one of the southern states. I think Texas. I forgot. And then he went back up, and he showed that it was random, dude.
What do you mean it was random?
Well, this is my statement, which was that, it doesn't prove whether.
It didn't match globe. It didn't keep getting lighter the further south he went.
Right, which was my
It went
statement.
back and forth,
That it
man.
doesn't prove the globe or disprove flat Earth.
It's a bullshit claim, dude.
No, he's actually no. There's an important difference though, Jim Jam. What he's actually contesting is data.
Sorry, say again.
What Flat Earth Test is contesting is the data itself, not what.
Right, they're not making a claim. They're just refuting the evidence. The claim being put on the table.
No, what I'm saying is that what Brian is doing now is refuting the data. He's saying that the data isn't true.
No, I didn't do it. Mr. Drive and Survive. He's a trustworthy guy.
No, I'm just saying. Like,
No, what I'm saying is whether the data is true or not, it doesn't prove a globe or disprove a flat Earth. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but that's why I made that distinction, because what you two are saying is fundamentally different.
Fair enough.
Jim Jam and crypto sound the same. I'm calling it.
Yeah, a lot of these English guys get accused of sounding like me. I actually think it does sound like me. A lot of the other guys don't.
Yes, like you compared to crack. That is not correct. But you
No, even I had that problem though with them too at the start. That I was like, is that crack or is that crypto? No, all right. And I'm English, so even I had that problem. Don't worry.
I really don't think we sound anything alike.
You
No,
and Jim
but I
Jam or
didn't-
you and crypto?
Well, I am crypto.
Sorry, you and Jim Jam or you and crack?
I don't think I sound anything like crack.
And what about you, Jim Jam? You reckon you sound a little bit like crypto?
Well, like I said, like the first time when I heard them speaking, like I was like, I could remember. I think I could remember the first time they were both speaking individually. I was like, yeah, that's good.
This is wigging me out. One of my other nicknames is Jim Jam. I'm getting very confused.
Hearing them both talk at the same time was great because it made me know that it's not the same person.
God damn.
No, I'm joking. I can tell the difference now between them.
Well, he's actually got a slight West Country accent, hasn't he?
Right.
Also monologues for England.
And he also always sounds like he's carrying a cold, like he's like got a blocked nose or something. Poor
Yeah, I
guy.
think that's just the excessive drugs he smokes.
Yeah, but I'm the same way, but I don't sound like I've got a blocked nose.
Oh, maybe.
Oh, cheers. I love you guys.
Fuck's sake.
The worst drug of all is alcohol. Steer clear from it. But yeah, most of you Aussies sound the same as well. And actually, weirdly enough, I've had it where I've like questioned why like Americans mistaken Australians to sound in English, but weirdly enough, I thought Ruhith was English, so even I've had that. So don't worry.
If you're not familiar with the accents, you can mistake it for Kiwi, or people have called me South African before, or all sorts that haven't heard the accent that much.
Yeah, strange.
Oh,
someone's sleeping. Sorry, mate. Sorry, we're so boring.
Who is it? Oh, I don't know who it is. 50.
Let's brainwash him while he's asleep. What kind of message should we repeat while he's sleeping?
What is he? Is he a flat earther or is he a globe earther? If he's a globe earther, we should just repeat. It's a flat earth.
Just play him out, base 200 proofs while he's asleep. He's probably going for it. Are there not any mods in the room? I don't know.
I've just muted him at my end.
I think a mod muted him.
I'm interested to know, actually, seeing as the room's quiet, maybe we politics for a second. Do you guys have much faith in the political system? Do you think it's actually, and I'm talking about in the context of the West, really, like the countries we're in, Australia, UK, USA mainly. Do you guys have faith in the political system set up to help us? Those kinds of questions. What are your thoughts?
Basically.
Go on then, Jim Jam. You go first, mate. Would you?
Just slapping my lips, mate. Basically, no. Is the short answer.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it's not something you can really answer quickly, is it?
Well, he did. He said no.
And he also said it was a short answer.
Yeah, but I'm not looking for a thesis.
Because I don't know, I feel like my answer's no, but also it could be worse. So.
What could be worse then?
Political state of the country I live in.
Could well be.
I mean, how would that look? So, like
How would it look if it was worse?
Yeah.
Could be like North Korea.
What is North Korea like? Do you live there?
No. No, I live in Australia.
Yeah, I have no idea about North Korea. Please tell me what's happening there.
I suggest you watch a documentary or something on it. It's probably better informed than I am as an individual. I think there's a couple really good documentaries about it on Netflix.
Netflix. Right. Okay. Got ya.
What streaming service do they use in Russia? That would be Netflix.
Don't they have Netflix in Russia?
No, it was a joke. Do you know the word "niet"? It's a Russian word.
He's
means no.
making a pun. He's
Does that
making a
mean no?
punny joke.
It was just a joke. You didn't hear me laugh because I was muted.
So I watched a 23-minute video about weighing different measurements with latitude on Australia.
Yep. How'd that go?
It was awful. I lost 22 minutes of my life, and how do I get it back, basically?
You can't.
Well,
It's like
part
entropy.
of the problem is the guy was very biased against the flat Earth, and he was joking the whole time. So I don't trust him to do these measurements. If he was at least not biased, I would trust him a little more. The second thing is, I thought the latitude you had to measure like different continents. He was all on Australia. He was north and south on Australia, so it might have been, I don't know, 1,000 miles maybe. I don't think. I'm assuming you couldn't get a accurate measurement over 1,000 miles on latitude. But
Australia is pretty big.
I thought it was like Alaska and Africa, the equator versus the poles, because I wanted to see if the poles. I was interested if the poles would have some kind of correlation because technically they're the same distance from the equator. But he just stayed in Australia, so that was part of the problem. Didn't trust him. Second part of the problem. Third part of the problem is the difference in the weight is 1,000th of a gram. So he had a 500-gram weight, and the difference was it was less. It was less than half of a gram on a 500 grams, which is 1,000th difference in weight. So I just don't think that's conclusive.
Is it in line with what was predicted, and is it a difference of higher than the margin of error of the measuring device?
Well, he says it was in line. I'm not sure what they're going by. He even said a sphere versus a spheroid, which makes no sense to me. Like he can tell that difference. And then he said it's in line with a spinning spheroid. But I don't know where he got the spinning spheroid.
Whose video did you watch?
He just said it's in line with it, but he didn't explain how he got that equation, I guess, for a spinning spheroid. But we did measure on the top and the bottom, just shy of 0.5 of a gram on a 500-gram scale, which is 1,000th. So I did see that, but I just don't think that's conclusive at all.
Did he say what the error of the scale was?
No, he didn't. But I mean, he had 3 scales. one he said was slightly broken, and the other one was a regular scale. Then the two that were good were like pretty fine, decent scales, I think. What do you think the error of a scale would be?
It depends on the scale. It's defined by whatever the device is.
So a scale has an error rate. Is that what you're saying? And you know that? Is that what you're saying?
Every measuring device does, yeah.
But how would you know that? Do they say this is accurate to this error or this amount, and after that's an error? I don't understand how they would. You would know the
Yeah,
rate
exactly.
of the scale. That I've never
No,
heard.
it's usually
I've never
it's
heard
usually
of
defined
an
by
error rate
the
scale.
manufacturer.
Another part of it is I just don't know enough about scales, like error rate. Like I didn't know that was a thing. Like I thought a weight was a weight. You know.
Well, all right. So say you have a scale and it reads down to like 0.1 of a pound, right?
That's 1/10, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So then the error rate for that would be anything within like half a tenth, because the scale can't differentiate between below a tenth difference, right? Like if you had a weight.
Okay, but you're saying beyond the 10th. But what do you call that? What's the error rate of that? What do you call that in the instructions?
It'd be plus or minus half a tenth of a pound would be the error.
Okay, so you do it to the accuracy of the scale, and then it errors after that, basically.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. So like if you, for example, say you had a 100.1 pound like weight, like measured on your
That's one.
scale,
Now we're at
and then
100. Now we're at 100, right? Okay. Wait,
well you're at
100.1.
100.1. Yeah, exactly. And then you put on 0.05 of a pound.
Now we're at 1,000, right? 100.1.
No, we're at tenths. 100.1 is what the 0.1 is a tenth of a pound, right? And then if you put on 0.01 of a pound, like the reading on the scale is not going to change, but you've changed what's on there.
I'm going by the 100
Does that make
pounds,
sense?
though. But I'm going by the 100 pounds. If it was 1 pound and it was 0.1, right, that would be 1/10 of a pound. If it was 100 pounds and 0.1, that's a different amount, right?
No, but if the accuracy of the scale is to 0.1 of a pound, it's not going to matter if it's 100.1 or 1.1.
I'm sure it would. You don't get that. Like if you have, let's say you have a 1 pound orange, right? So you're gonna weigh 1 pound orange. Let's say we're looking at the 10th of the pound, right? So it's a pound, and let's say the orange is weighing 1 pound 0.1. So that's off, right? That's off by 1/10 of the weight. But if you put 100 oranges, hang on, put 100 oranges on there, and it was 100 pounds, and it was 0.1. That's actually a very accurate measurement, because now you're only off by one. Now you're only off by 1/100th of a pound. You see? So how is that not? How is that not different?
The accuracy of the instrument's the same because it's to within 0.1 of a pound, but the percentage of the overall measurement that the error makes is different.
But you wouldn't include that in a scientific measurement?
Well,
the amount that you're weighing?
Depends how the error of the measuring device is specified.
Because
if
look,
it's 10%, then it's 10%.
1/10 of a pound off is a big deal, but 1/10 of 100 pounds is nothing. You see?
Yeah, no, I get it. It just depends on the instrument and how the error is specified. If the error is specified as 10%, then it's different to the error being specified as a 10, like a 0.1 of a pound. It's different. It's not the same.
The density of the air would matter. I don't know how much it would matter, but he didn't seem to think it would matter that much. So it's just like his you know his incessant comments. It makes it very hard to watch. I'll say that.
Okay, so you didn't like how he made fun of flat Earth.
It's just he was just very very biased. Yeah, and you don't like a person would not trust that kind of person to do any experiment because of their poor attitude. Yes, it's very non-professional. And I'm trying to
Fair
like
enough.
get the truth. I'm trying to like find out stuff. And this guy's basically he's more interested in making jokes. So yeah, I think that makes a big difference.
Sure.
However, I did appreciate that he did all that work. I just don't come to the same conclusion here. My conclusion is not conclusive. However, if we were somehow, what I would want to do is go from continent to continent and then confirm those with another scientist or another measurement. And then if you're getting the globe logic says the globe hypothesis says that you would be heavier on the poles and lighter at the equator, right? So that's what we would want to see, consistency of that. And that would be something. I don't know what that would mean, but it would be something. You could explain it and say it's a spinning ball. You could say that, but at least it would be more of a it would be like a proof, and instead of just that's not nonsense.
I think there's a few examples of people doing this on YouTube. So if you'd like to see that happen more times, then it's probably in there.
If you find one you can trust, put it in the chat, and I'll watch another one. But I've seen some that have no accuracy.
Who did you watch? Who did you watch?
Was
it Wolfie?
I don't think so. He's an Australian guy. Hang on a second.
I think Wolfie's Australian.
He's a real, I'm going to say, dipshit. See, hang on.
I think you should know a bit more about your state of mind. Can you tell me about it?
Eggshell sent me the link.
It's like everyone is getting on my nerves.
I watched Critical Think. Critical Think, solid evidence of Earth's rotation. You see, he even put it in there.
I think Wolfie 6020's done it as well. If you want to watch his video, he's pretty good.
Whoever Critical Think is, I think he's a dipshit. When you say Wolfie, is that I had to Google Wolfie?
I'm about to post one from a meteorologist. He's a flat earther, but he's a humble man, and I'm gonna post where what he posts his calculations and where he was, and I'm gonna post it in just about 1 or 2 minutes. It's Mr. Drive and Survive.
Thank you, Brian. I'll take a look.
Try Wolfie 6020 as well. That's his YouTube name.
When you say 6020, are you saying 620?
60? So 6020.
Like written out in numbers wise, like that?
Yep.
Okay, I think I've heard of him, but I don't think I've ever seen anything from him.
I'll find it for you.
What does 6020 stand for? Okay, I
have no idea.
Yeah, I found his YouTube. He has plenty of content.
I found the video. I've put it in the chat.
All right, thank you.
It's in the live stream text 1.
Why am I here?
Is this Jim Baroni?
Yep, that's the one.
Okay, thank you, Jim. And I think Brian was going to put one for us. Brian, is that you?
Yeah, I'm about to post it in just a second.
Okay, I'm going to watch this one for 10 minutes. It doesn't look too painful. I'll be back.
So, Brian, so you don't think that there is a significant weight change at latitude the way that they're claiming? Is that what you're saying, Brian?
No, it's the same as the freaking pendulum, man. It's wildly inconsistent.
What about the idea that when things are heated, they weigh less? Like if you take like a block of aluminum and you weigh it at normal room temperature, then if you heat it up and you weigh it, it weighs less?
Man, I've tried that and I've got mixed results with that too, man. I took a torch to some coins and shit. But you know, I did one in a bottle, but I realized it was the hot air in the bottle that was that made it a tiny bit lighter. But I can't find my freaking scales, man. I had some scales. But yeah, I'm gonna go way back, man. Yeah, I went to a bunch of cities, man. He had scales that measured down to the 100th of a gram, and it bounced around, man. And elevation did make a difference. But he did it multiple tests. He's pretty thorough about his shit. You know, he wasn't all that thorough, but he just showed right off the bat that it's a wildly inconsistent. It's a false claim.
So in your viewpoint, the things weighing less at different latitudes and the pendulum processing different at different latitudes, you don't accept those claims as being valid in terms of the actual. You know.
No, yeah. I mean, I've done the pendulum, but I haven't done it like 60 feet up in the air. But I'm bound and determined to do one a little bit higher. But I want to find a good place indoors. But from what I've seen, man, it could go either way.
When you did the pendulum, did it drift?
Sometimes you did half the time it starts spinning in a circle, man. Maybe if you controlled good enough, you could get it to work, man. But I couldn't get no consistency. That doesn't, I'm not 100% banking on my method, but as far as the pendulum with a little lead weight, that's one thing I'm not in. One thing I have an abundance of around here is a bunch of lead, man. I still haven't done my Cavendish shit. I got the whole thing set up and all that. I still haven't done it. I'm trying to get to it. I spread myself a little bit too thin.
How long was it? How long was your pendulum?
I just posted it. Does weight? I don't know if y'all could hear me, but I just posted. Mr. Drive and Survive. Does weight change based on latitude? It's like I think about a 10-minute video.
I think you just posted Wolfie.
No, I posted Mr. Drive and Survive.
You posted Wolfie, man.
Yeah. You posted the same one that Jim Baroni posted.
It's the same link.
Oh yeah. I gotta do the rebuttal thing. The rebuttal.
And
I gotta
Lori's
do the
thumbs up.
Yeah. Let me post the rebuttal.
No, you don't need to do that. Just leave that one there. It's fine. That was a joke.
So Jim Baroni, in your explanation of it, if we're on this globe Earth and we're spinning and it's all happening and the atmosphere is going along with the globe and we can't tell it's spinning and all the whole narrative, why is this weight change slightly different?
What do you mean, slightly different?
Well, the atmosphere is supposed to be clung to the globe, and that's why we can't feel centrifugal and centripetal forces and all that. So why is this happening in your explanation on a globe? Why is this proving that this tiny bit of
well, I mean, I think the reason you can't feel it is because the amount of force change is quite small relative to how much you weigh. Like the way I would expect to experience like this change is like with the amount of like pressure on my feet. But if you do the math and how much based on the size of the globe and how fast it's rotating on how much that pressure on your feet should change, is really not very much. So that's why I think you don't experience it.
I got you. No, but I was kind of more asking what your explanation is as to why it, if the atmosphere is clung to the globe and all the rest of it, things are not falling off of it because of gravity. Why are these things weighing slightly different with latitude in your explanation or your perspective of it?
Because when you're on the equator and you're at like what would be the maximum like tangential velocity, you're spinning the fastest. So you've got this I'm sure you've heard centrifugal force before, which is very small, but you've got the centrifugal force like trying to throw you off of the Earth. And then when you're further north towards the poles, your tangential velocity is a lot slower, so that like centrifugal force is reduced. So when that is not there, you're going to weigh more because the net force acting on you is purely gravity instead of something acting in the opposite direction that's trying to throw you off, which is like detracting from what's being applied to the scale that you're measuring with.
Yeah, I get that on the idea. Like if you took a tennis ball and spun it, I get that concept. But in the globe idea, the atmosphere is supposed to be clung to the Earth. So why is this happening when the atmosphere is clung to the Earth like that?
Well, like the force applied by gravity for this is greater than the centrifugal force trying to fling the atmosphere off. So that's why the atmosphere stays. Is that what you're asking? Why does it? How does the atmosphere stay attached to the Earth when this is happening?
I'm kind of more just asking for your explanation of like the centripetal and centrifugal forces that we normally would expect on a ball that's spinning would be so great that everything would be flown off of it. But there's the explanation that the atmosphere is sort of clung to the globe, and then you've got the gravity and all the rest of it. So I'm just saying, why is this little centrifugal force centrifugal force by the weight?
I see what you're saying.
The rest of it isn't.
So the how do I explain this? So like you can work out like what the centrifugal force experienced by like any object would be on the Earth, right? And I think Riding on Eggshells posted it before. So It's mv squared on r. I think it is off the top of my head. And if you do that for like an object on the equator, that force, or that centripetal force like required to keep something attached to the Earth is not very big. And then if you calculate, what we say based on like gravity, the force like actually pulling stuff to the Earth is a lot bigger than that. So that's why stuff's not flung off. Like you need like force A to keep stuff attached to the Earth, and we have force B, which is a lot bigger, so stuff stays attached. It's like trying to think. I think a good way to think about this is like when you're at the gym, right? You ever done like a deadlift or something?
Maybe. I don't really regularly do those types of things, but the lifting stuff.
Well,
but yeah, I know.
Well, think of it this way: you got like a really heavy like bar on the ground, right? And it's pressing on the ground, and then you're gonna step up to it and you're gonna pull on it. If you don't pull on it hard enough, it doesn't leave the ground, right? But it's no longer pressing on the ground as hard as it was before you were pulling on it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of like what's happening with the centrifugal force and gravity. So that's why as you move around the Earth, like the weight you measure on the scale changes, but only by a little bit.
Yeah. Well, I'm not asking because I'm like unaware of the explanation of it. I was just kind of curious to hear your.
Yeah, well, that's sort of how I understand it.
Yeah.
Look, I got a bunch of plates I casted out of lead, but they're thicker than the plates out of the batteries. And I figured I'd make a big giant lead battery because they're easy, you know, and I have a shitload of lead. I have like over 100 pounds. And even after I made the Cavendish balls, I still had like about 50 pounds left. But I'm sitting here, it's tedious, man. I took a waffle maker and cut the waffle sideways where they're longer, and I made the plates like tall, like bigger than the ones that are in a battery, and thicker. Every battery I've took apart, the positive plates are pretty much corroded to shit. There's like hardly no positive plate left. The brown ones, it's like the only thing holding the oxide in there is like the fact it's squeezed together so tight, but there's hardly any lead. I mean, it's just crumbling apart. But all the positive, I want to say the negative plates are fine. They're like brand new looking. Except, I mean, I pulled apart a couple of the dry, no maintenance batteries, the glass mat batteries, where they sulfated, the negative sulfated, and they got white shit on them instead of being gray. But most of them are gray and like brand new, man. Still in their pouch and all that shit. So I was thinking about I got so many of these pouches, I was gonna just make a bunch of negative plates because they say it's like donating electrons, you know, the way they describe it. The lead oxide is donating electrons to the sponge lead, but it's donating literal fucking lead is what it's doing because you know, it's reversible. So you charge it in the lead, you know, it's supposed to like, you know, replate the positive plates with the lead that it dissolved, but you know, it doesn't, it ain't complete. It doesn't give it all back. It doesn't give all the electrons back. Let's say that. But eventually, like I said, the plates just deteriorate, and there's hardly no lead left, and that's when your battery starts failing. And like the cheaper the battery, man, the thinner the plates are. They're like the deep cycle batteries, the good ones. You'll get some good thick plates, and them are the ones. If you have a good expensive battery, you want to get a float charger or something like that, you know, because every one I've opened like that, they still had lead left, but they were sulfating, like getting the white shit growing on the negative plates, and they probably could be fixed too, you know. Could probably desulfate them if you could look into it. There's different ways to do that, but yeah, they're better batteries, man. But I'm just trying to make like an off-grid battery, like a giant fucking battery. It's gonna make like 200 of these big thick ass plates. Each one of them weighs about between 3/4 and a pound, and they're about the same width as a car battery plate, but they're about 50% taller, but they're way fucking thicker. And I'm like, you know, if nothing else, it'll last forever because it's not going to eat through this lead anytime soon. I was just thinking, you know, why don't they? It wouldn't cost them that much more to just add a little bit of lead to them positive plates, man, and double the life of the battery, man, or even maybe triple the life of the battery for probably an extra $5, man, or fucking. It's just amazing how they cut corners, like they design shit to fail, man. I'm just, you know, I'm sure I'm not the only one who's noticed that, but everything that I'm taking apart, like these microwaves, man, like and the air conditioner. Let me start with that. Like these air conditioners, the freaking
Brian, what
the switch.
What is this related to, though? This is a lot of info. Is this just your thought? Like, is this just your thoughts?
It's just on how they're designed. They're making shit to fail, man. I'll make this quick. These air conditioners, man. I had a bunch of window units for when my unit went down, and you know, I'd used them off and on. I loaned them out and everything, but they failed. And it's the fucking switch. So 3 of them over the period of about a year and a half. I just bypassed the switch and put another switch in. And everybody's throwing these fuckers out to the curb, man, just because they, you know, and I know they know what they're doing, man. They design these fucking things to fail after a couple years, man, when they don't have to do that, man. Same thing with the batteries, the air conditioners, the microwaves. 9 out of 10, man. It's the fucking, there's a fuse where it'll still have power, but it's for the, it's one of the fuses inside of it. So if your microwave fails, and it comes on and everything, but it doesn't heat shit up. Just open it up. Just take off about 5-6 screws and replace the fuse in there, man. And I bet you 9 out of 10, man. That's all it is, man. And it's designed like that. I guarantee it, man. Figured I'd feel the dead air, Gio. My bad, man.
No, it's all good. It just seemed like a lot of information, a little bit out of the blue, so I just didn't know what it was, if it was relating to something. But yeah, I mean, I do hear what you're saying with that. Yeah, they definitely do that, like planned obsolescence. It's like part of their business.
Oh, there's a name for it. What'd you call it?
Planned obsolescence.
Yeah, so obviously there's a name for the shit. I don't doubt that, man. That's cheesy
I think
shit.
Apple got in trouble for doing it with their phones.
Yeah, some people speculate that it's actually like programmed into your phone to basically start.
I think that was an actual thing. I don't think it's even speculate. I think that was found to be true.
Yeah, when I said speculated, I wasn't sure if it has been completely you know.
There's a documentary on it. It's like with the light bulb thing.
I think Apple got done for planned obsolescence. I'm pretty sure.
And on printers, there's actually a chip in some printers that'll print X amount of pages and then complain that you have something wrong with the printer. And all you have to do is take the chip away and it works.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't been able to prove this on the cell phones I've had, but it does seem like there's like a systematic. I mean, I get that batteries, like Brian was saying, they do start to fail, so I can understand that, but it does seem like the batteries specifically are meant to not hold a charge as well as they could over time. And then it also seems like there's programmed in the chips to start to delay, every time you open an app, it delays a little bit longer and is slower over time. And I feel like I can almost tell where it's like a 6-month period, 12-month period. It's like,
I don't think that you need even.
You don't know to replace that chip in your printer, right? Your printer's broken, you buy a new one, which is what they want.
Yep.
Yep.
But it's also like with phones, because of the advancements in sort of technology and chips, you don't even need to plan the obsolescence. It's automatic because you just have to buy a new one in order for it to run properly. Because of it's just too old tech.
I don't know. I've still got an old Nokia flip phone that still works. It would be, I don't know, it'd be getting on 13 or 14 years old now.
It still works, but I mean, what do you do with it?
Was there a lawsuit with Apple?
You can make
because
phone calls with it. Sorry, Brian.
Yeah, my bad. I thought you was done, but I was gonna say if there was any kind of lawsuit with Apple, because I have a Generation 7, I think, or a 6.
I think there was.
It's a iPad, and it works. The battery's still charged. It's sitting in my drawer right now, but when I turned it on, I mean, it might have been even a 5. It wasn't no later than a 5 because it's white. It's pretty nice, man. And the son of a bitch worked, and it was slow, but all of a sudden it started just freaking out, man. It starts jumping from app to app, and the screen starts bouncing around and shit. And there's not a thing physically wrong with it. It'll work good for a minute, and then it just started bouncing around. And so I was just like, screw it. I put it back in the drawer and charge it every now and then.
I've got an old iPad 2, Brian, and some of the apps that are already on it, I can't update. It's just not compatible. And I went to download, I can't remember if it was Discord or something else that wasn't on it, and it just wouldn't do it. It wouldn't accept the download at all. So maybe it doesn't have the computing power in it, or RAM, or whatever it needs. But some things it just won't allow you to do. But I can still use it though. I can still jump on the internet and a few other apps, with it. But there's many things on it that I can't do, like I can with a new one.
So we were talking earlier about the weighing things at different latitude. Mailman Bandsaw, you guys recently joined. What are your thoughts on this topic? Like, do things weigh different at different latitudes? And if so, do you think that's good evidence for a spinning globe Earth or not? Or do you think it could be caused by something else? So I guess the two questions are, is it happening from your understanding and from what you've seen or researched? And if it is, what's the explanation for it?
Well, me personally, I don't see that weighing things at different latitudes is necessarily correlation to it being a rotating ball at all. There's probably many things that can be potentially attributed to it. Altitude, air pressure, magnetic field. There's probably a few other things that potentially could be attributed to it.
I just watched
time of day. Moon phases. Who knows? There's probably lots of different things, Geo, in my opinion, that could still potentially come into it. But I definitely don't think it can be isolated to Earth rotation.
I just watched Wolfie's video for 10 minutes, and I noticed that they didn't balance the scale like with the spirit level, because I know if you turn the scale left to right, it's going to throw off the weight, right? So I think that's something you want to do also, is to balance, is just use spirit level to see if you're flat. That makes sense.
Sorry, he didn't balance the scale as to get it horizontal.
No, I'm not saying he didn't do it, but I'm saying wouldn't you need to balance the scale also at the spirit level? Because if you tilt the scale, that would throw the weight off. Yes, we're talking about 500 grams.
I'm not.
I didn't mean to
grams.
post.
Not sure.
I didn't mean to post Wolfie shit, dude. By the way, I posted the right one in there.
Yeah, you posted Wolfie's, but he's also very
I
biased.
think it's not an issue.
I think
Well,
you would
I
need
posted
to.
the right ones afterwards. Afterwards, I posted the correct ones. Sorry.
I'm pretty sure you would need to spirit level the scale to see if it's flat. Because he was on. I just thought he was on a second story building. He went. So what he did is he went from Perth to Cambria, and according to his latitude, is three degrees latitude different. That would be heavier in Cambria because it's more south, so it's farther from the equator, less spin. And he was off by 0.16 of 500 grams, which is like you can do the math on that. But I just thought that's one thing that I haven't seen him spirit level the scale. And he's supposed to go. Wait. He's supposed to go to Singapore and to Alaska and shit. So I like to see that. I like to see that happening, and then to the equator. So we'll see. But so far, not conclusive. Okay, now I'm done. Go.
It doesn't weigh differently. If it did, you could buy gold in one latitude and take it to the other latitude and make lots of money.
Funny you should say
but
that.
you don't.
That's exactly
use
why gold
use
is
balance
sold
scale
in
for gold.
mass. Yeah, gold is sold in mass, not in weight, for exactly that reason.
It's like
So
it's your first
the weight
day
changes
again.
at latitudes, but the mass doesn't change.
That's right, because
Yes.
mass is weighted different. You know that, right?
So then,
well, how are they? To determine the mass, all you do is compare it to another mass. That's all. That's all they're doing. So they have a mass which is the standard, right? And that is what is used as comparison. Okay. Now, perhaps the scales potentially are affected with altitude, pressure, magnetic fields, etc., etc., etc. That hasn't been ruled out as far as I can see.
he just conceded the weight does not change at different latitudes.
Right.
The weight does change at different latitudes. The mass doesn't. Mass and weight are different things. You're aware of that?
No, you said the weight. Now you're saying the weight does change.
So
weight changes
That's
at
what
different
you've been
latitudes.
saying the whole
Mass
time.
doesn't. I've been saying the
Okay.
same thing.
So what is the mass and weight at the equator of gold, and what is the mass and weight of the gold at the North Pole?
It's babe.
Off the top of my head, but it's different enough that they measure it, that they compare it by mass.
Oh, okay. Then so
you're
then
saying
if
the weights are the same, but the mass is different.
Let me tell you the difference.
Can I ask a question?
It's about 0.006. That's the difference.
So
from the equator to the southern and northern poles.
If I get, sorry, Marmain, go, buddy, go.
Yeah, just quickly that if you take gold and you put it in water, it'll displace as much water at the equator and at the North Pole, even though the weight is different. The volume and the mass.
And why did you bring that up? What does that have to do with anything?
That weight changes, but mass doesn't.
So if I was to get wherever they keep the standard, right, for the mass of gold at let's say Greenwich, right, in that it was safe, and they've got one gram, and I take my gram of gold from Australia to Greenwich to make sure that it's spot on, and I get my gold from, I don't know, Tokyo, okay, then, and take it there and make it sure that it's exactly the same, okay. Then. So now, if I take that bit of gold, which weighs a gram, right, from those two different places, you're saying that it is going to weigh differently in these different latitudes?
Yeah. I mean, you could be a stickler about this, because you've specified 3 masses that are all the same, and then you've said that they weigh differently. And weight and mass aren't the same thing.
That's globe logic.
Doesn't
One
the
of the things
mass
Wolfie showed about this.
doesn't the mass of something determine its weight?
Yeah, I mean,
There's two
more or
components.
less, but weight is a measure of force.
Yeah.
They're not measuring the mass; they're measuring the weight. They're saying the mass is constant.
Weight is a measure of pressure. That's all it is. Pressure.
I forget you.
No, weight is a measure of force.
Yep. That's absolutely right.
I'm right.
Force is mass and acceleration, so weight is a force. Yes, but if you take a how do you, Vansa? You said that if I buy gold from Australia and move it to the equator, how if you now go to a store over there to buy gold, how do they weigh it? Do you have any evidence of how they weigh it? Do they use a balance scale or just a normal scale?
I don't know. I've got no idea, Marwan. Got no idea.
Well, I'm just going to tell you how I did it, so you guys can be clear in reality. I bought and sold coins, so it's a coin. Each coin is a value, so they don't have to weigh it like that. So it's not like you're weighing grams of gold. In this case, you're weighing gold coins, which is just a coin is a coin. So you can examine the coin that there's no gold missing, for example. So in that case, you don't have to weigh it. Just saying, okay, now go.
Yeah, or if you watch the show Pawn Stars, when they weigh gold, they weigh it by weight and they pawn it by weight. So
what kind of a scale do they use?
Yeah, what they will do, what you do is you calibrate a scale to a known confirmed weight, and then you know that that known confirmed weight is known confirmed mass. Then you know the weight, and then you can just keep the scales at the same latitude, and it'll keep reading correctly.
There's no such thing as a known mass. They don't know it. They just decide it.
But the standard mass.
Right, yeah, standard. Sorry, yeah, standard
Yeah.
mass as set by SI units and kept in some vault somewhere or whatever the fuck. But right, you set it against a standard. How's that?
And if you use balance scale, you can go anywhere on the Earth and use that balance scale, and it will give you the same.
Yeah, it's like a triple beam balance or something.
Yeah. It actually is a good way to show that the weight changes, but mass doesn't when you change latitude.
Yes, actually, that's what you could do. Yeah, balance and a balance scale, like 2 500-gram weights, a balance scale, and a digi scale. Okay, they still weigh just. No, hang on. Is that going to work? Because I don't know. I don't know what would be convincing to people.
Or you can take the balance scale, move it somewhere, and just weigh on a conventional scale and see that the weight is changing. Or take something that is 200 grams and then use the balance scale at different latitudes. Take go at the equator, take something that is said to weigh 200 grams, weigh it on a balance scale, then move to north or south. Take something that is said to weigh 200 grams, put that on a balance scale, and see if it's still the same as the standard.
That's what I've been saying this whole time.
Yeah, and I think it's been done many times over. But then you have your own standards of evidence, so it's not 4K 360-degree video uncut. So obviously it didn't.
Are you talking about the whatever it is, Critical Think or whatever that guy's name is?
No.
Is all this done at the same altitude, the same pressure, same magnetic fields? Are all these things taken into consideration or taken out?
No.
No, they're not. Okay.
No.
Well then, there's a potential variable that's coming into it then.
Yeah, and when we talk about weight, have you taken into account gravity?
Why would I take into
Ah, why would you
consideration
take?
what pressure something applies to something?
Well, why aren't you taking into account all those variables when you're talking about weight? Why do we have to do it, but you don't?
Well, gravity.
Well-
What? So the different constant of gravity.
Did you consider space time when you're weighing your gold? No, we didn't. No, we didn't.
Because weight is just a force.
I have a question about latitude, so I know that I'm on the same page. Latitude is 90 at the equator, and then in Australia, and let's just say Alaska, it's around 30. Is that right? And then 0 on the poles. Is that how you do it? The degrees, rather.
Yeah, I
Let's
think
say, right?
0 was
90 on the equator, 0 on the poles, and around 30 between Australia and the middle, let's say Perth, and then up there in their Alaska or high Canada.
We'll go with it. Let's run with it.
Okay, yeah, so I have that right. Continue on.
I don't know if you got it right. I'm just going to run with it.
So, yeah. Sounds about right.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I've got no idea, but yeah, let's go.
You'd be correct, sir.
The videos I've seen, it's the difference between 30 degrees and the equator is around 0.006.
Point
So-
0.006 what?
Difference.
Grams.
So if you whatever you have, whatever the weight is times 0.006, that's the difference you're going to get maximum.
0.67%.
That's why it's hard to
So
make a lot of money by buying
if you
100
weigh
ounces of
200
gold.
pounds, you'd weigh 200.006 different. So it's a very minute amount, but it could be
I'm not
measured.
sure. I'm not sure your numbers are correct there, but I'll take
Yeah,
it.
if you can correct me
0.03%
and explain it, that would be great. Because I looked at these two videos, they both had a similar difference.
Well, you can work out based on what people say the shape of the Earth is and how fast it's spinning. You can work out how much the weight difference should be, and then you could go measure it and see if it's the same.
We're here listening. I'm writing down in my journal. How does it work?
But I mean,
teach us that.
It's physics. It's physics. It's like
Look up
Newton's laws of
percentages,
physics.
somebody should know that. So how do you work it out?
Yeah, look up the centrifugal force formula. Angular speed squared divided by the radius.
So you don't know that?
No, what?
Can you show us what that is?
I mean, I just Googled it. Took me 5 seconds.
Yeah, you can use Google, right?
Okay, so what's the difference?
Roughly 3.4 centimeters per second squared.
Wait. So if I weigh 200 pounds, what's the difference from the equator and if I'm in Alaska and Perth? Go.
I cannot do it for you right now. I can do it in like an hour.
It says
How
what?
Something today. How about you learn something today? Rather than have
I'm
everyone do
trying
things
to,
for
and
you.
you guys are tell me to go to Google. Why don't you just show me?
Yeah, I'm driving for a start. But how about
I can read it to you if you want, but
all over.
Look up the centrifugal force formula.
So how much was your weight? What did you say the weight was?
200. That's how much
200
I weigh.
pounds.
200 what? 200 pounds. Okay.
Pounds. Okay. So it'll be 11 ounces less at the equator.
Okay, that works.
How many is that in pounds?
200 pounds.
I would do metric systems.
Because it says yeah, 100 pounds is 5.5 ounces less. So for 200, it should be 11.
Here you go, Godric.
And this was the first, just the first picker that I got on Google.
The formulas in the chat for you, God.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's the right one.
I think that would be for centrifugal force.
Yeah, the other form of it, Bandy, is angular speed squared.
Okay, I just typed in centrifugal force formula.
Yeah,
and that was
that's the same. Yes,
Yeah,
that's the linear speed formula. So you can put in
Okay,
your
so
400 meters a second, whatever it is.
I divided 11 ounces by a pound. I get 0.6875 of a pound. So I'd weigh
Why are you doing that?
200.6875 pounds on the equator. Because logic.
Why?
That's what the difference
What?
would be.
No,
When I get in the scale,
I don't know that. I don't know
bring
that
up your
stands up to
ridiculous
logic.
formula, I'd have to just look at the scale and see if it
Hold on.
confirms.
Listen to Jim. See what he got to say.
What? How did you just work that out? Can you say that again, please?
I've been given 11 ounces on 200
as the
pounds.
change.
So I divided 11
cool.
ounces by 16 ounces, which is a pound, and it got 0.6875, okay, for 200
What?
pounds, which means I'll weigh 200 pounds, 0.6785 pounds on the equator, 0.6785 more than if I was at the poles. Did I do it right?
I don't think that you did.
Which is equal
Say
to
that
a half a glass of water.
Say
if I
it
piss,
again. Say it a bit slower. So you took.
I was
how much?
given 11. I was given 11 ounces.
11 ounces
difference
change
on 200 pounds. He said it was 5.5 ounces on 100 pounds. It's a difference.
Yep.
The maximum difference.
Cool.
So I
And then you
divided 11
divided it by
ounces by
something?
16, which is ounces in a pound, and I got
By 15.
0.6875, which means that if I weigh 200 pounds, I weigh, well, actually, it's the opposite. I weigh 200 pounds on the equator, and I'd weigh 200.6785 pounds on the poles. That's what it would be. Do you understand?
Correct.
And
Yeah,
this
cool.
way, I can actually confirm it on a scale, not having to deal with a formula. I can look at
Man,
the scale.
imperial units mess with my brain. Sorry, no, you could. You would expect to weigh 0.6 of a pound different. Good.
Yeah.
Carry on.
If you were 200 pounds, if you're 300 pounds, it'd be a little bit more. If you were 100 pounds, it'd be a little bit less.
But follow-up question: is yourself a good reference mass to be measuring at the equator or at the poles?
No, because I can take a shit and they will throw the
exactly
the weight off, which is makes me think
you're
that
better off with
you're
a
not gonna be able
200-pound
to
piece of
confirm
metal
it.
or something. Just get a piece of metal that's not going to change. Get a piece of metal that can't take a shit.
And wouldn't you want to spirit level the scale, by the way? Because if it's tilted a little bit, it would throw off the weight, yes? Because we're talking
If you're
about
really
fine.
worried about it,
fine
you might. I don't think it's going to make a big difference.
No, it doesn't. But if you want to, you can do it. This has all been done before. Many times.
I've heard that so much. Oh, they measure the Earth. They know it's a sphere. Yeah, man, NASA did it. The guy in the lab coat did it. You don't have to worry. Don't worry your brain. It's already been done. Don't worry.
I mean, the measuring the weight at different latitudes has been done many times by many different YouTubers.
I mean, I think the point is, if you're worried about it and you don't trust it, you can go do it for yourself. That's the takeaway.
Yes, that is.
Then you don't need to tell me it's been done before, do you?
Sound a bit different today, Bandy.
Sorry, I sound different.
Yeah.
Well,
like literally, your voice sounds different.
Better or worse?
Good question. Clearer? I'll say clearer. I like. Oh, yeah, better. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I got a new Jabra headset and mic.
Nice.
Yeah. So.
Nice. All right, I'm about to go into a underground car park, so I may join you shortly.
What's happened?
With what?
I go away for 2 minutes.
Everybody went quiet talking about scales.
We were just waiting for you.
The main attraction.
And for me, yeah.
I'm just planning a flight.
I saw two scales that said 500 grams.
We couldn't move forward without Ruhif coming back, so we just had to wait.
Hey, look, it's a very good idea.
It is pretty inconclusive, the old weighing things at different latitudes and longitudes.
I would say it's conclusive that things weigh different things at different latitudes. Don't you think it's conclusive of something? Or it's not conclusive of anything?
I think it is inconclusive of what you want to put the conclusion
Well, it's a piece of evidence that supports that the Earth is the shape that evidence says that it is. Like, I don't know.
It's a piece of evidence, Jim, that they've been able to work out a formula for.
Answer, would you say that it works for both ways? Like if we find out that the weight doesn't change per latitude, would you then say, well, it can still be a globe because of all these magnetisms and pressures and altitudes and elevations?
Nobody said it doesn't change. It does change, but it's inconsistent. It changes radically.
Well,
it's been proven.
It changes. It changes the amount that the physics suggests that it should if the Earth were round.
Bullshit.
I mean, I don't think it's evidence for anything, to be honest with you.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Okay. I'm 160 pounds at the equator. What is my mass?
Well, divide that by...
Your mass is the point is your mass is the same whether you're at the equator or the pole, but the weight is different. That's what they're saying.
Tell me. Okay, yeah, I'm 160 weight at the equator. What is my mass at the equator?
What's your acceleration?
Isn't pounds a measure of mass?
About 7 newtons.
Yeah, actually, yeah, kilograms is for mass, newtons is for weight.
About 7.5 newtons.
So I'm 160 and 7.5 newtons at the equator. Okay, what if I go to the North Pole? What is my weight and what is my mass?
Your mass will be the same.
So I'm
but
still
your mass isn't that.
So I'm still at 7.7, and my weight changes. What do I weigh? I'm 160 at the equator. What do I weigh at the North Pole?
You'll weigh the exact same if you're counting for temperature and pressure.
No, that's not true.
No, they said the weight changes.
How much does my weight change when now it's winter and it's going to be summer?
No, answer. What is my weight at the equator? 160. What is my weight at the North Pole?
If it is at the
you're
poles,
way different, but your mass will not change, right? Your mass, although we measure mass in kilos, colloquially we also use kilos as weight, which is wrong, right?
Okay, so I'll be 160 at the equator,
measure weight in
160 at the North Pole, 7.7 newtons at the equator. What is my newtons at the North Pole?
Oh, someone else can calculate that.
Like 5.5 or 6.6.
if you're 100, if you weigh colloquially 100 pounds at the poles, you'd be 99.65 at the equator.
It's 5.5
ounces less. Yeah.
So you weigh less at the equator than you do at the North Pole?
Yeah, because it's
because of the centrifugal force.
Go figure.
So if I want to boost in my self-esteem, I just go to the equator to say I lost 10 pounds?
If you're on
Only
a
if you're going
diet,
to feel good about weighing a little bit different.
Answer him. If you're
It'd be
200
easy to go
pounds,
take a shit, probably.
Answer him. If you're 200 pounds, you would weigh
If it was 2 pounds,
0.6875 of a pound less. So about half a pound less on the equator if you're 200.
You sure? That sounds like a lot. I don't think it's half a pound. I'm
already-
guessing it's going to be
I-
fucking
I
grand
already did
max.
this. I already did this.
100
half a
pounds.
pound over
100
200
pounds is
pounds.
5.5. 5.5 ounces for 100 pounds.
Really?
So for 200 pounds, it's 11 ounces.
Which is 0.6875 of a pound. So it's more than half of a pound difference.
For 200 pounds.
Yes, and this is why I think it's bullshit. I think you can confirm this. I'm pretty sure you can.
You can confirm this.
So
100% you can confirm this.
You can do this if you would like. That's what the videos on YouTube that we sent before are doing.
You have to go to a pole and then go to the equator. That is a big deal.
You don't have to go to a pole.
Change latitude, right?
You could just go north and south a bit.
60 degrees.
Okay, hang on. So you
Sorry, Jim.
So Wolfie changed 3 degrees latitude and got 0.16 of 500 grams. So all he have to do is take that figure, and if it's 3 degrees different, right? So if he's 32 degrees on Perth, latitude on Perth, and there's 90 degrees at the equator, he would multiply his difference times 20, because it's 60 degrees from Perth to the equator, and that's how you can confirm it. Is that what you're saying?
No.
How do you do it then?
You don't just extrapolate the change because it's not linear.
Yeah, I was wondering that.
How do you do it without going to the South Pole, North Pole, and the equator then?
You don't need to. You can just work out what you think the difference should be across the 3 degrees. Like, why do you need to do it equator and pole?
Bacon posted, if you scroll up a bit, Bacon posted a thing for it's called a local gravity calculator, and you just give it your height and latitude.
My local space-time calculator. That's awesome.
Plug in 200 pounds for us, eggshells on the equator and on Alaska.
I'll leave that for somebody else.
Local space-time curvature calculator.
No, my local space calculator, he said, even though there's no evidence for space-time, there's no experiments for space-time.
There's no evidence for flat Earth either.
Yeah.
What gets taught in schools? Space-time or flat Earth?
I have evidence for flat Earth.
The things that get taught in school, many of them turn out to be true. So yeah, that's good evidence for
that are evidence
schools,
for.
Yet there's no evidence for it, and you claim flat Earth has no evidence, but it's not taught in schools.
What's taught in school has nothing to do with it, Joe.
Well, the government programming of its slaves has a lot to do with it. Yes, it does.
Oh, okay. So that's why we have mandatory teaching of religion over here in Finland. Yeah, because
really?
Religions are brainwashing.
Yeah, they teach the globe in those.
For me personally, I haven't seen any evidence for the existence of a god.
Yeah, same.
Like I haven't been able to measure it. Certainly nothing repeatable or with predictable power.
You say
come on, Ryden, you're not that brain.
It's already possible through science.
All I did was scientific evidence of gravity, and it created a spiral.
No, you didn't ask that. But I think the same thing for magnetism,
motionless
and you
Earth.
can't
I
show
asked for
magnetism.
an experiment to prove space-time. It causes a spiral. Or
no, because
it's funny that it
not
causes
a
a
thing.
spiral, considering it's motionless. All observable evidence supports a motionless Earth.
The only
except all
motion
the measurements
is
of rotation.
spiral.
Zero measurements of rotation.
Yeah, I mean, you can be delusional and say that to yourself, but
There's never been
you take a gyro, it
a
measures,
scientific
picks up
experiment.
rotation.
Yeah, there hasn't been a scientific experiment showing that.
Well, a gyro. There you go.
They've never once done it scientifically, showing that the only thing they change is latitude, and you have deviation.
No, I mean, you have deviation when you're at a location, and when you move the gyro, it picks up motion, and when you leave it on the Earth, it picks up motion.
How does it pick up motion?
Because the Earth is moving.
How can you say it's the motion of the Earth when there's drift? And if there is drift, shouldn't it build up? If there is drift caused by the rotation of the Earth, the motion of the Earth, then shouldn't it be consistent?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so how come it's not consistent?
It is.
Show me a video where this thing is consistent. 15 degrees per hour.
A video where
7.5
this
degrees
is consistent. You said that it's
15
not
degrees
consistent,
per hour,
so that's your claim.
7.5 degrees every 30 minutes, 2.5 degrees every 10 minutes.
Yeah,
Are we going
show
to
me
have
where
to
it
a
isn't
vacuum chamber
consistent.
and all of that stuff as well?
You should be accounting for pressure and temperature variation.
Oh, why?
For sure.
Why?
How
does
because
that
you know
affect
that
the light?
you know that the weight of things changes depending on the
This has
density,
nothing to do with
depending
the
on the
weight.
pressure, right? So if this thing is
No,
going through
and that's
air,
also-
there's
that's not
resistance
true.
in air, and you're not accounting for it, then it'll affect the
That's
weight
not
of
true.
it, the precession of it, and all that other jazz.
You're making claims that are empty. How can you show me something on a scale changing weight depending on the atmospheric
You
pressure?
don't think the weight of something changes because of resistance?
No,
What have we been talking
you
about?
don't
this
have
past
science for
30
this.
minutes? 3 hours, actually.
I mean, how can you throw
Yeah.
claims that are unscientific and I have
It's
to back
not
up everything with
unscientific.
science? Well, show me the science.
Show us the actual formula.
An experiment
Show us the
as to
formula.
how the weight changes depending on the resistance?
How much?
Go jump.
No, not
Go jump in a swimming
resistance.
pool.
Atmospheric pressure. If I have atmospheric pressure of, 1025 and 11.6, show me how the weight changed.
I just told you. Go jump in a swimming pool. You have the
That
resistance
has nothing to do with it.
from water. You know,
You're
it's
changing two
the more
mediums.
density, the
We
more
don't
pressure, the more it's affecting the weight.
No, we don't live in water, so I don't have to put the fucking gyro into water.
Is there
I use
air
it
in water?
air. What? Yeah.
There you go.
Or oxygen. Yeah, there's oxygen, not air. You have no science. You just think jump into a pool.
Dude,
Fuck
you're
it.
the one that making this claim. That gyroscope has
No,
been scientifically
I didn't
proven
make a claim.
to show movement of Earth. It's never been done.
It is.
I'm telling you how to do it. If you're gonna do it, you have a gyroscope.
Jump in a pool.
You take it from the equator, and then take it to a different latitude without changing anything else. Keep pressure the same. Keep the temperature the same. Keep the
Airplanes do
apparatus
that all the
same.
time. Airplanes do that all the time. They align their IRSs at different latitudes. And
Sure they do.
fucking hell, they work.
Yeah, they work because they,
What do- hold on a
remain
second.
motionless.
I'm gonna claim. What do airplanes align?
Yeah, the airplanes align their inertial, navigation system. So you have 3 gyros there that picks up the
Aligning
rotation.
for what?
They align it with the rotation, so they have the geographic north.
What
And
rotation?
the rotation.
The rotation that
of
he's
the
trying to
Earth.
prove. It's circular logic.
No, it's not. It's not circular logic.
If the
Fucking
Earth
hell.
Attempt. Come on, guys.
It's too weak.
You're presupposing that what you're trying to prove.
Okay,
It's
well, you're
literally circular
presupposing
logic.
that thermometers measure temperature. Okay, now all science is fucked.
What?
Yeah, you're presupposing that a thermometer measures temperature. Prove it.
I've never even mentioned a thermometer, so
No, you measure.
You're-
You
you're,
said
like,
temperature and
desperate right
pressure. So how do you measure temperature?
do you have an issue with using a thermometer to measure temperature?
Oh, so now it's subjective science.
No,
That
do you
if
have
I
an
don't
issue
have
with
an
it?
issue. Yeah, I do actually now.
How are we presupposing? So, what are we presupposing when you use a thermometer to measure temperature?
Exactly.
temperature.
Exactly.
Okay, so
Yeah,
if we
you
show that,
presuppose.
if we show scientifically through an experiment by increasing the heat, right, and showing
How do you
that there's
measure the
different readings on the thermometer, would that convince
How do you know?
that a thermometer
How do you
can
know?
gauge temperature?
How do you
Hold on. How do you know that you? How do you know
isolate-
that you increased
don't
heat?
do anything else. Everything else remains the same, and all you do change. The
How do you measure the heat rise?
How do you know the pressure doesn't
We don't know
affect
the
heat?
exact. We don't quantitatively.
Oh,
we don't know
know.
what the heat
Oh,
is.
yes.
We know qualitatively that there's more heat, and now there's.
How do you know that?
Now
Things
the thing,
expand.
that little thing in the thermometer, that line of mercury or whatever, rises.
You say a baseline.
So you don't know that.
Does that convince you that there's a relationship?
Yep.
There can be a correlation, but not necessarily
Okay,
causation.
that's why we manipulate it. We turn off the heat. It goes down.
Yeah. Did you
Turn it
manipulate
on,
the
it goes
pressure
up.
too,
We don't change
or
anything else.
electromagnetics too?
A very statistically significant
That's science,
correlation.
bro.
Like
So you
100%
no,
of the
it's not
time.
science with you. Okay, then if
Yeah,
that
it
is science,
independent variable,
okay,
which is heat,
okay,
and you see this
yes.
fact.
So independent variable in my gyro is motion, and when I leave it on Earth, it picks up motion. So the Earth has to be in motion.
No, it doesn't.
Wrong.
Oh, there we
No,
go. So now
mechanic
it's
one
different
doesn't.
again.
The reason,
Well, the
the
gyro's
reason they use
picking up
gyros
something
is because they
moving,
remain
but it's picking
fixed
up
in their
that
position.
you're moving over a motionless Earth. So you're going to need to have some way to break the tie between the Earth moving and or the space over the Earth moving.
Yeah, the gyro
There are only
can't pick up the
gyros
motion
that
of the
pick up
space.
movement. are the ones that have to use phase differential with light. No physical mechanical one picks up movement.
Is that actually true?
Yeah. Yeah, because there's videos of both. There's videos of mechanical ones picking up movement at various degrees per hour, and then there's ones where they just sit still for 24 hours at various RPM. So there's videos
Yeah,
of both.
shit gyros, right?
If you hang a
Of
gyro,
course, Rudy, it's just
and
ones
it
are
doesn't matter where you go, it's
the
just going to
ones,
sit there. If you hang a gyro anywhere on Earth, it's just going to sit there. It ain't going to move at all unless you fucking push it. The Earth
Unless it's
ain't fucking
defunct.
moving.
The ones that
And
don't work,
look at
they
a
remain
Cavendish
fixed in their
experiment.
position.
Even a Cavendish setup is supposed to be so fucking critical to movement. A gnat fart can make it move. Yet it ain't fucking. It comes to a halt. The Earth's motion ain't making it continue to move, and it's fucking sensitive enough to fucking pick up Earth's motion 10 times over.
Yeah, but like if you put a, if you guys know what this is, it's called a fidget spinner. It's a It's a thing that you spin between your fingers and it spins. Yeah, the kids craze in the last few years. So something like that, you put in your fingers, you spin it, and then you twist your hand, and you'll feel the torque. So that's what gyro does in a sense. So if a gyro picks up movement, then surely it's just going to pick up the movement of deviation or from the course, no?
Well, based off of the range of interpretations possible, something is moving. The question is it the Earth and or the space over the Earth for the range of what's moving in the gyro?
No, I mean the gyro compass is just there so that you don't go off course. It's got nothing to do. For me, I don't feel it's got anything to do with what you're traveling on. It's just allowing you not to move. A gyro compass, is it a compass or is it just something that keeps you like a fidget spinner or something that's spinning? As soon as you go off course and you apply work to that, then it's going to alter. So as soon as you change course on a gyro compass, you're doing work of which the gyro compass will pick up on that. But it's a gyroscopic. So I think people think that it's like a compass, but I would, from what I understand, it's just gyroscopic and it stops you going off course and you keep in a straight line, I guess. But nothing to do with east or west, I don't think.
It aligns with north.
It's just north.
Yeah, gyro compass just aligns with north. There's, argument as to whether it can do it by itself or whether you have to set it to north. Who the fuck really knows? I'm sure Ruhit will say it just finds its own.
Yep.
Yeah.
It finds it. If you set it close to north, it'll find it quickly. But if you set it to east or west, it'll take fucking ages. If you set it directly perfectly south, it will stay there.
It's like orienting something toward the drain in a sink. The water in this analogy would be the swirling ether, swirling around the central North Pole mostly, and your gyro compass is essentially aligned toward that whirlpool. That's what I would go with. The ether, gentlemen, and alignment with the ether.
I love the
Right.
question.
But we understand that rotation, gyroscopes will precess, right? So you hopefully would accept our hypothesis that on a rotating Earth, gyros will precess. We don't accept your hypothesis. We don't fucking know what ether is or what it does, right? Same with the weight change with latitude. You guys would hopefully accept that a rotating body, whatever it is, has centrifugal force, and therefore, if the Earth is a rotating body, then we should have centrifugal force. You would accept that, right?
Well, your hypothesis can be reworked with something rotating. The question is the Earth rotating yet again and or the ether? The question is, are you going to accept that the ether could exist or just reject it outright? But if the ether does exist, if space has a substandard quality to it, where it can spin, have torque, and influence a ring laser gyro, well, then that opens up other interpretations, including that the Earth is motionless while space swirls over and around the Earth.
But we have no evidence for it. Whereas you guys would have evidence of centrifugal force, as it applies to anything rotating, fucking dinner plate. Right? So you guys know the mechanism of centrifugal force, and therefore our hypothesis should be accepted by you guys. Whereas your hypothesis about ether, we got no fucking idea what you're talking about.
The closest thing that we have to some sort of evidence implying an ether heavily is some sort of Machian force. You have hollow balls where they have the hollow ball and then they swirl space around the hollow ball, and inertial effects are noted in the ball via Machian forces. That implies that space going in and out of the ball has some sort of tornado-like torque where you can influence the hollow ball inside via these inertial forces outside of the ball. So this Machian theory or whatever appears to point towards space going in and out of the ball and leading to inertial forces of some sort.
What
And
about
that
Faraday?
space going in and out of objects would be the ether, more than likely.
Do you think the ether is Faraday rotation?
It's the electromagnetic substance of space. Space itself going around objects like you and me is more accurately known as an ether.
Yeah, but if it's something like a Faraday rotation waves type of thing, then it basically will set all the polarity of all the atoms. No.
I'd have to look into it. I don't know.
Yeah, Faraday waves. I'll post a video if I get a chance. But yeah, Faraday waves seems to be, the Faraday cage. It's all linked, I would say. And also gravity, the equator, the height of the equator. What's the height of the equator? 3 kilometers. And then also the actual, in some places, no, I think it's the equator. The actual one of the spheres, the troposphere or the mesosphere, one of the spheres, they say that it's closer to the ground. So I guess that'd probably be the altitude of the equator, not the sky falling down. But they do say in some places the sky is closer. But surely height difference, elevation changes, and stuff like that. Being 3 kilometers up in the air, I would imagine that you would be different in weight to someone that's at sea level.
So rather than the Earth spinning or moving for these ring laser gyros, gentlemen, I think the ether swirling over and around the Earth, or at least the substance of space, is a very viable, workable hypothesis we could work with. Now, whether we can put this in a jar, the substance of space separated from space and put in a jar, I don't know about that if we're going to try to prove, quote unquote, the ether or science the crap out of it. But I think we can infer it pretty comfortably.
I've learned over time that you you basically subscribe to everything about gravity and what gravity predicts and the characteristics of gravity and general relativity in space-time. You simply just use a different word. That's all.
The main difference is gravity for you pulls to the center of a ball. I don't have any force like that to affect curvature. So there's a couple key differences.
Yeah, but the word you use that subscribes to everything that rational people also subscribe to, it starts with A, E, T. It's that word. It's literally just a different English word you're using. That's all.
I know what he's
Well,
talking about.
another key difference is I endow space with properties. Physics can't even decide if space is a vacuum, if it's nothing, if it's something, if it has properties. That's a big problem. What were you saying, other dude?
I was just saying I know which one he's talking about.
If I literally had to spell it out. But
I effed up the joke. I'm sorry. I've never been very good at timing.
You know the word the word methane. Sorry about the noise. The word methane. You can take the M away, and there is such thing as ethane. And I thought that was quite interesting because it reminded me of the sound of ether, as in mether. If you add the M to ether, what would you get? You'd get mether, wouldn't you? But is there
Are
such
you telling me after I have a big weekend and then I'm lying in bed refusing to get out of bed, and that thing that I do under the doona that forces me to get out of bed is actually creating a little bit of ether?
Something like that.
Ether stinks, man. It's a really smelly thing. It comes out of my
Writing
butthole.
on the chat.
No, I was saying,
Methane.
if you take the M particles out of methane, you'll get ethane.
This
So
is from
it's-
NASA. Space smells like burnt steak. That's the new one. Okay, go.
I do remember reading that ages ago. Yeah, what was their thing for saying space smells like burnt steak?
This is the BS that we get.
Yeah, I forget. It was
I
some
think they were just trying to elaborate on their bad lying. They had to come up with some reason why they could see stars, couldn't see stars, whatever. After that, the elaboration of the bad liar comes out.
yeah, they said the moon. When they was on the moon, they said it smelled like fart. Did they? Yeah, on the moon. Sulfur.
I don't know how you could smell though. That seems weird. Like if it's close to no atmosphere, what do you like? Poke your nose out of your suit for a moment and inhale nothing?
Surely the suit must be porous of some sort, something.
The studio in which they were
What are
filming
you smelling?
probably
If there's nothing
smelled
there.
like steak or something. What were you saying, Jim Baroni?
So funny.
I just said, what are you smelling if there's nothing there?
Yeah.
No.
You're farting in your own suit, man. This place stinks
you
like
dealt
shit.
You smelled it, you dealt it.
Yeah.
It's a vacuum, nothing up there, yet they can smell space. Kind of contradictory. Nothing to smell, technically, if you're going to make your story straight.
No, they were clear. They said burnt steak.
When
Yeah,
they
they
don't
were
give
trying
you a
to-
consistent narrative, then you have to formulate a
That's
consistent narrative.
That's the smell of the space vacuum. It makes perfect sense to me. You have to go there to find out, though.
You get methanol and you get ethanol. Ethanol sounds pretty much like ether to me.
The substance of space, gentlemen. Space is not nothing. It's a substance that flows and moves and has torque, can be concentrated, become less concentrated, shoved aside a little bit, that
Yeah.
sort of thing.
Like space time.
Like ether was before space-time was used to cross out ether and insert itself.
Ether time.
Look, I don't know what gravity is either.
Ah!
Oh shit! Yeah, here all week, tip your waitress.
If electromagnetism can make a frog float, then it could push anything outwards, couldn't it? If
Potentially.
If it was above flat Earth, that would be your force. But then
If I needed it to enough, I guess. Yeah.
I'd go with ether, floatedy, uppity, or downity by charge separation. The charges separate in layers and things just go to their respective layer like one big electromagnetic density tower. We tend to sink to the bottom, but other things like clouds float and go up.
The helium atom does create electricity in certain conditions.
Create.
So, huh?
I don't know. Sorry, carry
Yeah,
on.
yeah. I looked at. I came across the right thing to Google, and it gives you the right suggestions, etc., etc. And I think it was on Wikipedia or something. But helium creates an electrical charge, so almost like that's the ratio, the massive atom that is doing all the work, and everything else, all the ants, the queen bee and the colony, that controls everything. If you were in a curved flat Earth sort of situation, to me it just sounds like it's an enclosed shape of some sort. Fucking flats, full flat size, I don't know. But something from the sensor that's definitely pushing outwards, keeping us on the ground. If electromagnetism can do that to us, then that's definitely a repulsion and not an attraction.
More like gravity as a push as opposed to a pull. I kind of like that. I think of it like the Cheerios and the milk being the ether, and the flow of the milk pushing the Cheerios, quote unquote, together. as it flows.
I did learn that silicon ice, or the solid version of silicon without the E, floats on its liquid counterpart, just like water.
Do you know what this whole thing sounds like?
What's that?
Sounds like silicon.
Sounds like innovation. It sounds like powering forward with a new theory after 100 years of making the ether a bad word and going off of fossil fuels as opposed to energy from space itself, the ether.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually like listening to Realm's ideas. I was just making a pun. To me, puns always go like I will even slide the globe model if I can make a pun out of it.
If you really want to innovate, you never go into the institution. After a while, the institution only fights for its power, prestige, and its control. It can only innovate in very limited ways, which is where the outsider comes in. Same thing with ether, the shape of the earth, or anything else for that matter.
The technical name for the sun that we see is not Helios, it's actually Solus. And if you play around with Solus, you'll get Silicium. Then you get, eventually you'll get silicon, because it's Silicium, the old silicon, right? So silicium, silicon, the sun, definitely all as one. And I would say Luna is linked with aluminum, or
Do you think that there's a chance that some of these they're just like they're not? They might sound similar, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're related.
like the word succumb and the word circum are both the same sound with two different meanings. So they've had to change the spelling so there was no confusion. So the S's and the C's go hand in hand. The vowels interchange with each other because they didn't have 5 vowels before. They had the AE, which was a vowel. So we've gone from a certain amount of vowels to 5 vowels. We've added in things into things. So spelling wise, it's more the case of if you gave a fresh word to a child that never seen it before, how would they sound it out? You might find that there are common things, but also solace, you can spell it with colic. Colic and solace could be, the C and the S, the same thing. That's the most common difference.
Let me ask the question a different way, because I feel this is a very long, very different answer to a question I didn't ask. Have you ever identified that one of these words, because of these vowels and business, means something, and then later have you confirmed that it didn't mean that thing?
Yeah, I've got things like the rule of CIRC, and the word has to be C something something C, and that will mean that it's enclosed, it's within. And then C something something V means outwards. So to convey is to go outwards, but to conclude is to go inwards. So those words there.
What question did you think I just asked?
Yeah, but you asked, is there a different meaning to words? No, I mean, our meaning is our meaning. But the basis of where that word came from. Yeah, but you were asking me to give examples. But we all accept examples that we've been given. So it's a hard question to ask.
That's not the question I was asking.
Apologies.
Right, I think I have a clear idea of what the answer would be if I did hear it.
Cool, man. But if I said to you, what's the circumference of the circle? Is that the outer, the inner, or is it the boundary? Is that an example?
What if you asked that same question in Japanese?
Exactly.
Is he gone?
Take the word Eratosthenes, for example, right? Break it down to syllables. You're going to get Eratosthenes.
Ah, so it's about toasties.
Toasties.
It's about it's about when you get to put 2 bits of bread and some cheese and some ham between them, and you toast them. You make a toasty. But you do it wrong. Error with your toasties. That's what Eratosthenes was about. Bad sandwiches.
Burnt sandwich.
R south the Sen. Sen means east. So he's saying R south the east. Swap it around again. It says the east R south.
Mate, I reckon that's a bit of a stretch.
No, you just playing. There's the code breaker, the Da Vinci Code. You break down words to their syllables and not the etymology, and then you'll break down words.
The question I'm asking is, could you break them down wrong? Could you just make? Essentially, the question I'm asking is, could you just be making this up and it's all nonsense?
No.
How would you know?
Of course not.
Yeah, but if I was to say to you, solace means sun, and you say to me, prove it, then you have to look it up for yourself. So then solace, and if you were to ask what is the elements of the sun, you would think, well, I would normally add a IUM on the end of it, so you get silicium. So when you type into Google and it gives you a suggestion, and the first thing that comes up is, words like silicon, then you can say silicium. Sorry, silicium was the word that came up as a suggestion. I'll go and look at silicium, then it says, oh, it's the old word for silicon. So how am I getting that wrong?
Is the sun made of silicon?
By being certain you're right and not being able to question.
No, I would never assert I'm right in anything unless it's something that you could look up yourself with my suggestions.
But is the sun made of silicon?
No, ether, silicon. What? No, I never said that. You're cross-referencing something that I didn't make any reference to.
I thought you just said that the sun was made of silicon.
No, I was saying that the word silicium, as in a solicium, as in a terranium. That's how I'm looking at it. And then it comes out with the word of silicium, which means silicon. So is there a relationship between silicon and the sun? And silicon metals, it dissolves with metals. So I'm just trying to think, why do we name things the way that we name them if they're not based on anything alchemy-wise, biology-wise, anything like that?
I think they're based on the evolution of words over time.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, our language is not just by chance. If you look at our language and the syllables and the differences between words and stuff like that, there's not that many differences, but there are rules. So if you look at those rules and you understand them,
it depends on the language. Like if you go to a completely different part of the world that has a completely different structure to their language, the words are all completely different and the sentences are completely different.
Yeah, but that's about past tense. The cat on the mat sat. Yes, I definitely agree with that. Some languages were based off other people's languages, but they just saw them talk and they heard the sound, and then they made up their own language from that. Because for me to live amongst you and you and you and you, if I speak my own language, then I can have my own private conversation, and other people don't know. I do agree with that, but I haven't studied other languages. But definitely, the English language comes from a derivative of French. We've got Latin in there as well. We've got,
I think they all start with Latin.
Yeah.
This is
And then
repeatable. Would 2 different people playing this game get to the same result as to what the sun's made out of? Or would somebody say it's actually made of selenium?
Solicium, Colosseum. All I'm saying is that there is a link between
Can
the sun.
confirm, I've never heard the word Solaceum in my life up until today.
Yeah, but you can change it to Silicium because it's just a play on vowels. When they found all the old scripts of the Egyptians,
Why? What are the rules for that? How can you just change it?
well, as I was saying, when they found all the, they look at the old writings of Egyptians and stuff like that, they had no vowels. So all we did was put vowels in and said, oh, that must have made sense. And then it just begins
What do you
repeating.
mean Egyptians had no vowels?
Well, the words they had would be.
I don't think Egyptians had letters. They had hieroglyphics.
No, they just had pictures. A whole picture meant a word. How would you have or not have a vowel?
No. They also had their own alphabet and stuff. So you could create words, yes, using pictures, but we knew that a picture was a P.
What was the Egyptian alphabet called? I want to check this.
No, I'm just talking. I'm talking out of someone that hasn't got anything to show you. I'm talking about programs that you'll watch, and they'll say how they deciphered what the words were, and they wouldn't show if it was this or it was that, and why would it be that, and the picture describes exactly what it is, like letter wise and stuff. Maybe you want to go back to the origins of Phoenician alphabet. Is that a start? Phoenicians seem to have done a lot of groundwork for us. I'm not a person. I'm a person just to talk generally. I don't want to come across as a person that's like, oh, fucking, this is how it is. No, not at all. It's more discussion. This is what we do here. We talk about things that we've learned, things about how we counteract what the other person has said, and the other person leaves the conversation enlightened. Yeah. You want to talk about something else?
Sounds good to me, man. I appreciated what you were hearing. It seems like writing was not vibing with it, but I was.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I probably came off a bit aggressive where I was just meant to be incredulous. I'm not able
Confused.
to tell if there's would you think, Realm, if I got two people like you and somebody else and I showed you words you hadn't seen before, do you think you would come to the same result?
Well, we would agree on one thing, but there would be other alternative reasons for why that word was made and the rules involved.
So what about Aristarchus? Tell us about that as a name.
Oh, mate, I've done this once. I'll tell you what I can remember. You got Aristarchus and Aristotle. They both share the same four letters on the front. Aristarchus. So those syllables: Aris, Ari, Starchus, or Aristarchus. I'm going to have to look that one up again and give an answer. It's a case of just looking at the word, using it, writing it down, breaking it down into syllables, swapping the front and the back.
Pete did this, and he came out with tar, which he assured us meant ejaculate.
Yeah, but tar also is for Tartarian.
Yep, he linked it to that as well. But he said he said both of those were pointing towards the tar, which, as we all know, as he said, was the word for.
Arise. Arise from both those names. Arise, tar. I'll work on it, and when we speak again, hopefully I'll have an answer. But there's even things like the Helena Islands. There's more than one Helena Island. It's just south of Ghana. Not just south, but there's actually multiple Helena Islands. So at some point they were taking different equatorial observations at different latitudes. But even the word Helena, if you swap around back to front, you'll get some type of word that sounds like you'll get Helena, Anel, Anelma. So that's a word that could represent the anelma of the sun. So we go to the Helena Islands to see the Helena. Help me out. I haven't got a piece of paper. Aneleh. Anella. Even road names where I live in the UK, they were swapped round. So the road names, if it was a Baker Street, they wouldn't swap them around. They would change the order of the letters. A lot of the road names were like the place with the silk, and then they changed it to Link's Way.
Hey, Realm. Have you ever heard of Wordle?
A Wordle?
Yeah.
Is that like a riddle of a word?
It's a puzzle game that's out at the moment. I think you'd like it. It's really good.
Yeah, cool, man. Like anagrams and shit like that.
Yep.
Yeah. It's just, yeah. I guess I talk and I might sound like a crazy fool, but you know, this is where people like me can't digest their shit. But you know, get opinions from other people, and if you're lucky, you get the right. You know, someone says something back, and you go, "Fucking hell, yeah." It's something I didn't know before, and but with words, I think elements and alchemy, all these things, actually, like things like our numbers, for example, they never had numbers greater than 999 because the square roots, the cubes, and the cubings of that. The results don't come out the same as they did less than 999. So with currency has to be fractioned downwards and not at a decimal point. That's basically it. So you have a threepence, you had a shilling, you had a dime, a quarter. These are all fractions of 999. And then we start getting silly currencies that were like fucking 10,000 to 1 and shit like that, and start getting silly. So we had to do something else. The decimal point allowed calculators to work. Did it work? Make it work better? After you get 1,000 and you start times in 1,001 times 1,001, it just doesn't work. And I think that's why like metal, like gold, silver, jewelers, they would work in 999 being the maximum number, value of anything. It's not a percent. It's more like a thousand. Even the word like geocentric, maybe this is a good example. We assume geo and we assume centric. But now,
so the universe revolves around geo.
Yes, but there is also. Huh?
I'm sorry, it was just a joke to geo.
Yes. So there's a person. Yeah, geo, the server.
Yeah, it's his server.
Yes, but there's another word called geos, an S being the C. You got GEOS. So you got geos, entric. So geo means a cleft in a cliff caused by a water erosion, and geos means the ground, the terra firma. So if you get the word geocentric and you have geos, entric, which is another way of putting syllables in there, you will get entric. And entric, as in entry, it means to be enclosed. So if you were geocentric, you'd be a concave type of model. If you were Helios and not Helio, you were Helios-entric. Then it means that, yes, we are heliocentric, but the central sun is Helios. And that is the center of our universe. So almost like I've seen old pictures from 1555, which show the globe of the world, but it shows the lines like it's concave like a drinks cabinet. Yeah, if that is the easiest way to describe it, an open drinks cabinet. It shows you the lines. Now, if we knew all this before, the devastation that mankind then realizes what's actually happening tells mankind, and mankind fucking destroys itself because they're looking for the way out. So the last thing you would want to tell humanity, but anyway, going back to geocentric. So geos and enteric, there's another word called enteric, which is the coating of a pill, right? So it's all about how you think that you come across these words for the first time or whatever. I don't fucking know, but they obviously came from somewhere, and how we've deciphered them, I think, is slightly off. They haven't used the syllabus, they've used another way. The people from Brazil, when they, I think it's that country, Portuguese or Spanish, one or two. When they say good morning, they say "Bom dia," and dia, Mother Earth, for morning. So they say "Bom dia." I thought it was quite interesting.
So would the word spelling mean spell ng? So expelling energy.
That sounded cool. Say that again.
So you spell ng. So you don't use the I, just ng. It would be expelling, expelling energy.
Yeah. It's the vowels. Exactly. It's yeah. I was just looking up the Aristotle and Aris itself meant best. So I was just moved on to tar, and then tar was a black flammable liquid that normally surrounded by wood or something like that. And then I was thinking, then I'll have to get to chess. Yeah, definitely, man. I think it's Like if a person can't read or write, there's a lot of things that people didn't know because they couldn't read or write. So the 1% of the population had the advantage over the 99, and they probably prevented them from. That's just how, is it the right word, democracy or whatever works. Yeah, man.
I can't get my head around the mental gymnastics you got to do with all these words.
No, I think if you take any word and you break it up into its syllables, os, tra, mean tray, 3. So os, tra, li, lia. So os, tray, lia. 3 words. See what you can do with those 3 words. If you come out with an answer that you think is related to what you're after, you get all the clues and you put them out in front of you, and you look at them and you look at them and you look at them, and then you play around with words and stuff. You realize that a lot of stuff is, the words have been turned back to front. Like I was saying with Eratosthenes, it comes out as the south are east. So in his days when he done the experiment, I feel that his sun rose 3 degrees east of south in his days, because his word is saying something. So in a way, the character existed, but maybe under a slightly different name. And to change things, even from our days of the week, if you take the first 2 letters or first 3 letters of some of them, they come up with the universal ruler is a shambles.
So his name, right? His name means what? South of east. Yeah.
Yeah. The south.
Okay. So then now, what did his parents, who named him, know this, or did he rename himself because he knew this?
I think they renamed him so that they could do that. That's the jester, where they show you the clue. They show you in plain sight. Because when you get it, then you're like, yes, they showed me in plain sight. I just didn't know how to see it.
Who's the they? Who's the they?
The writers of history, the rewriters. If we were due for a catastrophic event that happens all the time, and actually turns out it's going to happen in 100 years' time, do you think they're going to tell us?
Okay, so do we go back to recent history writers, or do we go back 2,000 years to the history writers? Like who changed it?
Recent, probably the Magellan, Elcano, 1520, the division of the world into the east and the west, and from there, the east are writing their novel, the west are writing theirs, and each east and west has their own north and south division. You know, the 4 tribes, the triads. Yeah, I would say 1500s onwards. The Dark Ages are probably a lapse of 500 years because of what the sun was doing at the time. It pretty much was hovering 20 degrees north, 20 degrees south for about 500 years. It was, so for that time there, was the Dark Ages was the likes of those that lived past the 20 degrees. Definitely in the UK at 51 north, it would have been the Dark Ages for us because we didn't see much sun. There's a lot of evidence of maybe northern latitudes going underground, but as well as places like Egypt and stuff, there's evidence of holes under the ground. But I only remember them as being sort of waterways. So yeah, recent history rewritten. You've got 3 religious awakenings. Why did it take 3 awakenings to awaken the people? It's just basically revising what you did before and revising again. The resolution is to solve or a resolution. Even like the word of revolution. A revolution is 2 things. One is to revolve, as in RPM, and the other thing is a revolt. But a revolt is when it comes back on you and it bites you in the arse, is it? Because you told them, yeah, I'll sort you out, and you didn't sort them out. What did they do? They revolt. So they came back. So the word revolution is to return. It's just seeing that, succumb. The word that's spelled SUCCUMB is the person succumbed to you. They came to you. You are the inner, or whatever. But the point is that it's coming towards you. So the words spelled differently actually are describing the same thing. One is probably more of a personification. Maybe the better word is suitable to a living being, maybe. And the other word is a more mathematical word. You've got astronomy words. Like, take many words and their meaning will be different in astrology as it will be in astronomy, as it will be in chemistry, biology, and all the disciplines. So that is one way of saying, did we get it wrong? No, we didn't get it wrong. I think it's how we use it. It's like I've got no problem. Saying the word literally is deformation of the definition, because when I said he literally jumped off the building, but he didn't. If you wrote it down and you described it well, then you literally described that the person jumped off the building, but he didn't literally jump off the building. So it's a stupid, but we've come to that. But if we agree everything laterally, then that's another good way of using that, a slightly different version of that word, laterally. Literally is to write down, and laterally is the latter, or an agreeable, the consensus. That's to me, that's lateral thinking. Fuck, I sound like I'm fucking taking up the fucking server.
No, you're right, mate. Go for it. No one else is chatting, so you may as well.
Do you think though, like, if we to stack up the available possibilities, one is, unless I was misunderstanding what you were saying before, the sun rose in the south, almost due south. Two is that a more reasonable solution is some people didn't know which way was south. And then three is this word stuff isn't really a good way of determining reality. And of those three, the very last one I'd pick is that the sun used to rise south.
If you're geocentric and the sun's at 24 degrees, where do you think it started, or where do you think it will finish?
If the sun, for all recorded history, has always gone east to west, I'm going to think it's always gone east to west, whether I was a geocentric or a heliocentric. I'm not going to hear some word association sort of games with a name and go, what they're clearly describing is where the sun rose, not they like the sound of those syllables together.
But the angle of the sun is 23.46 degrees, so it doesn't rise in the east. It rises 23.46 degrees south of east. So in that there, I'm trying to explain
3 degrees off south. And what was the language these people spoke? Which was the person you were talking about?
Mate, I'm talking about what you were just talking about when you said, "Oh, the sun rises in the east." If in geocentric it was 23.4 degrees tilted, then it doesn't rise in the east. It rises 93 degrees and not. It rises at fucking 113 degrees and not 90 degrees. So, what happens next? Is there a movement? So, if you look at cathedrals and stuff, and think about Indiana Jones, when the sunlight comes through the hole and it travels along the floor, the cathedrals were able to measure how far up in the tropics and far south the sun was going, and they could measure, right? So obviously, for me, then I'm thinking to myself, well, why would they need to measure that? Because their recorded history says that the sun will go between tropics, will go between 21 degrees and 23.44, wherever it is. But if we've never experienced the bit that goes past 23.44 in our lifetime, in our recorded lifetime, which only started probably 500 BC, then we don't have that much recorded history if you think about it.
So because we don't have that much recorded history, we're going to assume that the sun that stays going east to west between the tropics used to not do that, used to do the opposite of that.
No, if it's the sun has a precession of itself, then naturally the sun, if you were to look at 0, 0 coordinates, for example, and the sun is coming from the southeast to the northwest, then naturally that's just going to move in a clockwise fashion, a bit like a BMW badge. Imagine a BMW badge. There's sunlight in the white bits, and there's moonlight in the blue bits. So naturally, as the tropics as it's going up and down, creating the tropics, the shape of where its light reaches as it's moving clockwise over a period of 2,600 years, it's naturally going to change, isn't it? And then what will happen is that the east and west pole will freeze, and then that will tell you where your alignment is. Not really, but you.
I mean, we're not going to get a pole, though, are we? If the Earth is still spinning, or is your concave Earth not spinning?
No, we're talking geocentric. We're talking geocentric.
Geocentric can still spin.
Yeah, but it was never considered to spin. Yeah, I get where you're going with this. Yes, totally. It's one or the other. Is it passing me, or am I passing it? It's the same objective of measuring the physical against the metaphysical type of thing, if that's the right word. It's not the metaphysical, it's the observations. So you're measuring something in the sky. You don't know the lensing effect. You do know the lensing effect. You do know this. You do know that. But measuring stuff in the sky ain't going to tell you where you live. It's going to give you a good indication. And for the fact that we can't measure that and we can't measure that is because of it's covered in snow, it's cold, it's this, that, and the other. Oh, well, we'll just do something that is as close as. They use that for centuries and centuries and centuries, but it's not accurate. All the planets, even the celestial star sphere itself, whatever it is, imagine, they all go from the north to the south. They all have tropics of their own, yeah? So everything is doing a similar thing. And then you can even see that the celestials, if you go to Stellarium and you look at the stars and you move day by day by day, you'll see the stars move forward 4 minutes. And if you move 1 year at a time, you'll see them actually go backwards about a fraction of a degree, but heading southwards. So there's two precessions going on with the celestials, but they only talk about one. But yes, there is the other thing, and based on this, and it goes around the sun, and this is what we can explain it, but we can definitely explain it in another way as well. We're in a geocentric form, retrogrades, all these different things here, very easily explainable. I mean, geocentric is as explainable as heliocentric, and even the word of heliocentric is wrong because the sun that we see in the sky is Solis. It's not Helios. So the way that we've used the information from the is...
I thought some cultures did call it Helios.
Yes, because they knew that it was our central sun, right? But even to say that if you were in a heliocentric model, they're not saying that we go around the sun that we see. It's saying that we go around the Helios, which is a thing that we cannot see, right? It's not lit up. It's not enough light getting to it. So in ways, the whole heliocentric thing could be correct, but actually their definition was they're saying that the whole galaxy is going around the central sun. But we've then gone from there to miscalling the sun that we see Helios and saying that we go around that sun. But it's guys writing ideas and explanations in books, gets republished centuries later, years later. Oh yeah, that fucking works. Oh yeah, fuck yeah, all those unanswered questions. Yeah. Because they didn't have any better technology, geocentric. We could still be in that phase now, but for some reason, people were thinking, oh, you know, fucking space can't be that big if it goes around us. You know, I mean, why the fuck would he just leave? Why would the fuck would our creator just leave us here? No, we have to have something more to it. Oh yes, you know, and it's the hope. It's that telling the people that, look, man, we've got years and years of discovery. We're gonna fucking discover all this stuff, and we're gonna fucking make something on Venus and this, that, and the other. It's hope. If mankind hasn't got hope, they've got nothing to look forward to. They've got nothing to work towards. And a lot of this is a good thing, because look at us, we're all working together. We're interbreeding, we're migrating, we're doing all the things that the creator would have wanted us to do. So why ruin it by coming in with what was and just let it be, you know? I think that's just how it naturally just formed.
So what, you're hopeful for humanity? You see positive things and we're moving in the right direction?
I think humanity is. I think our history, to the ones that know, they know the history, and they pretty much, it's like Groundhog Day, but a day is a length of.
So are we getting more degenerate or less degenerate?
I think medically we might be making ourselves degenerates so that we have less people arguing over the rulers. More pacify the audience, and very easy to control. I think probably we've as humankind we were aggressive before because we were barbarian. We've come from that, and we're very pacified now. There's less, you know, physical fighting happening, you know, on everyday life when you walk on the high streets.
There's forcing lockdowns and mandates and injections, and like there's more inflation, there's more poverty, there's more drug abuse, there's more suicides, there's more divorce. Like humanity is on a downward slide, and it's not going to stop.
But then it'll be, would they just turn around and say, you know, in the court of law, it was humanity's fault? They're the ones there, but those people there, you know, they control the drug flow. You know, if people think that's, they have to have drugs in the community so that they have people that die, they have people that, you know, you need those things to keep the. If you have a farm, you've got animals, or, you know, if we didn't cultivate animals, then the animals would just overthrow us, wouldn't they?
Yeah, nature always wins. If there's a city and it becomes depopulated and no people, the nature and earth takes over, and the grass and flowers. Nature always wins.
And it's quickly how quickly Mother Nature takes over a populated city too. It's very, very surprising.
Yeah, it's
we migrated by population. Like there's a massive, like London, the Cathedral of London was based in Winchester before, which is south of London, about 40 miles, something 60 miles. But they moved everything to London because of the population. So there's you with a cathedral in the middle of nowhere. Everyone's going to London, the hip place, and then no one's coming to your cathedral. So you go and build a cathedral, you know, then everyone starts going to London and building in London and stuff like that. So everyone moved with the population. Other people stayed dormant in their farms or out in the countryside or whatever. Yeah, man, I think we've been here before. The same technology, but just looking more prehistoric in a way, maybe. Probably their stuff. We came to that before, but something to do with the sun cycle, just changes stuff, forces the whole continent to migrate west, and naturally you have the Tartarians were the inhabitants of America, had to move west. So a cycle every certain amount of years causes us to move, either too cold or too hot. And at the moment, our grid system, our navigation system is based on the equator of the sun at present. The celestials move west by 1 degree every 72 years. All these things here are just like a massive fucking multi-axis gyroscope, and all the planets, the stars, they all have a role to play and all part of this. And if the planets align every 2,000 or so years, I would say that's the cycle of one thing. The stars and all that, us thinking that is 26,000 years, most likely is because we see them so far away, that everything could just be a cycle of about 2,600 years. Magnetic, it's, I'm still doing the thing, but if the stars and stuff are the smallest sphere in a concave sort of model, closer to the center, it would move slower to your eyes, but in fact, it's actually moving 10 times quicker. But because you don't know the distance from you to the object,
Realm, let me ask you a question. Do you trust the government?
I trust the government in the fact that they think they're doing the right thing. What they are restricting. Do I trust them? I trust the government because they trust somebody else, and you've got to trust somebody. I think that the players. It depends what country you're in. I mean, I kind of get a feel for what America has come from and where they are now, and how the economics work amongst sort of governance.
Yes or no? Do you trust the government, the UN, NATO? Yes or no?
In what context? Do I trust
when
what
the
they
government and NATO and EU says something? Do you trust them?
No.
Yeah, no, I do. If you're concave, you're closer to flat Earth than yeah. But
yeah. I never come in here pushing something. I've just kind of talk generally.
I don't.
I'll say,
I'm not.
I'll
Trying
say
to be
my local government. I trust my local government, but when you go past that, then I don't trust that because, America controls navigation pretty much. America controls the declination charts. America pretty much came up with the thing because I think they're having so many issues with the Bermuda Triangle, the Coast Guard. It became to a point, I think it was
Do you
like...
trust America?
I think America, the defense of America, is a key player in all of this. And
You're not answering the questions.
I am. I've answered them. And
No. Yes or no? Do you trust America? As a
chance.
Yeah,
Nah.
You're
that's
doing
why.
that. Do I trust the American government or do I trust America?
You trust the American government?
No.
Okay, well, there you go. So, anything the American government says is feast.
No, you're just saying two different things. Like, if a person does one thing wrong but 99 things right, do you trust the person?
Name one thing that the American government does that's good.
It's good. Well, I don't know much. Look, I don't live in America, so it's like me saying the same thing to you about the UK. There are relationships.
Name one thing. Name one thing that the UK government does is good.
Fucking hell, loads of stuff, man. But loads of stuff. But in comparison to what? So if we're talking about the shape of the Earth, and we're talking about astronomy and astrology,
They've
the
got a
UK
constitution. It was pretty revolutionary and pretty amazing that they sat
fucking
together.
awesome.
A bunch of powerful people sat together and designed a way to limit their own power. That's a pretty impressive feat.
The UK is a place that anybody would want to go move
Who
to.
limited their power, and which way did they limit their? What do you? I don't know what.
You don't know what are you aware of what the Constitution of America is?
The Constitution of America means nothing. There is no Constitution.
Oh, well, if you're just going to deny things, then yeah, you're
The
right.
Canadian
if you deny
Charter
things, then
Rights
things that you
Nation-
deny, you'll deny.
I've been locked down for 24 months. Mandatory everything.
You sound Canadian, though.
Yeah, I am. I'm in the Canadian Bible Belt, which is why we have the highest restrictions for the last 24 months out of anybody in the whole world.
COVID
Because
has a preference for
there's
people
towns
who are
that have
Christian.
10%
That's true.
vaccination rates because of our beliefs. So they target locations based on beliefs and supposed rates. Yeah, there's no reason to trust the government. From on the 5-cent nickel, there's a slave plantation from Monticello, Thomas Jefferson slave plantation. So America was built on slavery. It still is. Every country is a slave plantation. You pay taxes, you license and red tape and fees and everything you got to pay. Some of it legit, some of it not.
Yeah, sure. But if you deny the things that are good and point at the things that are bad, anything will look bad. Describe to me what makes you a good person.
Oh, I try to have good intent, spread truth.
No, you don't. That's a
help
lie.
people.
That doesn't exist. See, I can do it with anything. It's no longer meaningful. If you just go tell me a good thing and then I tell you a good thing and you go, that's not real. It's
Does it so good intent and telling the truth is bad?
no, I just don't think I think you're lying. It's not true.
Oh yeah, well yeah. There's going to be division between the God followers and the atheists for sure. Atheists believe in subjective truth. I believe in objective truth.
Objective truth that other people don't share, though, right? Not even other Christians share your objective truths.
Oh, there's lots of lukewarm Christians. There's different lukewarm flat earthers. There's different levels of
Is there
discipline.
anybody that shares all of your views about every facet of reality? Is there a single person on earth that fits that category aside from you?
Oh, probably not. There's some of my top.
Okay, so you don't really have objective truth, or you have this bizarrely, freakishly fortunate objective truth that just happens to be the correct one, and every other person on earth is wrong. What the hell? It's good on you.
Riding, you are on the attack today. You are you're out for blood.
He's salivating.
Does it not seem a bit ridiculous to go, I have the hold on objective truth? Come on. Come on.
No, I don't mind at all. I can't. Yeah, you can't really trigger me if you talk about like the
I'm trying to
Holocaust.
trigger you. I'm pointing out that kind of a worldview is ridiculous. It's just so ridiculously improbable. It's not funny. Like even on the issue of whether the Polaris moves is dead on the North Celestial Pole and moves or not. No other flat earthers agree with you. No astronomers agree with you. No lay people who know enough about it agree with you. And you're
It
like,
moves
no,
a little
doesn't
bit.
move.
Here's disagree
Exactly.
on
He doesn't think it moves, but he knows he's got the objective truth. And Geo, you don't.
Well, Northern, do you agree that it moves a little?
What's that?
No,
I agreed that the Polaris could rotate in its place.
No, I mean it actually makes like a little loop, like a little circle.
Post
wobble.
Post the video in live stream right now.
I don't know why you'd bother, Geo. He's got the objective truth. You're going to be wrong.
I want to see I'm open to the best video evidence, and if it's just a light.
Did the 3 I show you the other time not work?
Been called out, Geo. Come on, citation.
No, the way it is many of you Globers do not know what's actually going on here, but I'm not even going to say it, and I'm not going to drop the.
Can that appearance of a wobble / rotation / movement be due to the atmospheric conditions that we're looking through? No? Yes?
Well, the weird thing is, like, we're talking about not trusting government, and then it's went into these different patterns. It's funny. It's funny how it happens that way, but
Yeah, and I was just having a follow-up question to the
go
Polaris.
ahead.
Is all. So but no one
No,
seems
I openly admit I believe in the firmament, rotating stars, east to west, rotating firmament, Hebrew biblical cosmology. If it doesn't work on that, then obviously you're going to say what you're going to say. I'm going to say what I'm going to say. And it's going to be up to the viewers and the listeners to decide. And this is the battle that the atheists and the globers don't understand that.
Okay.
Like,
So
it's the listener.
so the stars being in the firmament and the North Star being fixed in one spot, and you're making the claim that it doesn't move, right?
The North. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah. Or Polaris or whatever you want to call it. Could the movement in your firmament be due to just atmospheric conditions we look?
Like I said, I don't have cable for 7 years. I go outside, I watch the stars. I live almost under Polaris, as far north as you can. It's minus 40 right now.
Yeah.
Like,
But do you think that you're going to be able to notice with your naked eye, a slight movement in Polaris?
well, I watch the Big Dipper spin around Polaris because the Big Dipper, the two dots line up with Polaris, and they always rotate perfect circular pattern.
Yeah, I'm not saying that they don't, nor I'm not saying that they don't seem to. I'm just saying, like with your eye, without having any footage, do you think you'd be able to notice that just with your eyes?
Like there'd be some what do you call it, variable with the eye because you're just judging it from me on Earth to looking at Polaris. But I've lived in the same place for 20 years, and I've been a flat earther for 6 or 7 or whatever. And as I said before, my one wall is lined up pretty much exactly with Polaris because they usually line up my roads in this place where I live, north to south. The east to west roads are usually north to south and east to west. So the houses are lined up north to south, and like my one wall is lined up for the last 5-6 years. Like it's Polaris lined up perfectly when I dead-eyed the wall to Polaris. And
Yeah, I don't think anyone's claiming that Polaris moves by any sort of great magnitude whatsoever.
they are
0.7 degrees is what it's
They are.
said to move by.
After 20 years or 200
Well,
years or 2,000 years, they claim Polaris moves and changes and whatever imagination.
Okay.
But per night, it will change by 0.7, by more than 0.7.
0.7
From
what?
sunset to sunrise, it'll move by more than 0.7 of a degree because it is 0.7 of a degree off center and across the 12 hours or whatever of darkness, probably more at winter for you. It will have crossed from one side of that to another, so it will have moved by more than a degree. Have you ever tested? Can you describe the test you've done of this statement that would be accurate to within a degree?
Well, what about the things, because that seems like fair distance writing that you're talking about there, a degree. What about the things, is it the Georgia Guidestones or whatever, it has a little hole in it that you can line up the North Star every single night, and it always lines up. Now, if it was to move by such an amount, it probably wouldn't line up.
It just needs to have a hole that you can look for that's more than a degree. I imagine they do more than that because otherwise you barely
said
see
0.7?
0.7, I think it is off.
Well, the moon and sun are supposed to be like a half a degree. So you're saying that it's more than the size of the moon, the Polaris is moving?
I don't know much about the thingy, about the angular size of the sun and the moon. 0.7 of a degree separates Polaris and the North Celestial Pole from space.com. You probably want people in the backyard. But I mean, yeah, you can just open Stellarium and check its position. Oops.
What did you say the sun and the moon were?
Video online.
They about a half a degree of angular size.
So the movement is more than those. Well, that doesn't seem then that these Georgia Guidestones would be able to line up from the little I know about it.
I mean, it depends the size of the hole they've got pointing at it, right?
Well, I don't think they've got a 4 foot by 4 foot hole in them.
Well, what the globe model would suggest is that give it a few thousand years and they won't. In the time of the Egyptians, according to Ptolemy, their North Star was Thuban. And there are reports from after then that there was for a while no North Star, and I think it was Columbus. Was it Columbus? Somebody like that described how they had to make corrections for the rather large circle it did around the North Celestial Pole, whereas now it's very close.
Well, that's handy that claim can't be tested.
You can test now whether it's 0.7 of a degree off. It's piss easy to test. So you do have indeed a very unique objective truth that most of the rest of us are missing out on there, Northern.
Yeah, we're probably on like polar opposites on the belief or the truth scales.
Yeah, even on whether it's a good thing to be certain about things like this. Like for me, I'd be eagerly correcting myself on as many things as easily as possible.
I just looked up the history of of Polaris, and it dates back to the late 1600s for the and then where it's called Polaris North Star, and then it goes to the Greeks who called it they called it something, but it meant pole star, and then all the way back to the Phoenicians who called it Phoenice, when in their language I guess meant the stationary star or whatever the fuck. It's it's in the Bible where they followed the North Star. That motherfucker's been there for good. And you see, if you want to call that movement, whoever just said 0.7, the sun is 0.5. Okay, so you're telling me that that little dot that doesn't move is moving bigger than the sun or the moon size in the sky? That's bullshit. But you might get a tiny bit of refraction movement. It's been there. It always has. It always will.
Okay, so you've got one friend here. Brian agrees with you that the North Star doesn't move.
No, that's I don't, whether there's an ally or not. There's many. There's tons. Like it's so like he's looked at the stars. Like I live in the north. It's -40 tonight. So like,
have you ever tested this? Because I feel like I've asked you this question quite a few times, but I don't.
No,
I think the only answer you've ever given is how your houses align. And the question I'm asking is, have you ever tested this with a device or some method that is within the tolerance of what I'm suggesting?
This is where it gets destroyed, because I've lived in this house 20 years, so I have 20 years to go on. I'm 40 plus, so I have 40 plus years to go on. So then anything I say you can attack, where it's like you only have 40 years experience in life to go on.
No, I'm asking one question. Have you ever tested this with a device or method that is within the bounds of 0.7 degrees?
No.
Okay.
No, I've tested it by my eyes and by observing over 20 years and 7 years, 5 years, 8, whatever, of being a flat earther.
I just posted a time lapse showing the Polaris making its own little circular star trail in the middle.
I posted 2 videos. I mean, why don't you do this? Why don't you show some?
Zoom in on it. When you zoom in on it, when you zoom in on it, it's dancing around in that little circle. It's moving around. It's energetic, man. It's yeah, I believe it covers a tiny little circle, but that's the circle that it has covered in throughout all history.
Yeah, I don't
all the way
believe
back
that
to the freaking Phoenicians, right?
Geo,
the Thuban thing. The Thuban doesn't. Yeah, I don't believe that.
Geo, can I ask you where was that picture taken?
It looks to me like it's pretty close to bang under the northern. It's very north, I think. Like not so north, you don't have trees, but I'm guessing very north.
When I look at Polaris, my neck is like straight up.
Cool. You've never tested it to within the bounds of what we're suggesting, though. So what you're saying is, I've been looking at it for 40 years without ever testing it properly.
In 40 years, you can just say, it doesn't move in 40 years. It's supposed to move in 2000, blah, 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 blah.
No, I'm not, we're not talking about the precession of the poles. We're just saying every night it will make that path that Geo's showed. Yeah,
Geo, can down the road.
Talking about bandsaw. I wouldn't be surprised if a 1 degree circle could fit within that hole.
No.
Right. Well.
No.
Get eyeball the width of the hole, or find out the width of the hole and the thickness of the thing, and you'll be able to sort it.
It's something that makes the ball come back to you all the time.
White, so you talking to us?
Yep. If the ball doesn't come back to you all the time, you might bloody drop it. People are doing it.
But it's a massive hole. Absolutely huge. Huge.
No, it looks like a small hole to me. About a hole that a 1 degree deviation could fit in.
Really? What's a hole of 1 degree deviation look
Small hole.
Really?
I'm trying to wait for a timing to say that's what she said, but I just can't get it in.
No, that's not what she said. She had a huge hole.
Or maybe that's what he said. I don't know.
Yeah. Maybe you go, that's what he said. That's what he said. That's what he said.
But she didn't drop the ball.
I mean, it's among the things that are easy to test on this northern. You could test this tonight.
I can't.
You don't.
No, you can't.
Really?
You can't.
Well,
Baby.
well,
You can just Google
I don't have
anybody else credible, not even a globe, just anybody else credible saying
to the
it
North
doesn't
Pole
move.
than probably any person that's on this server or any other server. And like,
accurate. It just means you live near something you're wrong about.
it's my word against yours. I say it's not moving. You say
It's not my word. This is
it
every
is.
astronomer that exists at the moment. There's none that disagree with this. I
Science,
guarantee you.
the body of science. The ball
No,
is it
no, body of
science?
science. Even backyard
Goes
astronomers.
the pitch. Up it
ball.
goes.
Well, Northern, do you deny that if you do star trails of Polaris, it makes its own little circular trail?
No, if you like, the P900 has an automatic rotation feature built in, because the stars rotate east to west always, and Polaris is fixed. So, like, anything showing you otherwise is star tracks. Like I posted many times, how star trails can be edited from a regular picture.
Right, and they're all doing this for what reason?
To trick people into believing the stars do things they don't.
Okay, from Astro Backyard, who are, probably shills as well, they give you Polaris's position with a right ascension of 2 hours, 31, blah, 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 and a declination, interestingly, of 89 degrees, 15 minutes, 51 seconds. Why would that declination be anything other than 90? That declination should be 90, unless...
Where'd they measure it from?
Optics, baby. Optics. Hello.
Where'd they measure it from?
90 is bang on the center of rotation. If that declination was 90, then it would be on the center of rotation.
So my house that was built in 1941, the wall lines up with the North Star. Should it not have not lined up with the after 80 years?
It should be correct to within 0.7 degrees.
So you're saying it doesn't move; it just rotates in a circle.
That's what
there's kind of
times to say that. That's exactly what I've been saying for like 45 minutes.
Well, there's kind of
There's
kind of two things on the table, though. There's two ideas. If we took a merry-go-round and put a bunch of glue on it and put a bunch of sprinkles on it, that's like the stars. So you've got all these glued-on sprinkles, and then you spin it. You know, all those stars are going to do their thing. So if the one in the middle is a little bit off the center of the merry-go-round, then it's going to make, like, let's say that's Polaris. It's going to make tiny little circles. That's one thing we're referring to. The other idea, the second whole thing, is whether that little position of Polaris actually moves entirely. And that's the other thing that Riding brought up, this idea of Thuban used to be the North Star kind of thing.
It's a totally separate discussion. And I think there's good reason to be skeptical of that one, because it requires that we believe historical accounts and stuff like this. Whereas
and like Brian said, it's called the Pole Star even in those times where they claim it was Thuban. So that's the other thing. That's like, why would they have called it the Pole Star if it wasn't the Pole Star?
Earth is moving at 100 miles per second.
The Egyptians had totally different names for them all.
Earth is moving at 800 miles per second, right? In the four directions. So Polaris is in my same sky for 5 years since a flat earther, 20 years since I lived.
You keep telling me how long you've been looking at Polaris. It's very interesting. Please just tell me more about the years.
Yeah. So like it should have moved in those 5 years, right?
No. It should be moving each night by 0.7 degrees off dead center, meaning actually from one side to the other, it's probably 1.4 degrees.
You're not aware of all the Earth's movements.
That's not what I'm talking about, though. I'm just suggesting you test this to within an error bar that would get you actually a meaningful result.
No, if Earth was moving
I'm just suggesting
800 miles squared, Polaris would move and be gone by now in 20 years, in 5 years.
Would it?
Yeah, it would have changed angles. It would have changed. It wouldn't be in the same spot.
By how much?
Oh, who knows? It would have changed.
Who knows? So maybe it is.
Yeah, it would have changed.
Well, in my analogy with the merry-go-round that you put glue on and put sprinkles on, in that idea, even if Polaris is a little bit off the center, it's going to make its own little circles, but that doesn't mean that it's going to become unglued and go to another position.
Oh, yeah. I think, and you describe it's a good analogy for what we see, like the 24,000 year cycle as a result of the precession is good reason to there's like better reason to doubt that. But what we're talking about night by night is irrelevant to that, because the scale at which we're seeing it across even 20 years northern.
That's what I told you. I told you would say 40 years, 20 years is not enough. I told you that. I told you.
Yeah, I know. Of course.
Of course. I don't know
why that surprises you.
I conceded that.
Because it's not about fucking God.
Well, no shit. I conceded that the first thing I said. You're going to say 40 years is not enough. 20 years is not enough. 7 years is not enough. I already got you before.
You got me before on picking. You already knew it was terrible.
I already debunked it before you had tried to debunk it.
There's no debunking it. If it takes, if the cycle is 24,000 years, the fact that you already recognize that 20 years isn't enough, but you still present it, is evidence that you're presenting a dumb argument, and you know it. It's not evidence that you've debunked my side of the argument. Of course, 20 years isn't going to be enough.
About 2,000 years or 2 million years, and how stupid that sounds.
So what's the tilt of our Earth is what, 23 degrees or something like that? So 23 degrees.
You're saying that talking about 2 million years is retarded, right?
You're going, is it?
Right? Talking about 2 million years ago is retarded, right?
I mean, sure. Yeah. I mean, to you it might be.
I agree. 4.5 4.54 billion years ago, talking about it is retarded.
Sure, talking to you about it would be a bit of a
No, not talking
exercise
to
in
me.
futility.
No,
But
no,
you
no.
can
You
just
said
you can
20
just
years is
calculate
retarded.
these things and see what you're meant to see.
So 20 years is retarded, 40 years is retarded, but 4.54 billion is okay.
I don't know what you're talking about anymore. If what you think you're saying, if what you're saying you think makes sense, it's not making any sense to me.
Next topic.
In any case, it moves every night. I encourage you to test it. Maybe you're wrong. Maybe the atheist's right about just this one thing.
Well, Northern, are you open to the idea that it may move, just like wiggle, as it were, or move in little circles, kind of dance around, like Brian said, like in its little area? Not that it's completely moving into another position in the sky, but just that it has its own little bit of movement to it.
I conceded that a night ago or 2 nights ago that Polaris, as I believe, is the firmament, the Hebrew cosmology, rotating dome, rotating stars, rotating east to west, that if Polaris is at the center of the North Pole, that it can rotate in place. So there could be, it doesn't move, but you can say, oh, he said it didn't move, but it rotates in place. And you got me.
That's not what, that doesn't sound like to me like what Geo's asking. Geo's saying, does it move in a very small circle?
Yeah, like I'm
Not
saying,
about
what
whether
if it's like just a little bit off the center? You know, like just a teeny tiny bit off the center.
I personally don't believe that, because that would mean that if it does, then the firmament is off kilter or bouncing or bumping off something. And so I believe it spins perfectly, and I see it.
Doesn't have a star bang in the middle of the North Pole. Like, what, couldn't it be that? Couldn't it just be that God in his glory put the stars wherever he chose to, and he put one near the North Pole but not bang on it? Why does it need to have a
Couldn't
star
it
in
be
the
that
middle?
it is bang on it and it just appears to us slightly off? Is that possible?
Sure, present some evidence for that, but if
Optics,
it appears
atmospheric refraction.
But that's
Shit.
not evidence. That's just
not
you
going to be
saying words.
perfect, is it? Eggshells. It can't be perfect, can it?
In any case, what Northern's talking about is observations of it. So what you're saying is just an irrelevant point.
Well, no,
We're talking
observations
about
are
observing.
optics.
Exactly. So we're both talking about, we're all talking about observing it from standing on the surface of Earth.
Yeah.
None of
It's
us
not
are
a
saying it
relevant
physically does a circle.
It's not a relevant thing if it's optics.
But we're
You
comparing
asked why it's
optics
not
to
at
optics,
90.
so whether it's
You said
optics
it
doesn't
should be at
matter.
90.
I
Why should it
never
be at
claimed-
90 when we have optical refraction taking
Never-
place? It's never going to
Because
be
if
at
he's
90,
saying-
is it ever?
If he's saying it's dead in the center, by what right ascension and declination mean, it has to be at 90 if it's in the dead center of it, because what 90 means in terms of where stars are situated in the spherical, in the celestial, like where they're situated, it would be on 90. I've posted the thing of it. You can see declination means bang on the north celestial pole. Right ascension will be going around the equator, and then declination will be straight up. If it was in anybody's model bang above the North Pole, that declination number needs to be 90. It's not.
Okay, so then do we have any footage, any video footage
yes.
of a... No, you haven't heard the question yet.
Okay. Go for it. Is it a moving North Pole? What's the question?
Okay, I'll finish it if you allow me to.
Please.
Okay. All right. So, do we have any footage that is directly plumb underneath Polaris showing this slight rotation?
Look. Yeah. Or did you almost just get killed by that car, champ? Sorry.
That is a really good question. Just like I said a couple days ago, whether it be here or not, there's pictures of people at the North Pole, and it's guys with snow. That doesn't prove anything. So let's see this under the North Star rotation or anything close.
Sure, yeah. It's good idea to check for that.
Okay, well, then, where you go.
You go fucking look for it, Bandy. I'm not you. You bitch boy. Go do some research to see if this well-established phenomenon is in fact false, because somebody like down in the
It's
middle
not
of
worth
nowhere
to
there,
prove it.
paying
There's no
900.
videos of it. There's never going to
Take,
be worth it.
you're taking this as fact, right? That there is a slight rotation. Okay, then, and I will give it to you then from whatever point that we've videoed it from. It may appear to have a slight rotation. I'll give that to you, right? No problems whatsoever, right? But I don't know. I thought you may want to check your facts out yourself, just to confirm.
I've extensively checked it, but
and you can't find it. Yeah.
Oh no, I haven't checked yours, but I mean, this is just the never-ending moving of the goalposts, right? He doesn't live under the North Pole. He doesn't live laying on the North Pole, does he? From where he is, we do have footage of it moving in the sky. Same as fucking anybody who's ever shot it in the sky with a time lapse has an image of it doing a circle in the sky. If you think it does something else at the North Pole, Bandy, make your little fingers do the dancing and show us what you come back with.
I just asked a very simple question, right?
So no, I've got no idea if anybody's bothered to do that. And if they do and they get a different result, I will send you a case of your favourite beer.
Thank you very much. All right. It won't be cheap. I can tell you that right now, my favourite.
Some fucking Dutch shit.
Snake venom.
I will say I do think that like the stars should be flying all over the place. Question is one of the funniest to go from people who are like, oh, everything fits together. They've done a good job to make everything fit together. And then they've gone, and then they're like, seemingly like nobody's noticed that the stars are doing the wrong motion for what we're told we're doing in the universe.
What's the wrong motion? What's the wrong motion?
Oh, that's the meme that Northern Rebellion posted, the last thing in the chat, that we're doing all of these movements, and he's saying, you know, the stars should all be in very different places all the time, which I think is one of the silliest.
If we're moving and Earth is moving at 800 miles per second, then Polaris will move.
Sure. So if I was on the highway and I was going at, pick a speed for me.
55.
55. I'm doing 55. The car next to me is doing 55. Describe to me what that car's going to look like. Let's say I close my eyes and I open them again. I close my eyes and open them again. I'm a very irresponsible driver, as you can hear from this story. What's that car going to appear to be to me? Is it going to be going rocking all over the place?
No, it's going to remain exactly even with you.
Okay, hang on.
It's going to look like you're both going 55.
Yep.
Right. And then if I'm doing 555,000 kilometers an hour, but guess what the other car's doing? 555,000 kilometers an hour, right? And now I'm closing. Now I'm doing the blinking game again. Very irresponsible driver. I'm becoming more irresponsible by the moment. What's that other car going to appear to be doing?
It's going to appear like you're both moving 55,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's right. But is it going to move in relation to me? Or is it still going to be exactly where it was when I closed my eyes the last time? Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
Well, what happens if you've got one that's doing an elliptical orbit?
What?
Around
if you're going that fast, you're probably going to be just about probing Uranus at that point. Uranus at that point.
Uranus.
Yeah.
I said Uranus. I usually call it Uranus, but then I realized that wasn't going to be a good punchline for the joke.
I've never heard anyone say Uranus, but I say nausea. Nausea.
Yeah. The answer to your question is that they do. In fact, before we had in the chat a guy who is an expert on what is called stellar proper motion, but the given speed or sort of rate at which the Milky Way galaxy, which constitutes almost all of, or all of the stars that we see are all in this galaxy, rotates at a rate of once every 180 million years. That's what's given. I'm not saying it is the case. I'm saying that's what's given. So in the given model, with all those numbers you've shown, it does change, but very slowly. So on the star charts he uses, he says they're updated every 50 years because the stars do move, but they move only at a distance that someone like him, who's pointing very, expensive telescopes at them, needs to. Whereas for the rest of us, you looked at a star chart that was, hundreds and hundreds and probably even thousands of years old, that'll still look roughly accurate. But what you want to Google if you're interested in that is stellar proper motion.
Seems a bit dodgy.
Yep.
Again, you can test it.
Have you?
Yeah, like a lot.
I haven't tested it. No, I mean, I have no reason to doubt it. Of the counter arguments I've heard, they're so weak that I wouldn't bother.
Oh, okay.
Like, seems a bit dodgy. It's a pretty weak counter argument. You got to admit, Bandy. Like, if I sit and have a 45-minute conversation with Chronic about the work he does and how he can be confident that each of the assumptions he relies on is reliable, the only rebuttal is it seems a bit dodgy or Northern Rebellion's flat misunderstanding of the model, then I don't put much more thought into it. If I saw a compelling argument from the other side, I would hope I would.
So what? Because Chronic's the one that looks at stars, is he not?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So he looks at stars through a big telescope, and what? How's that reliable?
Like if I wanted to talk to somebody in any of these places that was a like expert on plumbing or like wood, or I imagine you would also be pretty good on self-sufficiency and stuff like that, like because you plumbed your own stuff, and I think you even said set up your own solar, didn't you say? I'd go to you for that stuff, right? Because I'd go, you've done a lot of it, you know a fair bit about it. Like I was actually thinking of you when I was at the farm because I helped a plumber who came around set up a downpipe for like they're putting a new roof on a thing, and they wanted a downpipe.
Oh, joystick shells.
And
semi-retired, mate.
And like it's just a drain, right? And he gets like and he goes, oh, I'm going to need I forget what he said. I'm going to need a 3-degree for this or something. And then he goes and gets a like pipe joiner thing that bends, but just by the tiniest little amount. And I was like, I didn't mean to be like telling him to do his job. I was just curious. I was like, why didn't you just bend it into place? Because it could have like still bent and still meet the hole he was looking for. And he's like, oh, you think it wouldn't be that bad, but it would actually put a bit of strain on the pipe, and that would be right on the joint, which is where you don't want it.
Exactly.
So you know what he's talking about? I have no fucking clue about it, right? I have no clue.
Yeah.
What you're talking about writing here now, what you're talking about here now, right? When you're looking for expert advice in the practical world, all right. So these are practical things, all right. So, and I'm not at all trying to diss Chronic at all, but these are observations. Okay, they're not in the practical world. We're just observing things. So I think they're two entirely different fields.
I would accept that there is a difference between being able to put your hands on something and only being able to look at something. Like the Plato's cave analogy, is that Plato's cave? I think there is some difference there. But the point I'm getting at is something like, do stars move in relation to one another? Doesn't require touching, just looking. Because all I'm saying when stars move, I don't mean are they physically rocketing around. I just mean like, given that star or that star, let's say take the 3 stars of Orion's belt, are they moving? And some guy who spends his entire life looking at them who says, well, ask any layperson, they'd say no. But actually, like the guy who was talking about 3-degree bend in a pipe, but actually, I find they do. They're moving by, I think he was saying like, thousandths of an arc second or something like this, like just a unfathomably tiny amount.
And look, the observation of stars, right, and where they are, right, has been, right, a practical thing because we've been able to map them, their movement, their place, and we have been able to use these stars as far as navigation is concerned as a very, very, very useful tool. So, I do give credence to the observation factor of these stars. But that's about as far as, for me, that's about as far as it goes, Righty.
But that's all I'm invoking. So I'm just saying, like, the practical thing of, like, you're about to put your eye to a telescope and you need to punch in what coordinates it looks at. And if you did it by a map that was too old, you wouldn't be looking at the star. And that's all he's telling me. So to me, there is a practical element to that. It's slightly different to the plumbing, where you could open up the pipe and check again, and you know what your pipe's made out of, stuff like that. But to me, someone like him that says these stars do move at some of a pace, and I'm very, very, very confident that if I said, does Polaris move, he would say yes. I would just take that person's word for it.
Yeah. My question would be then, has he done this with a map that is too old?
That's a good question for him. But I would be astounded if he hasn't, considering he's like among the way he put it is, if he goes to a conference on stellar proper motion, he and the other people in the room all know one another. It is such a rarefied community that he is there. So of the people in the world who know the most about this, he's one of 100, let's say.
Yeah, but that's not going to be unusual, right? If you go to a conference that, there's only a few people.
Right. So that's what I mean. Like if I was like, Bandy is one of the top, plumbers in the world, top retired plumbers in the world, and you told me anything about, but you wouldn't even need to be that high. If you told me anything about plumbing, I'd just be like, not like I'm going to completely believe it. There's a vague chance that you're wrong, or the materials they make pipes out of has changed somewhat, or maybe you're trying to screw me over and make my poop leak out of my pipes. But in all probability, the reality is Bandy knows his plumbing. That's all I'm getting at.
Yeah, no, and like I say, I'm sure that Chronic knows his observations too when he's looking at the stars.
Yeah, and that's all we're talking about with this, is just observing them. Where are they in relation to where we are here?
But that's why I said that's why I said too with Polaris. Is there are we taking these observations from one side of Polaris, which we're noticing this slight rotation, or is it directly underneath Polaris, where there potentially, it's possible there could be no rotation whatsoever?
It's possible. I just find it very improbable. Like that would be an easy thing to search if you wanted to, and that is, particularly for you, Northern. Can you find any links or anything anywhere of anybody credible saying that Polaris doesn't move at all? Like, could you, maybe rather than any links at all, just could you present the most credible link you can find, and we can investigate that? Because I've got Astro Backyard, who's explaining it. They don't sound like NASA. They just sound like amateurs.
Will I find peer-reviewed North Star videos? No.
No, that's not what I asked. I just said, could you share with me the best link that supports the most credible link to you that this is the case, that it doesn't ever move?
No, I would have to locate the best northernmost North Pole star trail or video, but I found good star trail videos on people who are recording star trails who don't know they're recording flat earth proofs, and I'm currently trying to record those and compile them.
So you found people who've recorded star trails of Polaris not moving?
I found Polaris could be in there, but I've seen there's a guy, he's doing and he's in Alabama. He did star trails, and it's rotating left to right, east to west, Orion, but he doesn't know he's filming flat Earth. He didn't put it on star trail mode because P900
Can you tell me what question you think I asked?
has an automatic star trail mode feature, so he didn't put it in there. So it didn't do that automatic spin feature. It showed Orion spinning or going left to right. It didn't show that automatic feature.
Does that sound to anybody else like anything close to... I was just like, can you share your best link that supports your side? Not tell me about some guys videoing of Orion.
Well, in that Orion video, it may have Polaris, but
it may or it does.
In that video, it may have Polaris, but it is a fishing video about him making a pond, and it has about a 10-second to 8-second clip of Orion spinning east to west, and I didn't record it. I have it saved. I can find it. I didn't make the compilation. Is Polaris in it? I don't know.
It's been like, can you find me like a backyard astronomers or Star Trail enthusiast forum post, like something that supports your case? Not, can you tell me about a thing you didn't record that might have something that we're vaguely talking about?
Do you really think that anything...
Do you support your claims? No. No, I don't. If that was a question, if it's a question about whether you're able to support your claims, no is the answer.
Did you just interrupt me like 3 words in?
Yeah, I did.
Well, I appreciate your honesty. And I can't remember where I was going after your question because I said 3 words and you interrupted me.
All right, I'll be back. I got work.
What the? How? No,
He's come quite fired up today from the little bit of.
No, but I mean, like, I got 2 words to his. He asked me a question, and I asked 2 words. But it's all good. Like I said, I'm not gonna. I never attack him or whatever, but it's all good.
I heard 3 words. You got 3 words in.
Yeah, 3 or 4. I like. Gio called it. He said he was in an aggressive mood, and I'm not going to hold it against him. Like I said, I learned. Believe it or not, I'll even admit I learned things from him, and he's probably could be smarter than me in many different things, but I keep it simple. And yeah, like you can go.
The evidence that has been posted that it does move in a little circle, the slightest itsy bitty little circle. Now that too can just be due to optics, really. At the end of the day, it's not conclusive in any something directly, or has there ever been something directly plumb underneath the North Star that has been videoed to show this little smallest rotation. And I did a quick Google search. I can't find anything myself.
No, your questions were right, and I was like, wow, like this, like he's back, like you're backing me, even though you're not backing me. You're just saying your opinion, but like
yeah,
so,
I don't know one way or the other, Northern, to be quite honest with you. Like, there seems to be a lot out there that supports the small little rotation, but at the end of the day, that doesn't mean that there is, because, like I said, unless there is something directly underneath it to confirm it, it's not really confirmed. They are still just observations from an angle that isn't 90 degrees underneath.
Yeah, no. If I say some bullshit, then you call me out, or like you just like that. You say you're not for everything I say. You're not against everything I say. Like you just say what. Like yeah, if I say bullshit, call me out. And if he says bullshit, then do what you did. And how do we're like it was perfect, organic.
Yeah, you kind of come to a stalemate though. At the end of the day, he's stuck in his beliefs, but he hasn't seen anything like what I asked for. But he's pretty confident with the amateur telescopers, whatever you want to call them, chronic, that say that there is a small rotation. He's confident to go with that, and I suppose that's a fair enough position to take.
But that's what I said. I'm not going to convince him. He's not going to convince me or whatever. But at least I let him talk, and he asked me a question, whether it be the one time or multiple times. I didn't keep track, but I know for sure the once. And but yeah, like I'm not trying to convince him. Like I'm not gonna find the evidence to prove God, and he's not gonna believe it. So like it's whether there even be a listener, it could be in 2 years somebody comes and listens randomly and is like, oh shit, this guy's like you never know. Maybe it'll never reach anybody, but I'm just living my life and spreading truth and talking truth. And like the hardcore atheists or whatever, they just don't get it. They're just like, what? Like I'm not going to convince you. You're not going to convince me. It's about the listener, if there is one.
At the end of the day, you can only be honest to your truth, what you find true. Now, if someone wants to get on board with that, that's their decision, their choice to do that. But yeah, as far as us, convincing people of our point of view on things, yeah, I think that's not the position to take to try and convince anyone. You got to let them come to their own conclusion.
Yeah, the only problem is the government is teaching a certain curriculum with zero evidence and one narrative. So like,
oh, agree 100%.
Yeah.
100%. I definitely agree with that. And I don't trust the government one little bit. Now, there are people that work within the government system that I would trust, right? But the governmental system, not at all do I trust it. Not at all.
Yeah, I trust I know good like some of my friends, they're atheists or lukewarm, whatever they are, but there's some good people, whether they've taken the 3 shots or like they're like, I need some of these people to fix my car or do things I can't do. So it's a tough balance. Like I don't like it's
there's a lot of victims in the way you see them. Is that wrong to see them as victims? But
well, imagine if you had like the highest empathy for people that whether it be Palestine or American genocide or children wearing masks or any other massacre, and you care about it, even though you weren't affected by it, it's not in your bloodline, but you always remember that the government has done that.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I can control my emotions and I have a passion, but like, just never forget that the government is murdering people, murdering children, abortions, and like, I never forget. So,
Well, the government makes it possible for many of these things. I think people make their individual choices whether they want to conduct such things.
True. The government facilitates it or encourages it or promotes it. But I can also concede that the government does promote, they allow certain positive programming and certain positive messages, but with the inundation of the negative messages, that 5% of 10% of good is overridden by the 90% of immoral material that humans consume.
I was reading a case about, funny you should bring up proportion, I was reading a case about 3 or 4 years ago now where a couple had conceived and she didn't want to go ahead pregnancy, but he did, and ended up in court, and it was one of those decisions, my choice. Well, where was the potential father's choice in things? Like, it took 2 to tango, right? Now, she's made the decision that she didn't want to go through with it, but he has come to the decision that he didn't. He wanted a child, but that decision was totally taken out of because of the whole "my body, my choice." And I disagreed with that. Actually, I disagree with that strongly.
Yeah, I would say that's part of the feminist movement where all the power has shifted to the feminist agenda, to where all the divorce courts are female based, all the alimony, all the payments. So yeah, like everything's rigged so that the woman is the dominant, the character in the man's life. The man is eliminated. The government is the father. The government is the state. The father and the mother is taking money off the state, and there's no masculine presence, which raises these effeminate new age Zoomers who all they do is they're born online, and all they do is spend 24 hours a day online from when they're 4 years old to the rest of their life. But yeah, there's so many. Yes, like every aspect is designed, from the gas prices to scarcity to, like, it's You're gonna make me post the Fight the Flat Earth video? Is that who you're talking about?
He's banned on this channel.
he's the worst debater. He's not even a he's pathetic.
Actually, he's actually on this server.
Oh, really, Gio? No way.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. And he even agreed to the server guidelines. He's got the quartz role and stuff. I guess he doesn't have voice verified, but yeah, he's on the server.
Yeah, I'd like to be able to voice verify.
Well, if somebody voice verifies him, the bot will send him a message, confirming that he's voice verified. So who knows? He might just be like, "Well, I'm voice verified." He might just realize he's voice verified. He might pop in.
Yeah, no,
I mean, go through all the whole take him up to the room and verify him thing, not just type in the command.
Right, take him up there, do a full interview. So, how long have you been researching this topic?
Exactly.
I would bet within 1 minute he uses a logical fallacy. Or a straw man or red herring.
I didn't know that he was in a wheelchair.
No, neither did I, Kerry. Neither did I.
He was trying to get other men to fight Jake the asshole for him. He put out a plea: make videos about you. Make videos about Jake the asshole wants to fight me, but I'm disabled. So all these other guys made videos saying, "I'll fight for you."
No, are you serious?
Yes.
Oh.
And even with the Jake, even it got in. Yeah, I'm not even gonna say it, but
yeah.
Because Jaren was involved, but not with that. But it was there's a Jaren flat Earth asshole thing. But I try not to expose flat Earth, even though I'm a flat earther, especially on like live stream or text. There's dirt on both sides. Just go to trolls versus trolls or whatever. Like it's easy to find.
They haven't done that much lately.
It's quiet. It's super quiet. Like in 2016 to 2018, it was the heyday. It was every day you would go on flat earther versus flat earther and IPS getting exposed, and it was entertaining.
Who is that Trolls versus? Is that who you're talking about? Trolls versus Trolls?
Yeah. I
Who
heard
is
it was.
He's
it was Tim Osman.
Is it Tim Osman?
Yeah, that's who I heard it was. Yeah,
I mean, that's not always who I thought it was. Like if I had to, but
That makes sense because all it does is try to expose flat earthers as doing crazy things, which flat earthers are human, globers are human, but he usually targets flat earthers, but then he poses as like a neutral in comments.
I think he's targeted both sides, really. But yeah.
I don't. I would almost be like, I would challenge you to post like an anti-glober trolls versus trolls video, other than P Mars against like, or maybe I'm just blanking, but I can't really think of trolls versus trolls targeting globers. But I'm not challenging or nothing. I should go look if I can remember. I'm gonna go look and see. And it's not important. Like I'm not. Yeah, it's not like not a gotcha. That's for sure. I don't. It's not. Especially if you're like on my side or moderately on my side. Like rarely. I'm not gonna go for the gotcha.
He actually does have some like good little clips though, just the stuff that he's found.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. If
You
you
could
go,
tell that whoever it is, like he's fully tuned into these things to where he can pluck all these clips. He's like a #1 fan.
yeah, like some of them are worse than others, and obviously it is like in a way, like a human evaluation. Like how humans act is how, yeah, it's just what we're gonna see. So, like whether it be flat earthers or globers, and depends on what topic. Is it a crazy topic? Is he? Yeah. So.
Yeah, I think I'm wrong. I don't think he has. I don't think it's for the channel.
What was that? All I heard was IPS.
I don't think Trolls versus Trolls has a targeted Globers by the looks of his
Not.
channel.
Yeah, I go there to sort of like I've seen it's usually anti-flat Earth, but sometimes he tries to make flat earthers look stupid, but it actually makes them look normal or just like a regular person. So it's like it's every situation you gotta absorb, take the information, and like see if it's absurd or if he's freaking out or yes. And obviously it's a different scale, but for every person, but.
It seems that a lot of globe earthers are like not fans of Fight the Flat Earth, but then he does have seemingly, his subscribers. So
Oh, he's got plenty of fans with the amount of moolah he rakes in. Would have been, mate, 18 months ago or 2 years. It was probably the last time I watched anything of his. And I was watching one stream one day, and for about the 45 minutes, hour I was there, I wasn't there for the whole thing. I added up at least $1,000 of super chats that came rolling in his way. He's making a killing. He's making an absolute killing.
I see flat earthers doing the same thing, doing live streams to get super chats as their income.
Yeah, but you don't see it to the extent of of that. Like, yeah, they do. Whether it's the Oakleys and Gerrans and Glowbusters and whatnot. If they do get the super chats, but not to the extent that he does. Not to the extent. No way.
No, I was watching a Jake the Asshole stream like 2 weeks ago, and he got like a $99 donation, a $66, a $28 or whatever. Like he got like, I'm like, wow, like I know exactly why you're doing live streams, and he's trying to like sort of tell you but hide it, and it's like, wow, yeah, you get $200 for 2 hours. That's pretty good. We're talking bullshit.
Is that his actual name, or are you referring to someone else? I'm just trying to put the two together.
No, Jake the Asshole. Jake the Asshole did that.
Okay, so it's an actual channel. Go.
he used to be called the Flat Earth Asshole.
Yeah,
back
Flat
then.
Earth Asshole. But yeah,
okay.
Now he'll just talk about whatever, anything for 2-3 hours, and he'll repeat it 3, 4, 5 times, and just in hopes of getting that 2-hour stream for the $80 or $200 or whatever. But
Okay, he's got a reasonable sized channel.
yeah, but Glober, Flat Earther, even. I haven't seen Fight the Flat Earth since like a debate, like a month or 2 or 3. Like he can't debate. You just ask him for any scientific evidence, and it's done. I like it's.
I whooped his ass in a debate once.
Oh,
Did
you
you?
record it though?
Yeah.
Did you record it?
Yeah, it was one of the like dumpster fire Fridays or whatever.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was a
It was me and
year
Kimo.
ago. Yeah.
Wait,
this is
like,
like-
FTFE?
What was that?
FTFE?
Yeah, him with like Beaver something.
Oh, Beaver, yeah.
Did you clip it though? Did you clip it?
Yeah, it's on his thing.
No, yeah, but it's like the whole debate. Like I need to see, or if you have the timestamp or something, I'd love to like to hear it.
No, it was like a whole show, and I was doing like
Yeah.
almost all of the talking.
You have the video though. Can you link it or post? Like I can search it. Like anybody who's on here and like, can you do?
Yeah.
Like I can find it, but if you can, you can speak it.
Give me a few minutes when I'm not really on my thing right now, and then I will.
'Cause I can search his 200 videos and hopefully yeah.
Well, he's on this server, so if you want to tag him and
Yeah. It's like Simon Dan. I don't debate. I
was surprised. I was just surprised. Like sometimes I check, like the new joins just to see like who's joining or if I know anyone. And one day I just saw like FTFE. I was like, oh, he just joined the server. All right.
Like McToon too. McToon's probably here, but he never talks.
McToon actually, yeah, he is on the server. He has come into VC a couple times actually. McToon has. Fight the Flat Earth hasn't. I don't think he has, but McToon has.
Yeah, McToon will debate anybody at any time because he thinks he has his whatever sphere or navigational sphere, whatever. He's got his argument, and he won't let the other guy talk or like. But yeah, it's whatever.
One night I was out and about on the town and I came home and I turned on the stream and it was like MC Toon and Jin CBR1 and Jin was just going off.
That would be awesome. Just hear. That'd be funny.
Jin versus McToon, yeah.
I like how McToon refers to his own website as evidence all the time.
My own citations prove it.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's like the Glober argument is it's like the assumption, prove the assumption, prove the assumption, prove the assumption. Like it's impossible. It's like it's like if we assume we're on a sphere, insert whatever. But
Yeah, it is kind of a strange profession in terms of like, obviously the sort of greater percentage of the world believes in the globe. And some of those guys like MC Toon or FTFE, they would say, flat Earth is just sort of small and, no one cares about it. Yet they are making a full-time job out of needing to debunk it. It's like, who are they debunking it for? The people that, it's just like,
they're just like, this is so tiny. It's such a small segment, but I'm going to dedicate my life to it. Oh, it's crazy. But yeah, I can see why like the government statist would try to defend it because of all the various reasons of why they would hide it. And yeah, so like I know why they're doing it. I know exactly why rioting is doing it, so it's like once you've been around like if I've been a truther for 10 years or 11 years and a flat earther for 6 or 7, like you should know the game by now, and you should know who to deal with and who to spend time on and what to do. Drop the truth, drop red pills, and drop them and run. No point in debating sometimes. Like
he was feisty, young riding, very feisty. Well, I was only in here for a short bit this afternoon, but
I can admit that I would probably be the same way. On certain days, you're probably in different moods and more antagonistic, more attacking, or more questioning, and more passive, and so. But like,
Well, he gets into this thing where like I don't want to talk about too much about people that aren't here, but I would say this to him anyways. But I would just say that he gets into a mode where he just has to deny everything you say, and it doesn't matter what you say; it will be denied. You know, so it's just like this ultimate contrarian, and he'll find some way to deny every single thing that is said, and then it gets aggressive from there.
well, the good thing is like he didn't call me names, or like he may have said my name and say, "Oh, you didn't do this and say this and this is what you believe," but like I can talk and defend myself. So he didn't call me names. He didn't do anything bad. It was, and he left when I said you interrupted me after 3 words, and so like he, like I like I said, I have no ill will other than the deeper like issues of globe versus flat and forcing people to do stuff that they're not like. I would never force anybody, and but like I'll have a regular conversation and I have no issues.
Yeah, riding's usually civil, pretty civil. Gets a little wild sometimes, but
What's up, guys?
hey, there he is.
What's going on?
We said your name 3 times and you showed up.
Yeah, that's how it happens.
Talking of the devil himself.
Go into a bathroom, lights off, door locked, say my name 3 times, I'll appear.
So, shall I ask straight out? So, are you trolls versus trolls?
Wait, what?
Are you or are you not?
Trolls v trolls.
Is that like a person or something?
You know exactly who it is.
Well, no, I don't.
You do. You do. You've been around the traps. You know exactly who it is.
No.
All right.
Is that a person? Like,
Yeah.
what am I?
Yeah, you, the person.
Okay, sure. I'll be trolls versus trolls if you want me to. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Yep. All right. Too easy.
You said no like a question. You were like, no?
Yeah, I know.
Well, yeah, I mean, I've never heard it. I've never heard that before. So,
okay.
Last time I came in here, someone accused me of being a CIA agent. So, you know.
Yeah, that was me.
Was it you? Sorry. It would be. I know who it would be. I'm not even going to say names, but I know who it probably would be.
And he said no also, and I said that's exactly how my agent would say no.
Because there's a couple of people trying to bait Jim. He took the bait, but I really
am trying to bait any of you guys.
No, you're not. I'm just saying.
Anyway, just having some fun. Anyway.
Yeah, Nito can. Yeah, he's cool. He's just a globe believer, but he knows about all the other stuff.
Yeah. Something like that.
Yeah. I like the theory on the planes, though. Actually, hadn't quite thought of it that way. Didn't mind that one.
The planes, like 9/11.
Yeah. I didn't mind that. Like, they've got all this money anyway, so what's an extra few million to buy a few planes and just throw them up there and give the illusion. Yeah.
Pretty sure there were planes in 9/11.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure too.
It wouldn't even matter whether there was planes or not. We know they took them down with demolition. So it's sort of like it's a weird argument where people are arguing about planes, no planes. I'm like, well, yeah,
they weren't brought down with planes, but
no, they're controlled demolition.
for
Every
some
controlled
reason people like to bring up like if there were planes or not, and I think that goes back to the fact that they were brought down with controlled demolition. Yes,
But I think talking about that sort of stuff, Nito, you're just getting lost in the weeds because the bigger question is for what purpose. Obviously, it's the purpose was a tool to be used for other things.
I can tell you the purpose, but yeah.
No, Nito's on board with
The
everything.
purpose is Zionism.
On Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much.
Ooh, don't say that word.
It's true.
I'll be triggered.
Why can't you say that word?
If you mention the Hollow Hoax, I will say, what are you talking about? Or if you mention the
You're Canadian,
Jews
aren't you?
or Zionism, I will expose Zionism with pleasure. I love it.
You exposed you were Canadian with one word. I'm like, what are you talking about?
I'm Canadian. I live near the North Pole. I
And
play
Inuit?
hockey. I played hockey tonight. I played goalie. I play forward. I play defense. I play referee. I'm the full Canadian.
Are you in Nunavut?
No.
Hockey's kind of violent.
Northwest?
This guy probably like slammed someone into the glass, broke his neck, and was like,
No,
"Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm
sorry, bro."
I do. I'm like the nice hockey player that plays clean, but there's some but.
Oh, yeah. So what's on the agenda tonight, boys?
You pick the topic
Oh fuck, man.
and see if it's good enough to qualify.
I don't know, man.
Bring something fresh.
I kind of come in here with the reassurance that there's already a topic being discussed, and then I'll just kind of chime in if I feel the need to.
Well, we kind of thrashed out the North Star for a while, so that topic's pretty much put to bed now. Time for another one, if you got one.
I don't know, this guy referred to the Holocaust as Hollow Hoax. I'd like to hear about that.
Did you look at my bio yet, Nito? Come on.
No, I haven't.
You haven't looked. Come on, buddy.
No jabby, no vaccine, no mask.
Yeah.
Anti-Freemason, anti-Jesuit. What goes around comes around. I survived the Holocaust 2020, 2021. Free Palestine.
Holocaust?
Holocaust 2020, 2021, 2022.
So what do you guys, I mean, not to get into the whole like pandemic topic and all that, just be whatever, but I mean, but it seems like have they just kind of given up on it? Like, was this their agenda all along to just sort of, because it seems like they're kind of, it's like kind of over. Or it's kind of getting to the point where it's over.
The thing that matters is in your location, how bad are the restrictions?
Yeah,
But they're
like
lifting them in a lot of places, though. It seems like
over here, like I actually forgot COVID was a thing like last year. I'm not vaccinated or anything, and no one's asking me to get vaccinated. No one wears a mask anymore. It's all kind of blown over. I mean, I understand in some places it can be pretty bad, I guess, but I mean,
Do you know here is mandatory masks. If you do not have 2 vax, you do not get into theaters. You do not get into restaurants. You do not get into sports arenas. Children 5 to 12, if you're not double vaxxed, you do not play hockey. You do not play sports.
do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
So,
5 to
Sounds
12.
like
Huh?
sounds like you
So,
need to get out of the
the
cities.
issue,
That is terrible.
the issue is that I live in the Canadian Bible Belt where there's towns with 10% vax rate, 20% vax rate. So we're targeted with the harshest restrictions, yet they open up in other areas because it's more secular.
I don't know. People here don't even really like consider COVID anymore. I think it might just be because you live in Canada or something.
Yeah, Canada was strict, very strict throughout this whole thing. I guess just what I meant is that it seemed like there was a major agenda rollout with everything, and it just seems like they're backing off, And so, are they backing off purposefully because they're finished with this particular psyop deal, and they'll pick it up later on the next round, and then whatever changes, all the changes that are made will obviously remain, and they'll keep, just like after 9/11, the changes, so they'll keep doing that stuff. But it seems like they're kind of backing off like the main agenda part, or at least some part of it.
Just like the trucker protests, whether it be fake or real, or there's real protests, that this was a gauge to see how many people would revolt and what was the caliber, who did what, who said what, and this is the gauge. So then they're like, they didn't have to release any restrictions, but they are, and then they're going to come with another psyop and another lot.
Exactly, because there's a possibility that this could actually be part of the whole plan. Meaning, try to make it seem like they were going to really go full on draconian tyrant, whatever, and then purposefully back off in response to the protest to make it look like, oh yeah, the people are in power. Like I'm not saying we shouldn't try to be in power. Like the people should stand up, like for sure. But I'm just saying, there's a potential psyop component of it. Is that now it kind of makes it look like all we had to do was protest and not be taken over by tyranny, but to kind of make it, but it doesn't mean that they couldn't come later with, kind of sort of round 2 or round 3, after it's kind of the conditioning's already been started the way it has the last couple of years with this particular type of thing.
Oh, I can't embed things. Tragic.
Yeah, there's a reason why it's called Agenda 2030. So what do they have in mind for 2030? Is it multiple psyops until then, and then we're all sterilized by 2030? Or like, how crazy do they want it by 2030? Do they? Yeah, it's like,
How do you want it?
so it's, to me, you're like, Gio, you're right. Everything, like, it's a psyop. It's like boiling frog, choke you, let you go, choke you underwater again, let you go, just like it's
just kind of reminds me, I just got out of a VC with a bunch of people talking about the Bible and forgiveness and stuff like that, and I really think there's a little too much forgiveness in the world because people take advantage of that. I think you need to I think there needs to be a little violence when it comes to certain things because people are getting used to having a docile population in regards to certain things that are being implemented.
Have you been oppressed, Nito?
Probably, in some ways.
Probably.
He's been oppressed with the needle.
I don't really see it down here, but yeah, I feel like
No. Well, like oppression would be like somebody robbing you, somebody beating you up outside of a bar when you're just standing there, or trying to stab you and kill you for no reason. Like, have you been oppressed?
Shit the government's gonna do is gonna be a lot more subtle than that.
Okay,
That
so
doesn't mean it shouldn't be like free from physical action against the people it's pushed against.
No, I know, but I'm saying, if you've never been like attempted murdered by somebody, and then you're like, do I forgive them or not? It's kind of like, how do you know what they feel?
Yeah, that's on an individual basis. So I'm talking about like institutions that's been built like solely for the purpose of like
governments oppress humans. That's all they do.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I'm not trying to attack or whatever. I'm just saying, like, if I Yeah, I could. I'm not gonna say here because it's recorded, but I've been oppressed over and over by human beings, by family, by government. So I have empathy for the Palestinian and all the other oppressions. So
Yeah, I think people are getting a little too soft about all the shit that's happening. A lot of people think there's like nothing you can do about certain things. There is, in some ways.
yeah, there's some ways to affect some things, but it could be depending on the individual for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm no like revolutionary leader, so I'm not about to be the one to be like, you know,
It could
rise
be.
up. And...
It could be. It could be. Yeah, no, I'm just. Yeah.
Guess it
No
could be now.
revolutionary leader in history
Sitting
has
on my
a
ass.
dull voice like that. Got to be upbeat for that shit, mate. You all need to get ready to HIV, AIDS. That's what you need to get ready for. Mass autoimmune
The
deficiency
funniest,
on a large
like,
scale.
you can never tell if you're like a glober or a flat earther because on these hardcore servers, it's like, yeah, I don't know if equal altitudes aren't level is a glober or a flat.
Just think about it for a bit.
Doesn't take much to work it out. Not with the name, anyway.
I'm not going to tell you.
Aren't equal altitudes level on a globe and on a flat Earth?
Equal altitudes aren't level, but like I said, it could be sarcasm. It could be this. So, like, I don't know. Sometimes you don't.
No. Okay, I'll explain. So you've got a plumb, and then you've got perpendicular to plumb, and that's considered like horizontal. And then you get a line, or consider a whole plane horizontal. And then anywhere along that horizontal plane, you can consider those points level. By definition, they are level, but they are not of equal altitude above a fucking sphere because they're on a horizontal plane. So that's, by definition, they're different things, and they should be called different things, not both level.
Is your name sarcasm or literal?
No, it's dead set, Ridgy Didge, pure dinkum.
Can you answer the question? Is your name sarcasm or literal?
Am I being sarcastic? No, it's literal. Equal altitudes are not level.
Hey, that's like, like, whether you're flat or globe, how hard is it to answer a direct question? Like, what the fuck? Like,
Well,
what
you
the
didn't ask
fuck?
it very well.
Sometimes
You
really
didn't ask
hard.
it very well.
Are you see, you could be baiting me or whatever, but you're like, whether you're flat or globe, I don't even know, but if you can't answer a direct question and you're claiming it's not direct, you're probably
Well,
a
you asked me at
glober.
the start, and I
you're
said,
glober.
read it again. Take some time and think about it.
You're a glober.
And for some
by the
reason, you
bullshit
assumed that
doing.
it's sarcastic, which I
Yeah.
don't understand why. Equal altitudes aren't level. I don't get why you'd even assume sarcasm. Very strange.
Level.
I want to hear you explain it again, because if you have equal elevations, okay? Are equal elevations level in your worldview?
Well, I don't really have, I don't have a model. So other than I can't detect curvature and assume that it's flat, right? I know that level, like on a water level on a horizontal plane, right, to build a construction site or anything like that, that level, which is what was defined as level way before anyone conceived of a fucking spherical Earth, that level is a horizontal plane. It's not equal altitude. If we're gonna define that, yes, it's a flat Earth, then possibly that horizontal plane is at equal altitude. But I'm not saying that. But in a spherical model, equal altitude is not level as defined prior to the ball. They
Okay,
hijacked
now
the
I got
fucking word level.
Now I got where you're kind of throwing a curveball because I was thinking it in under a different way. But yeah, I see what you're saying. On a globe, equal altitudes aren't level. Yes, for sure.
Yeah, look, I suppose I changed the name after a discussion about it, and I was trying to make the point that they should use different words. Level shouldn't be interchangeable between spherical geometry and planar. They should use different words.
I agree. They just sort of co-opted the word level.
Yeah, and it causes confusion, without a doubt.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
It shouldn't cause confusion. Should it?
Well, at the end of the day, you can never prove otherwise. You know, like when we do a water level and we do level for construction, it's at distances that even if the Earth was curved, we'd never fucking see it. And it's insignificant. You don't even need to fucking worry about it. You can just build your shit fucking horizontal, and you know that you're plumb. If you're plumb, and you can build something as high as you want, it's not going to fucking fall over. It's not going to be leaning. You know, as long as you get that one little spot fucking all plumb and square. You know,
Well,
it's just how it works.
Yeah, I suppose you can't argue it when the word level has been hijacked. And
Oh, without a doubt, it's been hijacked. Yeah. Yep. And it's funny because when they want to be more specific, you know, they'll actually use the terminology equal altitude because that specifically defines 2 points that are equidistant from a center point of a sphere. You know, so it's if they want to be specific, they use the right terminology, but they choose not to use the right terminology almost all the time, and it conflates the situation. And even on a flat plane, there's nothing saying that the mass of the Earth is central. Like, fucking hell, the plane could have much bigger mass on one side than the other, and who the fuck knows?
The mass of the Earth. How did you what?
The density? Would you prefer I say that? The density?
So you're referring to the mean average point of all that mass, where that may be.
Well, if that's gonna be contentious about a plumb bob, like if a plumb bob hangs, towards the fucking the center of mass, and the center of mass happens to be slightly off center, and you can't tell, then you can't tell. But I think when you start building things like the Burj Khalifa, I think you start to notice. So I think we're good. I think it's the same everywhere.
What? There's no curvature at that altitude. There's no curvature from Burj Khalifa.
No, there's two sunsets though, which apparently proves the Earth is curved. Nothing optical about it.
2 sunsets. Bonus for those romantic nights.
Valentine's Day times 2. Yeah.
You know what the real conspiracy is? Why haven't I been unbanned from the politics server? That's what I want to know.
I don't know. What did you do?
It's only politics, mate. Don't stress.
Which politics server? There's many.
The politics server.
I
don't think I even know what I said. I got a DM that said, what is it? Down here somewhere.
Let me ask you a question though. Have you been an habitual line stepper, or have you obeyed their rules? Exactly.
Well, they sent me a DM that says you were detained for the following reason. Rule number 1, multiple slurs. Rule number 7, being an overall massive racist and being a menace to the server. So I'm not exactly sure what I said. but
a massive racist.
So
a massive racist.
You're a white
Overall.
supremacist who votes.
Damn. Massive.
Yeah, they're using
And the funniest part is
they're
probably
bringing out all the adjectives on
he
this
was
one.
probably spitting some real shit.
I mean, I guess some things can't really get into on there, huh? It's like, okay. Sure, I'll be your massive racist
The only
boogeyman.
thing is, if you're, I guess I've said slurs in different servers for different reasons, but if you're just spreading truth, whether it be about any race, any topic, and they delete you, then whatever. But if you're saying faggot, gay, I want to suck this and that, then
It's nothing like that. I was quoting something, and it.
there's a.
I'm not going
if it happens
into
again.
I'm not going into any
Quote it
server
here.
and like screaming the fucking N-word or anything
Test
like
that theory.
Oh, yeah.
So you got
test.
convicted for someone else's words.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something like that. I gotta make an apology like Joe Rogan. Get back in the server. I never fucking go in there though, so it doesn't really matter to me.
No.
It's just like annoying.
I've been in like Flat Earth 24/7 for 2 years. There's a Glober in there like 2 hour ago, and people were talking. It was calm, and he was starting his spiral, and I couldn't even get a question in. Like, whether it be a mod or other silver, other this, like, there's no chance to get any question in. It's just retarded.
Is that not a criticism?
Oh
The
yeah,
spiraling.
I'll criticize anybody on any server, but obviously I'm not going to criticize mods. And
Oh no, I'm not saying
stuff on live stream
criticization.
recorded. But there's issues with the server. There's issues with people. They know it. And
I'll
I'll stand up for myself when I need to stand up for myself. And
I've been banned from there like 3 times, so I get what you're saying.
You mean 300?
Yeah, but it's what there doesn't maybe a smaller server or whatever, but at least being able to ask a question or like mods. You're already a mod. Like, give somebody else. Like, I never talk in 24/7 live stream, and I can't. 2 years I've been in there like 3 times trying to talk, and like they're like,
yep,
like the mods.
Live stream is.
Well, we're trying to encourage new people. Well, yeah, like the mods.
Live stream is fucking retarded. Like, I'll talk and I get muted like halfway through a sentence, and it's like, what? Like, why? I'm just trying to finish a single thought, and I just get muted, and it's like, okay.
I got a 1 week ban.
And then they look at you like it's some kind of owned, like, oh, you got owned because someone muted you, and it's like, really?
Yeah.
Is that really what you think?
Yeah, you've been owned, man.
Yeah, you got owned, all right. I used.
You just got owned, Nito. Get owned, bitch.
All right, I see how it is.
But no, I got a week ban from there. 1 week ban because I was arguing a point in text chat, and the person that was disagreeing with me, mind you, I was correct. He was completely wrong, but he was disagreeing with me, and he said stop typing, and I said say please, with no intention to stop typing, but I just told him to say please, and then he gave me a ban.
Well, I can see why that would happen.
But no, the guy that I was engaging with, like that was disagreeing with me, doled out the ban. It's just mod abuse.
I mean, like the shit that I would encounter is like there was some guy who just really didn't fucking like me. His name was like Bebe Wolf or some shit. I don't know if any of you
Bebe
guys
Wolf.
know him,
Yeah,
but
I
like
know the name.
he fucking like. I mean, I was already banned. Like he already banned me, and I joined in on an alt or whatever. And I was like, some other mods gave me like permission to stay in VC verified with them, and like he joined, and then he's like saying some shit. Like I mentioned my girlfriend was at work or something, and he's like, "Oh yeah, she's probably getting fucked by some other dude right now." I was like, "What the fuck, dude?" And he just banned me. I was like, "Okay."
If work's my
Mama
place,
only.
then yeah, she's at work, bro. She's right here.
What the fuck is wrong with you, bro?
That's funny.
She's working hard.
Oh man.
Working hard for your money.
Wow, that's not
Yeah,
very
there's
professional.
there's problems on it. If you go to that political server, you go to their big channels. It's run by leftists, and you're not going to get a word in. So every server, flat Earth, leftist, liberal, whatever, anything, it's going to have its issues. It's a melting pot. So
It is. My big thing is, I go in there and I I'll have a discussion about like, race and how we should interact with the idea of race in modern day, and then people come in, they're like, "Oh, you shouldn't even be
But-
talking about this," and it's like, well, yeah, we should. Seems to
but
be on the forefront of everything.
not in live stream.
Oh, not in live stream. I'm talking about like politics server. I thought
Yeah,
that's what we were talking
yeah.
about.
If you go to the politics server, if you go on chill chat, talk about it, and then you may be talking about it, and somebody comes in and they get triggered, and they have a higher role and they abuse it. Or like, I'd higher role, I would just be like, "Fuck, let this guy talk shit, and I'll say my rebuttals, and let the audience decide."
Yeah.
Like whether there be an audience or not, it's like I'm killing time, living life. Like it's yeah. Like, but
It's so,
if there
it's so
is,
hard. It's so hard being based and never being cringe and just owning suits with my big fucking brain like all the time.
I troll the troll.
That was a little cringe.
There was a guy Flatter server. He was trying to troll me. And he was making a video, and I wrecked him. Like every minute was just like a wrecking. Like he's like trying to play like a noob, and I'm just like destroying his status beliefs, and just like he didn't even post it. But yeah, it's you can't troll me. You can't trigger me. If you mention Zionism, I make it triggered, and I'll expose them and say "Free Palestine" and stuff like that. But yeah,
Yeah.
So Nito, since okay, I'm just gonna ask you, like, do you believe in the moon landing?
No.
You don't? Okay, so you
Yeah.
pretty much like think everything except the Earth is a stationary plane. So like the moon landing, do
you believe in
think they
astronautics that were capable of propelling in a vacuum into space?
Do I believe in like satellites and shit?
No, like that rockets work in 1 × 10 to the negative x, negative 10 torr, negative 12, negative 17.
I mean, the only reason I don't believe in the moon landing is because it was during a
Vacuums on
time. It was during a time where it wasn't whether or not you could get to the moon. It's just about showing the people in your country that you could do so, especially during a time when the Cold War was going on. So it's like, look what our country is capable of. We're on the moon, and it's like,
Propaganda,
oh
man.
fuck yeah, America! I hate the Russians. It's one of those things.
Okay, but do you believe that they can go to the moon?
I don't know.
There'd be fucking
I
advertising
guess,
on the
why
moon.
would you? Why would anyone want to go to the moon?
Put fucking advertising on it. Coca-Cola sign. Golden pixels. Fucking something.
Yeah, pretty
Virgin
much.
fucking
It's
Super
like-
Bowl or a fucking Tesla
I
fucking
certainly
thing or...
hope they never go to the moon. I don't want my fucking tax money spent on that shit.
You know it would fucking be that'd be the case. If they could get there, there'd be fucking advertising on it. Full stop.
Well,
Once a month on a full moon, Pepsi logo and full fucking that'd be worth $1 billion at least.
Yeah, well, the Russian propaganda still goes on today, and the flexing as far as a appearance of power.
I don't mean to sound like a mini Kaczynski here, but honestly.
Yeah, so you're saying it was like more of a propaganda psyop, but you think the globe is real and outer space is real and all that, but it's just that the moon landing was a psyop.
Yeah, dude. Pretty much.
Poor bugger.
So then do you think that NASA, well, obviously you think NASA lied about the moon landing, so you think NASA's not really doing in space what they claim they are?
I'm sure some things they're not being truthful about some things, but I don't think the science in itself is inherently just should be thrown out. They're gonna lie about some stuff. I mean, it's the same with all of academia and shit like that. There's some merit to it, but obviously they're gonna use it to push their own agendas.
So we didn't go to the moon yet. But we've got things like ISS, Hubble, these sorts of things out there.
Well, I didn't say we. Wait, did you say I didn't say they went to space?
No.
He's asking if you believe in satellites.
Yeah. You said
Yeah,
we didn't go to the moon.
I believe
so
in
the
satellites.
ISS. Yeah. So the things like ISS and Hubble, these sorts of things, you're all on board with that sort of stuff.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
I'm certainly on board with the possibility it's there. It's just not as we sort of think it's there, not the same way. Possibly not the same speed.
Yeah.
Well, I would challenge you and say post your pictures or videos proving it's there.
Well, there's
I
something
don't have
up
any.
there. There's something up there.
I said it's
that
possible.
You can see.
It's possible.
What? Post it. Let me see the lights.
Well, you see lights with your naked eye, and we've also seen silhouettes, pictures of silhouettes.
And Starlink, I've seen that several times now, so that's definitely something up there.
Yeah, so
maybe they're in the south, but I see nothing. I see planes. Sometimes they're further away. I saw a plane that was super low altitude, and I could see the whole plane. I was like, "Holy shit!" He's at 20,000 feet.
yeah, see this hardcore flat earther thing, there's nothing up there, nothing floating around type of thing. I can't get on board with that.
Oh, I never said that. I never said that.
You know what I think? I think they know the people who would even question these things to begin with, and it's an utter distraction. Because they're the only people who would question this to begin with, and there are other things to question, in my opinion.
Well, yeah,
I've been on about that for
here's
a while now, so.
Here's my conspiracy theory. In 2015, the government released the Flat Earth Truth because everybody knew that the Zionists, the Jesuits, and the Freemasons did 9/11, did all this stuff, and the Flat Earth is just it's true. But when you talk flat earth, it doesn't, when you ask who's in control, who did it, there's a lot of people saying, we don't know who did it. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Yeah, it does. who controls the money, who prints the money, who are the bosses, who are the richest.
We don't have to make time for the Flat Earth Society.
I mean,
So,
it
yeah,
could
anybody,
it could be true, but like
I disagree completely with that
it's
theory.
it's kind of like the who did it. So like when I see people getting caught up like in like all the semantics of it all, like measurements, shit like that. It's like well, shouldn't there be something else you should be asking? And it's like, yeah, I get it's like a flat Earth server, but like if flat Earth wasn't a thing, would this server exist? Yeah, it would. It'd be a general conspiracy server essentially. Like, just
no, I get it.
Isn't a flat Earth
This is
server
deja
anyway.
vu from the other day.
Well, I know this isn't. I mean, I'm looking more at like 24/7 or something.
No, that's
'Cause
why when you
those
go on
guys,
live,
they spend their like entire
and
lives in live
why
stream.
lie? Why did they lie? Or who's lying? It's a complete spiral, and 20 people jump in, and we know it doesn't matter. Blah blah blah. It's because like, why are they hiding who's lying, and why are they like, why don't they don't know? Everybody knows who's lying.
Yeah, I think you're
and who
way
the
off
government
with your
is.
theory. And I'll
In
tell
which
you why.
way? In which, yeah, go ahead.
Because you're saying it's like a psyop that the government started in 2015 because people were getting too close to the truth. But I think, like regarding 9/11 and all those other things, right? But propaganda was doing its job. It's still doing its job today. The huge majority, the super majority of people blindly believe and are like, it's so small, the people that like are, 9/11 truthers or flat earthers or whatever, or before flat earth, the 9/11 truthers and JFK, whatever, and all the other,
But that's what they
Gulf
do.
of Tonkin, all that
When
stuff.
people get
hold up, I'm almost done. So there's so few that they're already ostracized and seen as insane or ridiculous and stuff like that. So there's no reason to create this flat earth psyop to detract away from them because they're already seen how
But they've
those
done
people
that
already seen how the government wants them to be seen.
They've done that with everything
let me
else.
ask-
That's exactly why
Flat Earth
they do
true.
this, because when people
Flat
get too
Earth
close
is
to the
true.
truth, they have to put the truth
Sure,
in a
Clover.
group full of lies.
Hold on.
They released the flat Earth with Dubé, New Age, and other agents to gauge how many people would absorb the truth in what speed, what amount, and then they started to censor YouTube in 2017, 2018 because it started growing way too fast, and they got scared.
I don't think so. I think the
I don't think they're
risk
scared.
benefit analysis there would tell you that that's it's a stretch.
So do you deny the YouTube numbers of flat Earth hits?
No, not at all. It caught on, but I don't think it was started by the government. I think maybe Dubé, whoever was the kind of like pioneer in 2015. I think it was Dubé or whatever. I think he just had a passion for looking into like the works of Rob Othman or something like that, and it sparked his interest, and he took some time and then posted it, and it just caught on because the truth has a way of the truth will spread.
No, I can. Yeah, no, that I'm. It could happen that way too. It could be the release, and it could be organic. I'm not. Yeah, I concede.
Alright, I'll be right back.
The rectilinear experiment just
No.
says that it's been a question for a long time.
Say it. Go ahead. Sorry.
I love it. I love the old rectilinear.
Who said who said the rectilineator? I thought that was Bansong.
No, that was White, but I'm all over that. I love that.
Who said that? White. What? Yeah.
Equal
Okay.
equal.
Okay. So it's a concave glober or what?
He's not a concaver.
Well, concavers talk about the rectilineator.
It's a brilliant. At least it's an attempt at a physical measurement.
It's an apparatus that can measure potentially. I agree.
Well, okay then. Well, has there been an effort like that from the flat Earth side?
I can't think of anything
can
right.
laugh at it.
Oh,
You
I
can-
can't.
you can laugh at it.
No, you want to know something? I made the first YouTube video of water not sticking to a spinning ball.
Uh-huh.
You
Okay
can
then.
you can YouTube it, and you're gonna find
Okay.
something from
Okay.
2017. But my current video is on private. It's
Is
on.
that a measurement? Because I wasn't asking
No,
for a
no,
demonstration.
no,
Exactly. Okay then. Okay then.
no. I'm just saying. Yeah, I'm drifting. Yeah.
You were a little bit, yes.
Yeah.
I'll give you that one.
Yeah, like if somebody has a direct question and they want to ask me, I'm like, yeah, I'm like, not that you are or not, but like, yeah, I'm not. I'm just trying to give people the time. Yeah, I'm gonna say what I believe, and
Yeah,
You
yeah.
better believe it.
All I'm saying about that measurement, it seems like it was an attempt at a direct measurement. How, it being flawed is another argument, but it was an attempt at a direct measurement other than optics and calculations.
And it seemed like a good effort was put in.
Most definitely, White. Most definitely. It's actually pretty impressive reading about how they went about it. Whether or not that's exactly what they did, I don't know. But what you can find on it and what you can read on it, it looks they went to all measures to cover all bases. Even if you disagree with it.
yeah, I was gonna debate a concaver, and I did like 10, 20 minutes of research, made my 9 points, and yeah, I was like the rectilinear. That's like we didn't end up debating, but it was like it's just a wood block, and you raise it or lower it with the earth. It's
I don't think you understand it. It's actually a very good method, and it's actually what they do with bloody theodolites and that when they leapfrog to get distances. So it's essentially a physical version of optically leapfrogging, surveying.
So you're saying the
yeah.
rectilinear just for the earth, and when it's rounding to the beach, and
No, they tried to just create a horizontal line with this thing and see what the Earth did underneath it. And by definition, they should have been able to do that if they constructed everything right and they made things at such a distance that sag wasn't an issue and whatever. But yeah, so
I would just say the Chicago skyline from 56 miles away.
That's you're going into the weeds again.
Yeah. They've got a story for that. They don't have a story for the Earth creeping up towards a horizontal line, though. They don't have any sort of story to compensate for that.
Horizon. You can't have a horizon on the concave because the concave is always rising, so you don't have a horizon.
No, but if it's, let's just say, for argument's sake, it's rising at the same rate that it's supposedly falling on a globe Earth, then our optics still come into play before that takes place. So we'd still see what we see.
There is no horizon on a concave Earth, pretty much.
The horizon is an optical position.
Yeah, but the concave Earth, the water is always rising behind. So where the sky meets the water is going to be way, way, way up because it's a bowl.
No.
Yeah, it's a bowl.
If you're talking about the same concavity, right, which is what this worked out at 8 inches per mile square, you're not going to be able to really visualize that at all. Right, and it's all
Well, 1 degree in 69 miles, apparently. So that's fucking, you got 69 miles and it's only 1 degree, dude. So
exactly.
Our optics,
You know, you got to be. I think you got to be fair. I think you got to be fair with your reasoning.
Post your picture of upward curving water, please.
Not claiming there is upward curving water.
I agree. That's
Good
all.
out. We'll let you have that one.
All I ask for is the picture of the claim, and it's over.
Well, I'm not claiming it. I just was hypothetical. If there was
You could
concavity,
even post
concavity.
a picture, and then we'd be like, I'd say, "Where is this picture taken? Let me see the video."
Yeah, right. Like,
Further, like every question I ask is directed to pin you in a corner to make you double speak. So,
Well, I could say the same to you. Post a picture of flat horizontal water. Right, please.
what? Chicago skyline?
That's not flat horizontal water.
No, it's not.
No, no.
What is
At
it?
all. Okay, so why are you going into the weeds again?
Yep.
What is Chicago skyline if it's not flat horizon water?
No.
Jesus,
That's a
dude.
horizon skyline. So you're going into the weeds again. But I'm just
We
asking
all love a
from
bit of
you.
weed every now and then, but come on.
Yeah, I'm just asking from you what you asked from us about a picture of upward curving water. Okay, then, so I want a picture of flat horizontal water.
He said the Chicago
Flat-
skyline.
Oh, Chicago skyline, a glass of water, a puddle,
A glass
a
of
lake.
water, a puddle.
Yeah.
A puddle. Okay,
Yeah.
then I would put it to you then that the curvature proposed on that puddle of water is too minute to be able to optically see.
So no curvature, no detectable curvature.
No. Doesn't mean it's not there though, because you can't see it.
No.
You're in the weeds and you're getting lost pretty quickly.
I'm not sure if you're serious, if you're not. Yeah, no, I don't mind a challenge in in any topic. I'm not. Yeah, yeah. New topic. I don't care. Whatever. Or you can ask. I don't know. Whichever. Nito, where are you? He's gone. Yeah, you always need like one talker, an antagonist. So yeah, you need like a glober. You need like a couple different dynamics sometimes. But, yeah, like I said, I could. Yeah. Hey, Bansa, when was the last time that a new like glober or a new flat earther or a new like neutral person came into the server or geo?
Sorry, what was the question?
Can you remember the last person that was either neutral, like that was neutral to the topic that joined the server?
+1. Le Point.
Yeah, good joke. That's a good one. Who said +1?
1+.
One play. Yeah,
1+ bacon.
he's had like 7 different accounts, and he was
Shoot, plus bacon.
yeah. I'm not sure.
And then there's On Point, Le Point, The Point, Pointy
He
one.
hasn't been here. I haven't seen him here.
He's been here
Yeah, he's been
once,
here.
I think. Once or twice.
Twice. Yeah, I've been here twice. He's a regular now.
What, during the day? What when I'm not around.
We just. Oh no, I've seen him twice. Twice is regular.
Okay.
It's regular.
Old
Yeah.
plus one is becoming a bit of a regular.
What's up,
A
dude?
regular troll.
Oh man.
It's been a while since I've been back here.
Oh, talking of plus one, here he is now.
Dragon.
Oh, is this chili bacon or is this actual?
I have one beef.
Yo, what are you talking about, bro?
Let me air one beef with Dragon. Dragon.
What?
Were you defending the Talmud?
What do you mean?
Tell you
talking
what, White. The voices are very, very similar.
Were you defending the Talmud? Yes or no?
Get the software out. Analyze it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't remember.
That could be an honest answer. But what?
Did I?
what
Was I?
okay.
Do your best Bengali accent for us.
Okay. Dragon. Dragon. What
Just give it a
do you
shot.
know
See what you
about
can
the
do.
Talmud?
Yeah.
Is the Talmud good or bad?
That's the Old Testament, right?
No.
Yes, it is.
No.
Yeah, it is.
Where in the Old Testament is the Talmud? Which verse?
You realize that the
On the bottom.
Bible is the Old Testament, which is the Talmud, and the New Testament
No.
combined into each other. Yes, it is.
No, it isn't. The
It's
Talmud
combined
is...
into each other.
You're saying the
Combined.
Talmud is in the Bible?
What?
He's saying the Talmud is in the Bible. Dragon, come on. That's my only...
What are you talking about? I'm genuinely confused.
Is the Talmud good or bad?
I don't fucking know. You tell me, brother.
Well, obviously
Tell
it's
me.
bad. You know it's bad, but you were saying Talmud and its sayings are not real, they're false.
Well, I never said that.
Okay.
Talmud.
You guys like to put words in my mouth.
Where's your
Gotta stop talking about religious stuff.
Yeah, no, it's all good. I admit I don't have the screenshots. I did see it. I could maybe find them if they aren't deleted, but
You would never find them.
Okay. I might
would
be
never.
I might be back in 5 minutes with the screenshots. Give me a sec.
Nope.
Damn. So what do you bring to the party today, Dragon? Anything exciting?
No.
So how old were you when you moved from Bangladesh?
Huh? I don't get it.
Maybe like 10, around 10 or so.
10, yeah.
What's so funny?
Just voices. Just
You
voices.
know.
Exactly.
Come on, man. Tell me the joke here.
Mm-hmm. You're already in on it. You tell us the joke.
All right, I'll tell you a joke.
Okay. All right, better be a good one.
Bandit. The biggest joke ever.
Oh, come on. That wasn't very nice. Uncalled for.
Hey, man, he was trying to joke off me. So I had to
No, I just asked for a joke and I was waiting. You said you were going to tell one.
He said that I banged my mom or something.
No, he didn't say
What?
that.
He said,
You said
what age
something
were
like
you
that.
when you left Bangladesh? When you left Bangladesh, not banged your mum.
I don't
Nothing
know
of
what
the
that
sort.
is, dude.
It's a country, Bangladesh.
Never heard of it.
Okay, okay. Fair enough. We believe you.
Too young to remember, perhaps.
Yeah, well, you were only 10, so a bit foggy.
Dude, what are you talking? Dude, are you trolling me right now? You guys are trolling me, man.
No.
Geo, are you guys
Never.
trolling me, Geo?
Geo
Geo,
might
do
be
you know
trolling
something
you,
about
but we're not. If he
man, let
doesn't
me in on
answer,
this.
you know
No,
he's trolling.
Dragon. Even though you are wrong about the Talmud, and you may
No,
forgot, you
go get the
posted.
screenshots. You said you got the screenshots.
I can't
Those are the-
find your name because you've been
Exactly.
deleted and banned.
Exactly.
Do you want me to ask David and see if you like he was around? He was, yeah, but it
Oh,
doesn't
in the
matter.
Flat Earth server?
Yeah, you posted a pro Talmudic meme.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Off with his head.
Yeah,
That's right.
if you're pro Talmud and pro Zionist,
Dude, I'm not neither of that.
good. That's good because if you are, then like, yeah, that's
I
disgusting.
know that the Talmud has been altered.
The Talmud is the most
Uh-oh.
disgusting book in mankind, pretty much.
What'd you say?
The Talmud is one
So,
of the most
uh-oh.
disgusting books in mankind.
Your mic keeps cutting out when you say.
The Talmud is one of the most disgusting books in mankind.
How?
How it promotes pedophilia. It promotes abuse of the goyim.
There's nothing wrong with pedophilia.
Oh,
R.A.P.
I mean, it was the culture back then.
R.A.P.
that's not.
And besides, the what is it? Like the age of consent is way higher now. The standards. You know what I'm saying?
All right, let's steer clear of the
Yeah, that was.
Hey, if you want to continue talking about this topic, let's go down a different
No,
BC.
that would
next
that would
topic.
be
I
advisable.
proved my point. So next topic.
Exactly. You're scared.
I'm here.
You're scared.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I know you're terrified.
I would love anything recorded so I could post it on my channel.
I don't care if you're recording.
I don't have it. I don't have it.
Channel.
You saw me clipping out. I don't have the capabilities. I have fake satellite internet. I have ground towers, low connection. I don't have a hard line.
Fake what? There's no such thing as a satellite.
I have fake satellite internet. They called me and said, "Do you want better service? We got ground towers nearby that are better service." So like, yeah, that's why I'm clipping. That's why
there's no such thing as a satellite, dude.
Yeah. I'll debate anybody anytime. I want to catch people double speaking. So
satellites are really just radio towers.
Really?
With antennas on the top.
Ground tower.
Yeah, I just found out, dude. I just found out. No.
Satellites? No, the antennas with a balloon on top. If we got the balloon on top part.
Yeah, but there's different types of satellites.
Okay, so which ones are you?
Yeah, they've all got balloons.
You mean like a Sataloon?
What?
Sataloon to the moon.
Satellite.
If you want to call it that.
Sataloon.
If that's what you want to call it, yeah. You can call it a blimp if you want. You could call it an aircraft. Many things you can call it, but satellite in orbit, that's a little bit of a stretch, I'm afraid.
A little bit of stretch.
Mm-hmm.
How is it a stretch when you can't do
Because
yoga?
it's orbit. Yoga? No, I can't fucking do yoga. I can watch my missus do it. That's pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
That sort of gets the
Hey.
blood pumping.
Hey.
You just want to get a spank on, but you know, you got to let her finish her thing. You can't start spanking too quick. And they always have to wear that really tight shit when they do yoga. What's
You
with
right, you
that? I mean,
right.
they obviously want to be fucking serviced afterwards. It's clear.
Bro,
Happy
why is it taking
thoughts.
so long for me to download this game?
Because you need better satellite service.
No. No. No, 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 no. Did you guys miss me?
No, you've been around.
I've been
so,
gone for a week. I've been gone for a week, so it's
You've been around. You've been around, so we didn't really miss you.
no. Geo really made me mad, so I stopped coming to the server.
Oh, we've seen you. Don't worry, we've seen you.
Oh, so you're stalking me now?
No,
You're
yeah,
sitting outside my house.
no, not at
Yes,
all.
you are. Yes, you are.
I
Look,
just happened
you
to
were
be
hacking.
here
You were looking through
at
my
the
webcam.
same
weren't you?
time.
You were looking
At the
through my
same
webcam.
time you're here. At the same time you're here, I happen to be here. That's all.
Nah, you were looking right through my webcam. I know it.
Okay. Yep.
Yes, you were.
Webcam? No, I just use the pixel in the middle of the screen, mate. Webcam's old school.
He was
Dang
spying
on.
on me.
I'm gonna have to get some of that.
He was looking at me. He's the booty bandit, not the bandsaw bandit.
Mm-hmm.
Good luck putting tape in the middle of your screen. It fucks up the movie night.
Yeah, but how are you gonna hack into that one pixel? How do you know that pixel has a camera?
It doesn't need a camera.
Yes, it does.
Does it? Prove
Yes.
that.
Really?
Because there's no retina camera.
Isn't there?
Really?
Nope.
Prove that.
How do you know?
How don't you know?
How do you know?
How do you know?
Bruh.
You better get the tape out, mate, just in case.
Bruh.
Dragon, is it hard to keep up that Bangladesh accent?
I don't know. Is it hard to keep up that Scottish accent? Why did you say hard?
Double speak.
Why did you say hard? Are you like Scottish or something?
No, I live in
Yeah, I know you do. I know you live in Scotland. Don't lie to me. How old were you when you moved out of Scotland?
I suppose it sounds like Ebon Kim, so that's who I am.
Did you just call me Kim Jong Un? It's not funny, dude.
How do you say thank you in Bangladeshi?
Why are you guys so obsessed with that country?
No reason.
Yeah, right.
It's in Asia. We were just talking about that earlier. Bloody Asians. Nothing wrong with them, but geez, there's a lot of countries that are engulfed into that umbrella.
What are all the countries that are in Asia? Does
Even
does
we are.
Pakistan does
I'm
Pakistan count
Australasian.
as does Pakistan count as Asian? Does it? Does Pakistan count?
As Asian, yeah.
That's
Definitely.
Western Asian, right? Western Asian. West
Yeah,
Asian.
yeah. I don't know if that's what they actually call it, but we're
Yeah, that's what it's called.
Australasian. Yeah?
Western Asian.
But we're not fucking Southern Asian. We're Australasian. So maybe they're
There
not
is
Western
Southern
Asian.
Asian. They're called Indians. The Southern Asians, and then the Eastern.
If there's any
Asians.
Southern Asians, it's fucking us. What's lower than us that could be classed as fucking Southern Asian? Come on.
You're not even Asian. You're your own continent. Do you even know your own country, dude? Australia.
Australasia, yeah, Australasian.
It's not Australasia. It's just Australia.
Technically,
You're
hang
your
on,
own continent. How do you not
we're
know your
out
continent?
wide, so it's not really
Come on,
south
dude.
of. It's out beyond, out beyond yonder.
New
It's not even
Zealand's part of
south.
the continent, right?
Am I
New Zealand's
upside
part of
down
the
or not?
Australia continent, right? Is it?
Yep, you are.
Maybe
Is
I
it?
am. Maybe I am, Bandy.
It is?
Maybe I'm not.
Pick a topic and ban, or was it a dragon against equal?
Who's equal?
Not level.
Z, yeah, it's
Dude, I have school in like 2 hours, dude. I have to go to sleep. Goodbye.
what?
Oh my god. I've got school in 2 hours. I've got to go to sleep. Oh, he's definitely Bangladeshi. He's trying to pack it all in. Everyone's a Bangladeshi now. We're all suspect. I think I might start.
You guys
I
know
might start a
ET?
dummy account and come in with a
Vance,
foreign accent and see if you guys can pick it.
Yeah, man.
Vance, you know ET?
E.T. as in the movie or as in?
The guy on Discord.
Yeah.
When he first joined like a year or two ago, I actually thought he sounded like Tim Osmond trying to like impersonate a flat earther or like like I think Dragon is 1+1 and the fake Bangladeshi accent, but it's like I think ET is his own guy and he's not Tim Osmond after this year or two. So but I do think Dragon is that Bangladeshi fake guy.
Who started that? Was that Bacon that started that? What?
No, there's like a new troll tactic where there's a bunch of trolls posing as flat earthers, but then they bring up like the 2016 like pee drinking or they bring up
I was
like they
referring to who linked Dragon to one +1. I thought it was.
I think it was Bacon.
Yeah.
It was
on
+1 shield.
24/7 for the past week or two. Dragon has been coming on multiple profiles with multiple voices, whether it be just Dragon Sacrifice and 3 other names, and then he gets banned or comes back and comes, but now he's this Bangladeshi guy, and maybe it's this original Bangladeshi guy that sounds like him, but it's not actually him, and it's conspirator, like we're just jumping the gun, but it does sound like him.
I'm ready to run with it myself.
I openly admit I'm an auto hoaxer. I am an auto hoaxer. You tell me a government story, it's bullshit automatically until you prove it right.
Yep.
Like I will openly say I'm an auto hoaxer, and yeah, so like the government is not to be trusted. There's no way anything the government says. They may help you with a hydro bill or this and that, but in the end, they taxed you for all this and poisoned you for all that. So just like any farmer, he helps his herd and feeds them and gives them food and poison or vaccines to help them live longer or die or whatever. So,
Well, I think they've been misled into thinking that they're doing it for the benefit of their animals and humans. I don't think they deliberately go out of their way to cause harm to farmers.
yeah, no, I agree. But like a farmer will inject his chickens with estrogen or testosterone, whatever he injects them with, to make them grow faster, to sell quicker, make more money.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it's all like it's not good for us. Like I would rather have a natural chicken that grew naturally, other than this.
Agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely agree. But I don't think they think it is doing the animal any harm. Yeah, maybe they haven't looked into it, whatever. But yeah.
Yeah, well, it's a tough balance because humans got to survive, and we need to eat. And I believe that protein is essential. So, like, like you try to not kill the animals inhumanely, but they are here to help us survive. So, like, I mean, yes, you're not torturing them. You're not like I need to eat. So, like, it's any hunter is gonna hunt a cow or anything, but yeah.
Yes. What do you do?
I would do everything opposite of what the government says.
Grow your own chickens.
Whatever the government says,
Grow, breed.
I do the opposite. When government says this, I say no. I believe the opposite every time, pretty much. And you can say, "Well, the government says drink water." Well, okay, well, I'll give them that one. I need to drink water. Wow. Okay, like I know I need to drink water. The government sort of says that a little bit, I guess, but
I don't know. I trust my government. My government's nice.
yeah. Oh. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, it's one of my go-tos. Yeah, it's like what reason does the person have to trust the government? And then it's like, well, they build the roads. But what about all the murders they committed and the genocide and the forced oppression? Like, well, I mean, that's okay because it's there's no bullshit. But yeah, it's. I mean, everybody has their argument tactics, or whether they're aggressive today or not today, and so yeah, it's everything's situational, and just try to remain calm and
Cool, calm, and collected.
yeah. I would always, like I said, let the audience decide whether there be one person or 0 people or a guy in 1 year or 10 years. Like there's yeah, it's
nuts.
You
It's all nuts. All of it.
Yeah. Like, oh yeah, it's yeah.
But yes. But as far as trust the machine, not a chance. Not a chance.
Yeah, I will never ever trust the government, no matter what anybody says, no matter what anybody does. There's no reason to trust the government in any possible way.
I see Eggshells is back. When you guys were talking about that earlier, was Eggshells making a case to trust the government?
No, I wasn't even talking about the government. I was deliberately looking for sites that was backyard astronomers and ordinary people. The government's never told me anything to do with Polaris. Nope.
No.
But
no, if you can find me and show me a government article about the declination of Polaris, it will be the first time I've seen it.
Probably there. I don't know. Is there something on NASA?
Well, this gets to an interesting point, right? Do we get to the point that we don't trust the government so much that if the government says that it must be untrue and the opposite must be true? The government, told me it's good to drink lots of water. Government told me it's good to get exercise.
I think the point was: is there anything about Polaris on the NASA side?
Oh, you can find it. I'd be astounded if they suggested it was bang on. That would be an interesting one. Imagine NASA sided with Northern Rebellion.
All right. Well, then that would be a government site telling you then. Wouldn't it?
Oh, actually, I've just pulled it up here. Yeah, NASA says that Polaris is exactly in the middle of the North Celestial Pole and never moves, but may rotate slightly. Doesn't actually move off its location, but yeah. NASA agrees with you, Northern.
The government giving you information.
Yeah. Looks like NASA's the only one that agrees with you. All the people who use their own instruments don't, but NASA does.
Who are you going to believe? NASA or just normal people?
I mean, I don't know. Northern Rebellion siding with NASA on this one.
Is he?
Yeah, NASA says it right here. I can see it right here. NASA's website says the declination of Polaris is at 90 degrees. It is exactly on the North Celestial Pole and never, ever, ever moves.
So that's slightly different to your 89.
Can you post that, please? Can you post that?
Huh? Oh, no, I'm not able to post it. You just have to take my word for it because I'm not the government.
No, I want you to post that. I'm gonna search that now.
The government disagrees with me. NASA says this is the case, but the government disagrees with me. Says NASA's wrong on this. So do you believe me or the NASA or the government?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with the term hostile witness?
I'm familiar with people who are not familiar with what that term actually means. Yes.
That's a pretty good ad hom, but
that was not what he asked either.
Exactly.
He doesn't ask my questions. I won't answer his.
I didn't.
God, I thought coming back after dinner riding, you would have calmed down a little bit after.
But you guys wanted me to still bring back the fire. Okay, so let me calm it down and then just say what could be interesting in this, Northern, is if you present the best evidence, aside from where you've lived and how long you've lived there, the strongest evidence you could bring to the conversation. Obviously, it won't be government, but it'll be something, hopefully. What's the strongest thing you've got that supports your position? Or can find. You don't have to already have it. You can let your fingers do the bit of dancing across the keyboard and find something.
I usually go by spur of the moment. You'd have to ask a specific question or I was gonna say before, there's nothing I could post about Polaris or about the rituals or about the government that would convince you. So
I'm not asking you to post something about rituals. Put rituals all the way out of it. It's just the position of Polaris and its behavior in the sky, whether it makes a little circle or not, or it doesn't move throughout the course of a single evening. I'm just saying present the strongest thing you've got. It doesn't even have to be something I would agree with. I'm not setting the bar that high. It just needs to be like the best thing you can find. Like do 2 minutes of Googling and give me the strongest thing you've got. Because so far it's just been like, I've lived under it for 40 years and based on my dead reckoning, based on the walls of my house, I think it might be right. But I've never, by your own admission, you've never tested it to within the error bars of something that would determine whether you're actually right. So what's the best you've got is what I'm saying.
Well, I've said it before.
A wall that doesn't move is a pretty good measurement.
Yours was better, Andy. Like a hole is better than a wall. I'll give you that.
There you go. Boom.
Yeah,
I'm not saying it's good. I'm saying it's better.
I can honestly say I'm either I can't think of the quick response or whatever it is. Other than in the moment, I say what I say, and your question was.
So you have nothing, is what you're saying. You just words that fall out of your mouth.
I have nothing. all words. It's all words for sure. It's all words. My words versus yours. It's all words.
So how small, Harry, would that hole have to be for you to be satisfied?
That's what she said.
That's what she
That's
said.
what she said.
Very good one.
I got it. We did it.
We got there, boys.
Who got it first? Who got it first?
Especially for you.
That was good. That was solid. Measure it. Do the measurements, Bandy. You can do it.
What do you
You would
do?
deal with you would do degrees with pipes, wouldn't you? You would do degrees of drop and degrees of bend in a pipe.
I'm just asking you. I'm asking you. Like,
If you showed me that hole in the Georgia Guidestones was small enough that it was smaller than a degree, yeah, that'd be pretty interesting, mate. That'd be fairly compelling.
it looks smaller than the sun. That
Based
hole.
on what?
Based on the sun.
Well, based on have you ever been to the Georgia Guidestones? You're looking at a fucking photo. That thing could be 3 foot wide for all you know. Would a 3 foot wide hole satisfy you, Bandy?
Witsit went there. We could
For
ask him.
me, on account Witsit, for me, on account of my being under endowed, I need that hole to be tiny. If you're a big old boy, then a 3 foot hole would satisfy you. Then look, you crack on. You satisfy yourself with Georgia Guidestone. Oh, why did I join that?
Yeah, Witsit and Nathan went there, didn't they, Joe?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they live stream from there. I think. It's probably still on.
You just eyeball it then for me. I'll try and find. Fine, I'll get out of my stupid World War II game and play your silly games then, Bandy.
There we go.
What's the width of a Georgia Guidestone?
Is there with it and Nathan Thompson live stream of the Polaris through the Georgia Guidestone? There might be. I watched the videos when they were there, but I don't remember. I didn't record it. I don't remember if they live streamed it or they sort of say they did.
Yeah, because I think they were there one or two, maybe one time during the day and one at the night.
Yeah.
I don't remember whether they. I mean, I know they were there talking about it all and whatnot. I don't know if they have like close up filming of the Polaris through the hole though. I guess we have to look.
And whether you can get it through a regular iPhone or if you need a P900 or if you need something more like so. Yeah, I'm like I said, I crit on Twitter. I don't do it on 24/7. I don't attack flat earthers, but there's a lot of things that flat earthers say that aren't true, but I don't attack every flat earther because
Either that, or you're sometimes wrong about some things, and this may be one of them.
Yeah, just
so weigh both possibilities here.
No, they're wrong about nuances of the flat Earth, in my opinion.
That's better. That's more accurately stated.
Yeah. Now, eyeballing these Georgia Guidestones writing, I would say they're about 3 to 3.5 foot wide by about 8 or 9 foot high, and that hole in it looks like it's big enough that it would satisfy me, or small enough, however you want to look at it.
How big would you say that hole is?
You're banned. This will get you banned on most servers.
The Georgia stars. I have to find that image that I posted. I'm going to say it's about.
So the width of that block is 1.1 foot by 1 foot. Sorry, 1 foot 7 inches wide.
Oh, is it?
So we can tell it from that. Then post your picture of your hole again, Bandy.
Oh, you have to go up in the hold on, bloody! Why are you making me work? What the hell?
Get it up. Get it up. Show us your hole.
Here we go. Hold on. It's coming. That's what she said. Boom. It should be there. now. Okay, so what did you say it was wide? 1.5 foot.
Hmm?
Did you say 1.5 foot?
1 foot 7 inches. So yeah, just
Okay,
over 1.5 foot.
1.5
So
foot.
now you just need to get a thing next to, like, across that hole, and you just need to measure, like, basically what proportion of that entire hole is compared to the width of the full buttock.
Here we go. Get a pencil. We'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it's about 9 to 1, thereabouts.
9 to 1.
9 to 1, 10 to 1.
So
Roughly.
So it is 1/9 of, well, let's say it's 1/10.
1/10, yeah.
Okay, so it's 1/10 of 1 foot 7. Hang on, I'm just going to go back to
1 foot 7. What's that? That's 17 inches.
Yeah, 1 foot 7 in. It's 48 centimeters wide, right? So a tenth of that is going to be 48 centimeters wide. Let's call it 50 centimeters wide.
4.8 centimeters or 48 millimeters.
Yeah. So then, 48 millimeters of a hole, right?
About 2 inches, thereabouts.
So we can turn this into a triangle, right? The eye at one side is just going to be a single point. Or do we actually have to do it more complicated than a triangle? I'm thinking the triangle, but I think you could move your eye all the way from one side to all the way at the other side and still find the North Star. So you have to do it as more complex than a triangle.
Okay.
Let's start with just a triangle and see where we go from there. So we've got a triangle that at one end is 4.8 centimeters wide, is what we're saying.
Okay.
So we're going to make a triangle calculator.
Okay.
And what we need is the angle from the eye, which will be point A, let's say, to be more than a degree if the far side, like the other side of the brick, is 4.8 centimeters. Does that make sense to you, the way I'm trying to think of that?
Well, if you're at one end of that hole and the other end of that hole is going to appear smaller, isn't it?
Yes, but it's still going to be 4.8 centimeters.
It's still going to be 4.8 centimeters, but now you've got perspective coming into it. So you've got a narrower line of sight.
So let's go. A is, I'll share my screen so you can see what I'm doing.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
So what we're going to do is say the height of the triangle is going to be 4.8 centimeters. We're doing this in centimeters, doesn't matter, like the thingy. And then we need to get the width of the guide stone, which is 3.3 foot. 3 feet 3 inches.
39 inches. Which is about it's about 3.
So what are we getting? 99 centimeters.
Yeah.
Right, so then we give the base 99. Oh my God, we just need 99 centimeters. Thank you very much. So we've got 99 centimeter base. So the way I'm doing this is that resulting angle of A needs to be more than 1.4. Otherwise, the Georgia guide stones aren't able to see it all the way throughout its thing. Because my feeling is this is my eyeball on A. The other side of the hole is 4.8 centimeters wide. And if that was dead center on the North Celestial Pole, then it doing its circle in the sky needs to be able to account for 1.4 down at this angle. So let's hit the calculate button.
Let's see what comes
Sum
up.
of two sides must be larger than the third. We already know the other sides. It's an equilateral triangle. It's an isosceles triangle, right? So the other side's 99 as well. Now I can get it. Bang.
Did I hear my name?
Angle A is 2.778.
Right.
No. Sweet.
So that's more than 1.4, right? That would be able to see more than a degree outside its full range from one side to the other. See, what we're looking for here was whether angle A was more than 1.4 and angle A is more than 1.4. Would that satisfy you, Bandy?
where did you get the? You know, look, I'm not gonna argue yet. Where did you get the width? Did you just Google the width?
Width from that image I posted that I got off a page said 3.3 foot, 3 foot 3 inches that I've put in the chat at 9 minutes.
Yeah, no, that's the one with the hole in it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's got its feature 3 marked on it is the hole for the North Star. Feature 4 is the hole for the sun at solstice, and then you can see the dimensions of the
Okay, yeah. Sorry,
marked on the ground there.
I jumped off your page there for a sec. Okay, well, once again, I think they've rigged the mathematics to.
Anything northern, anything you've got, the best you've got for us.
Look, I tried.
He's really trying to go to bat for you here, man. He's really fucking bending over backwards.
I did try.
Yeah, northern's gone. I wasn't looking at the chat. I wonder if he went before or after we calculated that angle to be more than 1.4.
Yeah. Okay. Well, okay. Just let's go with Okay. Let's see. Right. That go back to that triangle calculator that you had up.
Yeah. I also just want to say about ruler on picture, because I'm sure there's a web service that can use a virtual ruler on your image. There we go. Okay. So now, can I just slap that on there? No, copy image. Let's see if I can just paste it on there. No. How do I get my image? Download. Okay, choose file. Open original. Funny, I do this shit. So save image as the hole in the guide stone.
Okay.
Choose file. G for Georgia. Georgia guide stone.
You run a couple of screens. Okay. Bring that down. Let's see.
So now we need to drag to rotate. I don't want to rotate it. I want to.
No. You want to go to 0.
I want to go to 0. Oh, do I want to go to 0? I kind of want to shrink it so it says exact. Oh, it's very close to 17. Oh, that's a full width of the image, right? So we're going to go bang through the hole because it's going to be wider down here and narrow up there. So bang in the middle of the hole is the best, as they often say. And that looks by my eye to be like, I don't know, 9.5. I'm getting.
Yeah, I'll go with 95. Yep. Yeah, what about
95.
the hole?
So if 95 is 17, then this is 1. So then this is about 1/10. You were pretty bang on about it, actually. This is actually a bit bigger than 1/10 because this is like, it's clearly 1, maybe 1.1. And that is a little bit less than 10. So we're pretty bang on. We're just going to get an angle slightly bigger than 2.7.
Well, that wasn't too bad for just eyeballing it, actually.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Good plumber. He knows his pipes and his holes.
There we go. You always got to know your hole. Boom. Well, I did try. But anyway.
Generous of you going to bat for such, like, that is one of the dumbest, sorry, dumb is an insult. One of the silliest, easiest to test. That's why I got frustrated with it. I love, even though I get frustrated with like percentage, I think percentage raises like legit, frustrating and unreasonable, but legitimate complaints or challenges to what people are saying, whereas just be like, no, it don't move because I look at it sometimes. I
still do think though that because we don't have any footage, right, video footage of Polaris, directly plumb underneath it.
We don't have any, or in the Googling,
you've done. You
I
haven't found it yet.
I haven't found any in the googling. All right, I haven't found any in the. There may be.
Have you done any
something.
googling though?
Yeah, no, I did. I did actually. Yeah, I
Okay,
did
okay.
briefly while we were talking, and I couldn't find any. So that's why I'm saying that it could still just be an optical thing.
Right. Except it's an optical thing from everywhere south of the North Pole, right? Anybody who does the North Star trails, it doesn't matter where they are, they all get it rotating. It's not like some.
Of course, Harry. Of
get it
course,
rotating Okay, cool.
I'm not. Yeah. I'm not disagreeing with that whatsoever. Anyway, give me a call. I'll be back, guys.
Yeah, I can get photos of the North Pole star trails, but I don't get them from dead underneath. Yoo-hoo. Hello, Ruhif. I was getting some gentle feedback that I was being a bit rude to Northern. Or a bit aggressive, perhaps.
No, I think you were just mirroring him.
What, in being, he was being obstinate, so I was being obstinate.
Of course. I mean, you're going to get what you put out there. Oh,
Yeah, maybe.
I'm not saying that you started it.
It's I was getting a bit aggressive though. I was like, I'm not letting this up. This is dumb. I will not allow people to sit around here saying dumb things. Questions about gravity or Coriolis, they're good questions. They're weird ones that I don't immediately know the answer to that warrant investigation and question. This one does not.
Guess I don't need to share my screen anymore. It was very exciting. Bandy did a brave defense of that view. What about you, Jerry? What new things have you heard lately?
Things that I've heard lately? About what?
Yeah, I don't know.
Things that I've heard. I don't know. I hear a lot of things. Spend like 16 hours a day.
What have you been musing over? Has there been any? It doesn't even have to be from in here. What are you?
Oh, no, just kind of pretty much the same stuff over and over again.
It is a bit. You love the Coriolis conversation, don't you?
It goes on and on and on.
It does. Because I like the gyro compas's business, but geez, my understanding of Coriolis is pretty woeful. And I've listened to it described for hours. So
Yeah, and I don't care enough to really pay attention. I mean, all right, what's the contention?
yeah, no, I feel you. Because it's like one of the peak things that fits into that category of oh, it's definitely there, but you can't tell.
Yeah, a lot of it is well, is there an effect or is there not an effect? Like that's one part, and then it's like, okay, there is an effect. So how do you explain this on a flat, stationary Earth?
Yeah, and a lot of those, I feel like a lot of the answers I hear are like holding are the ether. What do you think about the explanations that it's ether?
Well, I think